trusted transactions and agreements to be carried out among disparate anonymous parties without need for a central authority, legal system, or external enforcement mechanism, making them perfect for decentralized financial applications.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Reimagine 2020. I'm Arthur, one of your hosts, and today I have with me Diane from DodoX, a decentralized liquidity pool that is introducing a number of features aiming to fix or eliminate issues that the existing AMMs today that we're used to using today are all kind of facing. Welcome, Diane.
Hello, hi Arthur. Thanks for inviting. Very happy to be here and sharing the thoughts and updates for DodoX.
Definitely, thank you for coming. Great to have you here. Why don't we just jump right in? Can you introduce Dodo Exchange briefly, and how? I guess, like, most importantly, we've all, I guess by now we've all used Uniswap a couple of times and some other decentralized liquidity pools. How does DodoX compare?
Sure. So, I think I will give a a brief introduction of myself, our team, and the Dodo platform. Yeah, since I think you are not very familiar with this new team and new product. Yeah, you can call me Dai Dai. Yeah, and I have been working for DDEX with each decentralized exchange since 2017. Yeah, and early last year, I founded DeFi Labs, which is the first and the biggest DeFi community in China. I also run a WeChat blog called DeFi Labs and a WeChat group called DeFi the World. Yeah, to gathering people who are interested in DeFi and give educational articles on DeFi and introduce the Western DeFi projects into Chinese market. Yeah, and that's how most of people know me. Yeah, and early this year, my ex-colleague Rita Bear, who was in charge of the market making, quanting, and the smart contract developing back in the DEX, he just created a new algorithm called PMM, which is proactive market making algorithm. Yeah, and I find it really exciting. Yeah, I think this will power a next generation of a true decentralized exchange. Yeah, since we both together worked for the DEX and tried like everything for a better order book DEX. Yeah, but finally we found out that order book doesn't work on blockchain in this era. Yeah, so we think the algorithm, the liquidity is the solution for on-chain trading. Yeah, so we decided to build this Dodo product based on the PMM algorithm. Yeah, and we also have another co-founder. He founded DOS Network, which is decentralized Oracle project in 2018. Yeah, and he's very experienced in this space since he started involved in crypto space in 2013. Yeah, so he will be in charge of the management and operation for Dodo. I'll be charging the marketing for Dodo, and Renda Bear is responsible for the technical stuff. Yeah, so we three are the co-founder team. Yeah, and for Dodo, actually, the core idea is, what the human market makers do. They just like when you do the trading on Coinbase, on Binance, you just look at the market mid price, right? And you add $1 higher on that price, and you make a lower price and to buy the token, right? So you buy at a lower, sell on higher, right? Yeah. So this PMM algorithm just to imitate this human market maker behavior and make that happen on chain, use this algorithm. Yeah. So the core different things with other AMMs is we introduced an Oracle price as the guidance price to gather the capital around the market mid price to have a smaller slippage for this price curve. Yeah, and another thing is we don't need any LP to deposit both set tokens. Dodo just allow you to deposit one set tokens. Like for Ether, USDC, you can just deposit USDC or just deposit Ether. So this won't change your holdings, won't change your portfolios. If you have Ether, you just deposit Ether. You don't have to sell some Ether for USDC and put put that into the pools. Yeah, so that's basically the difference. Yeah. So when we are saying that we animate the impermanent loss, actually we are saying that because we can allow you to deposit in single set token, so your portfolio won't be changed, right? Yeah, so you won't have an impermanent loss caused by that. Yeah, but as this market making behavior, any LP who is doing the market making actually will face the market risk, will face the counterparty risk. Yeah, so it's not like a lending protocol that can save you money. It's a high risk, high return financial thing. Yeah.
Got it. Because yeah, I think like these the two parts that you brought out are the main issues or kind of user friction points that Uniswap, for example, faces, is, or user space is, from an LP point of view, it's the impermanent loss, and as well as that, you know, it's very accessible to everyone, but the moment you want to provide liquidity, then you're faced with this, you know, oh, I need Ether as well, or like, you know, that, you know, it's not as intuitive, I guess, as, you know, as it could be. But how does and I guess like you mentioned, the way that you make this work or make this possible is by using a price oracle. So what role does the oracle play then in this case? Because I understand that's what makes the PMM algorithm possible, right?
Yeah. So like this is, so we're using like you can see this PM algorithm is kind of a market making strategy that's of our CEO Reimagine, right? So the oracle price is pretty important in this algorithm. Yeah, and now we use Chainlink as our oracle price provider, right? Yeah, and but actually, you can see from our backtest reports, to use a third-party oracle is okay in this algorithm. Yeah, but it's like a temporary solution, because our final destination is we want the on-chain liquidity is very sufficient and can dominate the pricing. I mean, the on-chain liquidity will be even better than the centralized world. That's our final destination. Yeah, but right now we can see for some assets, the liquidity is better in the centralized world, right? So in that case, we follow the price that already have a price consensus in the centralized exchange, right? So we use an oracle price to introduce the oracle from the centralized world and into the on-chain world. Yeah, but when everyone is, you know, working hard in the DeFi world, actually everyone is working for a better liquidity on chain. Yeah, and when we finally for like now the DEX can list new assets permissionless, right? Yeah, and so there will be more assets and on DEX, and for the DEX we have a better pricing ability. For some assets, the liquidity will be better on DEX than on CEX. Yeah, so in that market, actually we don't need to introduce an oracle from the outside, right? We have the ability to do the pricing for this asset. That's the final destination. Yeah, so you can, I can also tell that there will be two markets for Dodo. One market we call it Dodo Zoo market. That is for mainstream trading pairs. like Ether, WPDC, Link, Land. So for this mainstream trading pairs, the liquidity is better on the outside centralized exchange. Yeah, so we follow the price using the Oracle price. And we will have another market called Dodo Wild market. In this market, we will do IDOs for any new projects to list their assets, and it will be permissionless. Yeah, and in this market, we don't need to introduce an Oracle. There will be new algorithm to support the projects to freely launch their assets, and it's capital free because it only need projects to deposit their own platform tokens, and it don't charge or don't need Ether or USDT or USDC. Just use their own project token to deposit and to do the token sale and to do the initial liquidity providing. Yeah, that's algorithm, and that's a product now we are working hard to build.
So I was actually interested to hear more about that. So you've it's been mentioned before as well that you'll be introducing a like an IEO alternative, an initial Dodo offering. How is it different from a, let's say, like the various other like bonding curve sale platforms that we have that are around today, like Meza auctions and so on?
Yeah, sure. Actually, the Dodo token LDO, yeah, will happen in the end of September. So this kind of LDO is actually different with other IEO or like auctions. So Dodo token LDO is not a token sale, it's not an auction, it's just an initial liquidity providing. Yeah, so like we will list a trading pair, Dodo USDC, right? And we only deposit 1% from the whole Dodo token supply into the Dodo pool. Yeah, and we close the withdraw, close the deposit function, just open for traders to buy and sell the Dodo tokens. Yeah. So it's not a token sale. It's just to make traders to discover the price for Dodo token. Yeah, and besides Dodo token IDO itself, which will happen on Dodo platform on Ethereum, we will also support a Dodo on Binance Smart Chain as an experiment for the layer 2 solution. Yeah, so on this Thursday, I think there will be a very first IDO experiment happening on Dodo on Binance Smart Chain. So there is a community team called BNB 48 Club, and they are all like big holders of BNB tokens. Yeah, and they are very active in Binance ecosystem. They launched a community token called Coach, and this will be an operating node for Binance Smart Chain. Yeah, so that they will do an auction and token sale for the Coach token, and that will happen on Dodo platform, Binance Smart Chain. Yeah. So what they are doing is 2 steps. The first step is the token sale. Yeah. So they they have an auction for on the price curve, and open it, and then it will last several days to let users to buy Coach token. Yeah, and after they sold the tokens they want to sell, they will close the pool. Yeah, and then they will reopen a trading pair like Coach to BNB. Yeah, that's a trading pair, and to let traders like have a market to trade Coach token on Binance Smart Chain. Yeah, so this is another kind of IDO that our platform will support.
Does that mean that Dodo Exchange will be operating both on Ethereum as well as on Binance Smart Chain?
Yeah, so this means there will be two Dodos, Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain. Yeah, so Binance Smart Chain is like a experiment ground. You can see now many DeFi projects are considering of layer 2 or layer 1 solution like ZK Optimistic, ZK Rollup, Near Protocol, Solana, different solutions. Yeah, so think of that behind Dodo there is a very huge Chinese market. Yeah, and so in this phase, we think that Binance Smart Chain should be our first choice to build an Dodo on and to see what will happen. Yeah, and we are also considering other layer 2 or layer 1 solutions in the meantime. Yeah.
Interesting. And does that mean that the Dodo token will also be on both Ethereum and Binance Smart Chain, or?
It will be initially launched on Ethereum. Yeah, and it depends if Binance will support a bridge and to to transfer some ERC20 tokens into BEP20 tokens. Yeah. So initially it will be ERC20 token for Dodo.
Interesting. And so Dodo Exchange has been in beta now for how long, and how has that been going? Is this I guess when can we expect the full launch? Is the Dodo token IEO going to be the kind of the moment when it all launches?
Yeah. So now this product you can see is a very simple one. It's just a beta version. It only offers the basic functions for LP and trader to use. So now the development team is working on working on the product improvements and new products. Yeah, that will be very exciting, but it takes some time. Yeah. So actually. Besides the Dodo Zoom market and Dodo Wild market, one more thing we are working on is we are talking with some traditional and professional trading firm, like they have the market making strategy of themselves, right? They do the market making on like Coinbase, Binance, Huobi, and other centralized exchange. So why the liquidity is better for centralized exchange than a DEX? Because this kind of traditional teams, they have the ability to do the pricing, but now they can only do the pricing, only make their market making strategies happen on centralized exchange. Yeah, but what if their strategy can happen on-chain? Does that mean when these traditional guys do the market making on-chain, on DEX, so for some assets, their liquidity will be better than CX? I think this can come true, and this is what we are working on. Yeah, we are working with some trading firms to make their market making strategies happen on chain. Yeah, so in the near future, you can say maybe like for Ether to USDC, this trading pair is offered by Dodo team, right? But we will also have other trading pairs like Ether to USDC that are offered by other trading firms. Yeah, so it's like for some trading firms, it's Dodo team to do the market making, and for some trading pairs, there are some other trading firms to do the market making. Yeah, and from the experience for users, they just see USDC to ETH, and they can see a best price for that trading pair. Yeah, and we will do some smart route, yeah, to link different pools to give the best price in the front end for user. Yeah, so you can think that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you can think that the Dodo Zoo market is like a shopping mall that is operated by the Dodo team, and but we will have other supermarkets, yeah, and the owner and the operator are different professional traders, yeah, and for users to select their favorite goods, their favorite apples and bananas from different markets. Yeah, and
and so do I understand correctly that there will be essentially, let's say, like the example you brought, ETH to USDC, there will essentially be multiple pools of ETH USDC, and to me as a customer, Dodo Exchange will basically route me through the best price.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And are the other, obviously, the pools run by the Dodo Exchange teams are not permissionless, but are the other pools, is it permissionless? Can anyone create a pool, or does this have to go through like in cooperation with the Dodo team?
Yeah, like for the mainstream trading pairs, some will be offered by the Dodo team, some will offered by traditional trading firms, right? And we are using different marketing strategy, so the price will be different. So the users can choose the best price for assets. Yeah, and this the Dodo Zoo market, and another market is Dodo Wild market that to support new assets launchment, new assets IDOs. So for the IDOs, there will be permissionless. Yeah, but for the But for
the Dodo 2 will be permission.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, is there a plan to also turn this the Dodo 2 permissionless, or is that something that kind of is not possible from the design of the system?
So like we will have some KPI, like if the trading volume or the pool size reached some numbers, yeah, and that number should be governed by the community, right? And the trading pairs on the Dodo Wild market can transfer to the Dodo Zoo market. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And speaking of like governed by the community, so what will the Dodo token be used for?
Sure. Yeah, we are thinking that because there are some parameters on the PMM algorithm, right? So these parameters should be governed by the community members eventually. Yeah, but now since not many users truly understand what is PMM and how Dodo works, yeah, so initially it will be just decided by the core team. Yeah, but in our minds, we will have 3 DAOs. The first DAO is the admin DAO that can have the right to open or close a pool. Another DAO is risk control DAO. Yeah, so it's basically to adjust the parameter K that will impact how much risk for the LPs and how much revenues. And the third DAO is Earn DAO. That DAO is to decide how to distribute the platform revenue to LPs and to the token holders. Yeah, and the governance will be achieved regularly and to I mean, it's not made in day one. Yeah, it's will be achieved step by step. Yeah, for the governance. Yeah, so the Dodo token is a governance token. If you want to join the governance, you should stake the Dodo token and to vote.
And will each one of these DAOs be governed then by the same token?
Yeah, so we will have only one platform token, that is Dodo token. That is for every governance. Yeah, like to decide the risk parameters and to decide how much revenue should be give the LPs and give the token holders. Yeah, but like the Earn DAO, the revenue is really related to everyone, right? So this governance will open for everyone. But for the risk control DAO, that needs you to understand the risk and understand the mechanism for the algorithm. So it is not open for everyone. It only open for the professional guys. Yeah, this is our basic philosophy. Yeah, but the governance is very important thing, and I think all of this will be discussed very seriously. What will the final version for the governance of Dodo? Yeah, so we welcome any comments and feedbacks to have a nice governance model for the platform.
Definitely. It sounds very exciting. And I mean, obviously, tell me if I'm asking, some questions that like a bit too early as well, because I'd be interested to understand how do you intend to separate, like you mentioned, that the governance around like the risk parameters is going to be available for like the more professional traders. How do you separate, define this on chain? Is it going to be that you need to be an LP, or how could you know that on basically looking at the Ethereum blockchain, who is a professional trader and who is a simple token holder?
Yeah. Actually, there are a lot of details that should be discussed. Yeah, with our community members. Yeah, it should not just decided by the core team, right? Yeah, so a lot of detail to be determined. Yeah, so in this phase we are focusing with like to make our Dodo token IDO. Yeah, and then we will put more time and effort into the product improvements and the new algorithm development. Yeah, and yeah, so actually many things awaiting us to do. Yeah, and it's very exciting journey. Yeah, and I'm the person who are talking with the community members every day and collecting the feedbacks. Yeah, so sure, we will very welcome more members and fans to join the Dodo Zoo and the Dodo Wild management. Yeah.
Interesting. And I get, is there already a date for the IDO, for the Dodo token IDO?
Yeah, it will happen on 29th September, which like a few days. So,
and then you mentioned that 1% of the tokens will be essentially released onto the Dodo X. And what's the release schedule or release like mechanism for the remaining tokens? Are they going to be essentially mineable, or like essentially is it going to be liquidity mining or?
Okay, yeah. So actually, at the first day of September, we started mining, and the numbers look good. I think there are more than 90 millions on the TVL, the total.
Wow!
Value.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and for the trading volume, basically is like 7 million per day. Yeah, but this days is really high, like it's more than 20 millions for the trading volume yesterday. Yeah, and we have calculated the address. So since day one, Dodo launched, there are now there are more than 3,000 addresses that has been trading on Dodo platform. Yeah, so basically they are the data. Yeah, and our so our first liquidity mining program will be finished at the day of the IDO. Yeah, and for this mining tokens, it will be locked up after 7 days after the IDO, and then it will be released linearly. So these LPs can claim their mining tokens per block. Yeah, and after that, we are considering to open a new series of incentives for LP and for traders. Yeah, that is under plan.
Sounds good. Sounds exciting. Congratulations on the progress so far. Can you just? I know you're very busy, as you mentioned, and we're running out of time here. Can you maybe also tell me a little bit about what you mentioned your involvement in the DeFi community in China. What is the kind of what is the sentiment around DeFi in China at the moment?
You mean what are the hot topics in China DeFi market now?
Yeah, and what is the kind of general opinion, I guess, of DeFi in China?
Oh yeah, sure. So actually the OGs, like maybe you are not familiar with their names, yeah, but there are some core people that are really waiting for true innovations for DeFi, yeah, because these days just many forks and copy paste and just manning everything, right? So we are tired with this kind of this innovations of how to put a new food on chain. Yeah, we need a new technical innovations. This is what we are looking for. Yeah, and in another hand, many BTC miners and BTC holders are joining in the mining. And about the users on the centralized exchange, actually, they are suffering a lot because many centralized exchange users, made a huge loss on sushi projects. Yeah, yeah, and so and there are something, other things that the people are interested in, like the NFT and the crypto art. Yeah, is a emerging market in China market. Yeah. But overall, like we are all tired with the forks and the food. Yeah, waiting for some true technical innovations. Yes, and that is why people here really excited for Dodo, because we are like the very very few people in China are doing the technical innovations like our team is doing. Yeah, so people are really excited to see what works we will offer to the market. Yeah, and they are happy that Dodo is building a global market where the Chinese market and the Western market is really balanced. We have both side supporters. Yeah, and that is very proud for our team. Yeah, so I think the next step is the DeFi bubbles will be smaller and some true innovations from the technical side will be saw by the DeFi followers.
And I know we're almost out of time. What would you say is what technical innovations are you most excited about? If you can't say liquidity pools.
Yeah, I think it's algorithm the liquidity. Yeah, because our final goal is to have the best liquidity on chain, and that is even better than any other centralized exchange. So the DeFi world will finally have the ability to do the pricing for the crypto assets. So any kind of that innovations will make the answer closer to the final solution. I think that is something worth to working on.
Interesting. I just have, I guess, two very quick kind of questions to ask you. If you had to say yes or no, do you think ETH 2.0 staking will come out this year?
What is staking?
Do you think ETH staking will come out this year?
Maybe in November or maybe not. Yeah, not sure, but I hope it is quick. Yeah, I hope that. Yeah, but not sure.
Honest answer. And if you had to describe DeFi in one word, what would it be?
One word for DeFi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Freedom.
Good one. And I guess the very last point would be what does DodoX need sort of help with the most right now? You mentioned you're building your community. Is it what would you kind of what would your call to action be to potential community members?
You mean what kind of help that we need?
Yeah, what does DodoX sort of need help with the most from its community?
Yeah, we need understanding. Yeah, because the first one is we are doing something that no one is doing, right? New algorithm and a new product. So I do hope our community members can read our docs and articles and understand what is PMM and how Dodo works. Yeah, that will be super helpful. Yeah, that will make our governance come here quicker. Yeah, and another thing is for every innovations at the very first phase, few people understand that, and we will face the loneliness that not many people understand. We will face like the misunderstanding, like maybe people will think we are not doing the right things, yeah, and we will face the prejudice, right? Because we are both we are young people, right? And it's an Asian team, yeah, and it's not very most of the DeFi teams are based like in USA or in the Europe, yeah, but we are based in Beijing. Yeah, it's very that makes our different
uphill battle.
Yeah. So I think we need more understanding. Yeah, but I can understand if other people don't understand us. Yeah, so just need more time to make things come true. Yeah, and let more people benefit from that. And get ready to face the loneliness, the misunderstanding, and the prejudice. But I think there will always a lot of supporters behind us, as you can see in our Telegram, Discord, and WeChat rooms. We are encouraged by these fans every day. So we are really excited to build these things with all of our supporters.
I mean, I'm sure you'll do great, and thank you so much again, Dai from DodoX for taking the time, and I wish you the best of luck. And I'm definitely looking forward to the token sale myself as well.
Oh, really? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thanks for your time, and so thanks for this interview. It's really a happy talk. I just practice my English again with you. Thank you for that.
Don't worry, you did great. Thank you. Have a great day.
Talk later. Bye-bye.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking. I hope you're ready to reimagine finance after the year 2020.
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Weak Hands. Yard, that hits close to home. Weak hands. People who can't handle the tension and sell their crypto holdings for a cheap USD price. The ultimate coin. When it's going down, actually making its price even lower. When it's rebounding, they got cut. Strong hands hold their crypto for life, matey.
Hi everyone, I'm Arthur and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today I have with me Sarabis from Band Protocol, Oracle platform that's made a meteoric rise this year. So excited to learn more about Band Protocol and all things Oracle. Welcome, Sarabis.
All right, thank you for having me, Arthur.
So, I mean, let's get into it. Can you tell me a little bit about what is Band Protocol and how did you kind of come to where you are today?
For sure. So I guess I started off as an introduction. So my name is Sarabis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Band Protocol. And a short history of myself. I'm an engineer by training. So I did computer science at Stanford for my undergrad. That's when I sort of got into Bitcoin around 2013. When I studied cryptography class, right, with Dan Bonet. And that's how I sort of purchased my first Bitcoin, got together with my other Thai communities. I'm Thai, by the way, if you can tell from my name. So, you know, it was a really small communities back then, right? And all of us were really excited about Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. And so I started off as an investor myself, you know, invested in a lot of these tokens, ICOs back in the day. And while on the side, I was a management consultant for 2 years at BCG. And then in early 2017, that's when I decided that, you know, I really want to pursue blockchain full time. There's a lot more to learn, you know, not just on the investing side, but also on the technical side of things, right? Our industry were really early. I mean, we still were early. And so I got together with my two other co-founders from MIT. They were also into Bitcoin around the same time. And that's when we started this company, Band Protocol, right? And I guess in short, what Band Protocol is we're building a decentralized oracle. What that means is, what an oracle is essentially someone who connect, you know, or provide data in the real world, or essentially off-chain data, right, into blockchain application, you know, smart contract, decentralized applications, so they can utilize it, right? And I guess for a newcomers, if you think about this decentralized application like DeFi, they are just machine, right? There's just like a deterministic machine. You press a button, you get a, you know, some sort of result, right? And because it's a machine, it has no way to access information outside of that machine itself, right? And that machine is essentially a blockchain, right? So what we do is we essentially feed those data into the machine so that it can be, you know, it can run the logics and compute whatever they want to compute, right?
Right. Good explanation. And I guess like we most of us know Chainlink, or we know what oracles are from Chainlink. What is the difference? The main differences between Band Protocol and Chainlink?
Sure. Yeah, that's probably the most often asked question. You know, and to be fair, it's not just Chainlink, right? I think there are many more other Oracle solution in the market as well. I can count, at least 5 to 6 off the top of my head. Not gonna do a direct comparison because again, I think many of us chose really different design. But what makes Dan, I guess, different is that we decide to build our Oracle solution on top of a new chain, right? Essentially, we took a Cosmos SDK, another prominent blockchain project, and built our own band chain based on that, right? And what that does is essentially we have our own specific proof of stake blockchain called band chain, right? So we have validators who essentially stake the band tokens as a collateral to perform work on that network. Right, and that work is essentially 2 things. One, you validate all these transactions to earn block reward, and in addition to that, they act as a data providers. Right, essentially anyone who want to query data, they can write a really flexible Oracle script, right? Almost like a smart contract, but it's really optimized in a sense that you can't build a generic application, but you can ask for data, right? You say, oh, I want price of Bitcoin. I want it from, let's say, 5 data sources: Binance, CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, Crypto Compare, and whatnot. And then you specify how you want to aggregate those data, right, from each of these validators. So most likely people use medianizers. Some may go and say, hey, if the data return different by 1%, reward the transaction, request the data again, right? So we built this really flexible Oracle platforms on top of the Cosmos SDK. And a few differentiating factors than what that really means, right? One, in terms of scalabilities, right? Because our band chain is built specifically just for Oracle. It makes us much more, much faster and more scalable than other oracles. It takes us less than 5-6 seconds to perform one Oracle request. We can pack over 25 data point within just one Oracle request itself, right? So make it much faster, make it much cheaper as well, because we don't need to depend on the underlying blockchain, right? We're based on, let's say, Ethereum, right? As the V1 band, we found a lot of problem with that. Of course, I think a lot of industry players understand that with the gas fee and all that, right? It's become prohibitively expensive, as well as not really user friendly to do that. And that's why all the computation happened on band chain, and we only need to relay just one final result plus the proof, which is essentially the verification to the destination blockchain, right? And that make it much faster, much cheaper for a lot of these applications that require a lot more data point and update much more frequently.
Right. And does that mean, so if you guys have built your own blockchain, does that mean that who is the, I guess, like the target user of your Oracle then? Does that mean that I would be, so you're built on the Cosmos using Cosmos SDK, right? Does that mean that it's more or less focused on other Cosmos chains, or what's the relationship like there?
Right. So actually, we are blockchain agnostic, right? In the sense that all the computation happen on band chain, but the final result can be sent to any destination blockchain, right? Including Ethereum's, including Polkadot, Solana. There's other layer 1 that are coming to market. And what we do is essentially we build these bridges across multiple blockchain, right? Clearly, yes, if we need to answer the need for a Cosmos-based solutions, it's easier for us, given that the relayer is much easier to do, right? But right now, we already built a lot of bridges to all this layer 1, including Ethereum's, Icon, Waves, Tron, and Binance Smart Chain, and many more in the future as well that are in the work. Because I mean, for us, we're in the view that we don't need to bet on any single layer 1. We do think that, of course, respectfully, Ethereum is by far number 1. We are working with a lot of DeFi and other application on top of Ethereum's. But at the same time, you're also seeing a lot of these legitimate layer 1 that are building with a more scalable architecture. So we want to make sure we are there to address all the needs, because I mean, you think about Oracle, it's a middleware protocol, right? Almost like an infrastructure level. If Oracle is endable and wearable in all these different blockchain, it makes developer experience much easier and faster because they don't need to maintain their own architectures, and they can decentralize that from day 1.
Right. And and I guess you mentioned that gas prices have gone sort of through the roof, and it's turned kind of operators and developers and builders in the on Ethereum. It's turned their lives kind of upside down. Does that let's say if I'm an Ethereum based developer, does the fact that Band is its own blockchain, but I can still use Band via the relayer, does that mean that Band is actually more gas efficient then as well? Is it more efficient for me to use Band even though it's through the relayer?
Yeah, for sure. That's right. I mean, if you think about it, let's say this whole process, right? Usually what it means is somebody asks the data request. Let's say 10, 20 data validators go fetch the data, report each of that data back on chain. And then all those, let's say, imagine 5 data sources from 20 validators, those 100 data points are then being computed with the aggregated contract before being put out into the final result. If everything happened on Ethereum's, imagine that. That's almost 20, 25 transactions just to get to one final result, right? And we all know how much that costs and how slow that is. But imagine this, right? All the middle part where the all the computation, all the data requests, all the data aggregating methods happen on Band chain, and then just one final result is submitted on Ethereum's. That saves a lot of gas costs. That saves a lot of efficiencies, right? And not to say that it's not expensive, it still is, but at least it saves a significant amount of gas on that. And at the same time, we are our team is actively researching for way to continuously optimize gas costs, like optimistic rollup and other methods that people are talking at the moment. So quite optimistic, no pun intended, but we can optimize a lot of these costs going forward. Yeah.
Sounds like you have a favorite and the running for the level 2s as well.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I think we're testing multiple solutions.
Got it. I mean, it sounds like especially given what's going on in Ethereum, that the essentially an independent chain is sort of that the strategy is paying off. Have you also has this resulted in you guys seeing considerable kind of interest from developers then, given that I don't actually know how much gas do like fully Ethereum based contracts even use? It's something that doesn't really get like talked about that much. How does like querying an oracle for its price, how does it work, and how much do you kind of pay, and who even pays, and how much to you? Have you guys seen sort of, I guess, like increased traction from that side while being so much more competitive?
Yeah, for sure. On Ethereum, right? I mean, if you look at one transaction to request data, some of the on-chain oracle that we see can go up to like even $200, $300 per request, right? And that's insane. Wow. Given that if you want to update, let's say every 10 minutes, right? It becomes really expensive to maintain that architecture. I mean, if you look at gas station and you look at the top 10 of people using gas, I can bet you that top 2, I mean, at least 2 of 10 oracle solution, right? And that's really expensive. Right now, a question of who actually pay for it. Of course, I mean developers and people who maintain the apps. There are 2 ways to do that, right? Either they subsidize the users, or actually pass this on to user itself, right? In the form of some sort of taxation, either that a direct gas fee on top of the transaction, or they aggregate it and then obviously use that to pay for the gas, right? What we see though is that obviously a lot of people don't want to pay the full cost of that. Right? And that's when network effect is quite big and important, in the sense that if you think about this price fee, it's like a public good, it's a public commodities. If we put it on chain, anyone can consume it, right? So that means the more projects are utilizing it, the more projects are using this reference price feed, the more cost that can be shared among different projects, right? Let's say price of ETH can be shared among 5 different projects, so then it ends up costing just 10% of the actual cost or something like that, right? So that we have been seeing the different dynamic with different companies, but of course this is a lot more centralized than most people like, because then it means that us or a company has to sort of coordinate between this, right? But I mean, I'm not a dreamer. I don't think we're going to be fully decentralized from day one. It's going to take a while to get there. So hopefully, over time, then that can happen.
Absolutely. And And I think like so today most of the oracles or like most of the data, if not all, that is provided by the oracles is it's still crypto related data. Is the reason simply because that's the only one that there's demand for, or is there is there some other reasons why, for example, there's less data around like stocks, bonds, commodities, and some, I don't know, more exotic stuff.
Sure. I think I think we are seeing much more diverse crypto data requests now. The reason why most people talk about crypto related data is just simply because lending protocol market, money market protocol is probably in the spotlight in the past couple of months or year, right? With Compound, with Maker, with Aave, right? Most of these is basically utilize crypto related data. And I mean, even with synthetics, where they talk about price of stock, most of the usages now, you look at it as just as USD or synthetics crypto asset, right? So that means most of the use cases so far center around that. Now going forward in the next couple of months and years, we actually do see a lot more projects working on at their DeFi related theme, like the synthetic token derivative of the real asset. And so yeah, we have seen a lot increasing demand for that, like stock prices, bond, ETF, these commodities. It would take much longer because obviously if we talk about those product, right, those type of product, it target much more mainstream users, and that's gonna take a while to get there, right? Whereas crypto related product, of course, you have crypto native like us who actually utilize the product already, so that's why you see that. But yeah, Oracle, I mean, we are seeing that, and I think by next few months, some of this actually will come to a production level almost. And so yeah, that is that stock price, and beyond that, I think a lot of gaming started to come into play, and most people don't really talk about that. Like for example, random number generators, right? Most people don't realize that a lot of the random number generators can be fed with Oracle, right? Because obviously you can't do that in a deterministic way. You can't do that with without Oracle, essentially, right? And that is involved in everything from betting, gambling, to let's say even a normal game where you want to reward some users in a random way, right? And like you kill some monster, you get some random items, right? Almost every aspect of this game will require some sort of random number generators, and that actually will generate quite a lot of revenue to a lot of these Oracle services, given that the frequencies of requests much higher than the lending protocol and whatnot.
Oh, really? Wow. So I didn't know that so it's not possible to generate a truly random number like as a game on chain then that I would need that. Oh wow, okay.
It's almost impossible, right? Because I mean even with the concept of random number generators, it's never random, right? Everything is pseudo random, right? And if that pseudo random actually seed from some information, it has to seed from somewhere, essentially originate from some information. If you rely on those information purely from blockchain data, somebody will fund run you. Anyone can fund run you, like miners, people who have knowledge of that. It's really easy to game. So then it becomes really difficult to do that. And that's why you need to feed data from outside blockchain to seed some of these pseudo random algorithms, right? Or have some way to have some sort of like commit reviews mechanisms to make sure it's close to 100% as random as it gets.
Wow, interesting. And I guess, and where are you guys at with Band today? What are the most kind of exciting developments or features that you're looking forward to yourself or that you're working on?
Right. So right now, I mean, you've been following us. We've been working with a lot of partners across different chain, waves and the icon. Each of these have a lot of application under them, like stablecoin, other lending products. We are supporting all of them. We are moving also toward Ethereum as well. Most recently, we worked with Loopring, one of the biggest DEX. And most recently, we also just integrate with Phantom. Also pretty cool. I really like the team. They're working on a lot of the different DeFi products across different ecosystem. Also as well by Andre, the god of DeFi right now. And so we've been really busy optimizing for two things. One, securities. Obviously, now that a lot of products or the apps are using us at a protocol level, we need to make sure we are 100% secure, right, and not prone to attack. And two, again, optimizing gas and usages. So we've been working really hard in creating this standard data set so that a lot of these newer or decentralized finance can start utilizing us without us having to handhold them, right? Because previously we need to sort of need to handhold them, do all the integration, and we work quite closely with our partners. But to make sure we are scalable, we've been working with over 20 plus projects, and so we need to make sure that standard data set is secure, live, and economically viable. So that's been our focus in the past few months. We are really excited. It should come to production really, really soon. And so yeah, in the next few months, going to be all about adoptions. Going to be working on a number of different products, not just money market. As I said, synthetic tokens, derivative, perpetual swap, and other swap products. I think those are quite exciting for us.
I mean, yeah, indeed. Sounds like you guys have had so far definitely, and are still having a pretty crazy year. And,
yeah, that's right.
So something I forgot to ask before. So you mentioned validators and the important role they play in the network. Can anyone become a validator, or how does that work?
Right. So our blockchain is fully permissionless, right, and decentralized. Anyone can become our validators by running, a band chain node, right? What they require is they have to have band tokens, right? And they stake that band token. So this is actually similar to Cosmos. If you stake the band token, then you have 21 days withdrawal period, so you can withdraw immediately. But in return, obviously, you need to you get the block reward as well as the QE fee. So anyone who QE the data, this data got split among all these band chain validators, right? The only requirement, obviously, you need to have uptime, and you don't double sign and don't act maliciously. Otherwise, you risk of losing, your band token at stake, right? There is indirect penalties, direct slashing. There has been incident where some of the nodes actually got slashed by 5%, as much as 5% of their holding. And obviously there are indirect penalties in the sense that if you try to game the system, provide wrong data, it can jeopardize the band system. And obviously these validators have millions and millions of dollars of band at stake. So we try to make sure it's at the protocol level, they're economically incentivized not to attack and become, just be a good actor, right, in providing the data. So yeah, anyone can do that. We have a lot of communities, validators, who join us early on as band supporters. We have band Jedi running the nodes and a lot of that. So quite excited. And we're looking to expand all these validators to make sure it's as decentralized as possible.
Right. And how is the recent kind of, so I know that as a I can also stake my tokens to other validators, right? And earn a more like a double-digit APY on this. How has the kind of the recent trends in triple and quadruple digit APYs being the standard? How has that impacted your kind of protocols staking levels?
Right. Yeah, I think that's really funny, right? You brought that up. Yeah, we thought double-digit APY was pretty good until a few months.
Pretty good, to be honest. I mean, it's very good.
Yeah, until like last month, I guess that thing changed. Actually, the thing is, I think short answer is we don't see any impact right now. In fact, right now we are at an all-time high in terms of the number of tokens being bonded. Almost 85% of the entire network is actually being staked. And I think reason for that is twofold. One, I think people who stake are taking a much longer term view of the projects or being participated in the network, right? As opposed to people who are farmers that tend to be much more short terms and speculators. So I think that's one major difference, right? And of course, number two, again, because of that nature of short term of the being a farmer, if you want to unstake band to go farm those tokens, you need to wait 3 weeks, and God knows what can happen in 3 weeks in those APY, right? So I think that's why we don't see any withdrawal. If people want to farm with band, they usually buy it on the secondary market and then use that to farm, right? So I think we see really two different profile and group of validator or people who stake and earn this APY, and not to mention risk, right? I mean, the risk of staking in band and earn 2 digits, as opposed to the risk of putting in an unaudited smart contract to chase those GUs. I think that's a really different story.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it sounds like you guys have done a good job of positioning yourself. I know you're super busy. Just a couple more sort of questions I'd love to hear your view on. kind of, we spoke a lot about, what's been going on, especially in the couple of months. What are you personally in DeFi most excited about and least excited about? You can start with either.
Sure. I think for me, the most exciting things is, other innovation in other area, not just lending protocol, right? As I mentioned, derivative is one of the bet that I'm quite excited about, because that's where the real mass adoption may happen, right? My mom and my dad are not going to buy BTC, collateralize it, borrow some USD, and do that, right? But what's more likely gonna happen is my mom want to buy Apple stock, but it's really difficult and really expensive to do that in Thailand. And some of these products have a way to do that, right? If we're able to represent some of that on blockchain, create a good fiat on ramp, because some of the banks here in Thailand and in Asia and around the world are much more open to that now. That can create a truly global permissionless financial system, right? So I'm really excited on that. It's going to take a longer term, of course, to that adoption. But if that happens, that's when we can say truly, there are some real value created outside of just crypto native folks, right? That's number one. Number two, I think a different kind of swap product, right? We see perpetual swap as one of the main, I guess having the highest volumes in terms of tradings. Right, and I'm quite excited to see more of that, not just decentralized perpetual swap, but credit swap, interest rate swap, even impermanent loss swap. Some of this derivative product that allows people to hedge, allow people to create much more complex financial products. I'm quite excited on that. And the DeFi space is huge, and obviously Oracle will be there. So I'm just here to explore multiple design options. Yeah, I'm quite bullish on that.
And least excited about?
Least excited about, I would say controversially, yield farming, because again, I don't think it's sustainable, right? I think it's a good way to incentivize users in the short term, but I guess you already see that with some of the recent yield farming pool, right? Once you run out of buyers, once you run out of that APY will come down. People will withdraw funds. There's no loyalties. So I think I think it's way overhyped in terms of yield farming. What is more important is how do we learn from this, and decide a much more sustainable way to actually reward users, to actually use the product and actually in love with the product, right? I mean, it's no different than issuing a free coupon to some users and they never come back, right? You don't want to do that. You want to make sure you incentivize them to use the product, love the product, and come back to use it, and have a way to long-term, essentially create value for them, right? So yeah, I think I'm not really fond of these short-term games, and I hope that in the next few months somebody will crack a better incentive program.
Well, fingers crossed. I appreciate the honesty. Two more kind of, I guess, very quick fire questions I'd love to get your opinion on. So yes or no, do you think ETH staking will come out this year?
Wait, sorry, you break up. Can you repeat that again?
Yes or no, do you think ETH staking will come out this year?
No.
And if you had to describe DeFi in one word, what does it mean to you?
In one word? Huh.
Yeah.
That's really difficult.
Take your time.
DeFi in one word. I'd say open. Yeah, open mission. Yeah. Yeah, I think for me that's important. Actually, going back to the last question on what I'm not excited about, or what I don't get, is actually the NFT, where people are talking about that right now on crypto Twitter. That I don't get. So yeah.
Where did that even come from? I don't get it. Like, I
have no idea. I think the meme token was pumping, and I have no idea. I don't get it. I don't have time to dig into that right now as well. So again, not an informed decision. I don't have much information on it. So.
Got it. All right. I know you're super busy. Thank you so much for taking the time. This has been a great conversation. Saravis from Band Protocol. Have a great day.
No worries. Thank you so much for having me. Cheers.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Zach Seward, managing editor, at CoinDesk. Zach, thanks so much for joining me.
Hey, Yona, what's up, man? How you doing?
Very good. Now, first, give our viewers a little background about kind of who you are and how you got into this blockchain world.
All right, fair question. So I am just a journalist. I'm just a journalist by trade. So I grew up in San Francisco. Went to college in Chicago, kept moving east, got into public television, PBS here in the States, PBS NewsHour, worked as a scrub, as a lowly production assistant, getting people's coffee and printing scripts and doing research and stuff like that. Decided I'd roll the dice to go to grad school, went to J school for a year in New York, did that, focused on public radio there actually. So came out of J school and landed a reporting job in the NPR system up in lovely Rochester, New York, upstate, snowy, good times. Did that for a couple years, got a similar radio reporting job at the Philadelphia outpost of NPR, did that for a couple years. Then I segued over to the online side and became an editor at a local tech news site called Technically that did a lot of great work looking at tech scenes through the lens of place. So, you know, tech communities in Philadelphia and Brooklyn and DC were kind of popping in the early 2010s, and we kind of covered that as the paper of record. By way of my work there in Brooklyn, at our Brooklyn site, we ended up covering a lot of consensus and Ethereum early on. So that was sort of my first taste of the crypto reporting beast. And then one thing led to another. A colleague that I had worked with at Technically had since gone to CoinDesk, and they were looking to scale up their editing ranks. Put me in touch with with my boss at the time, and things worked out. So I've been there since November 2018, which is like 20 years in crypto years. I'm a grizzled vet, and I manage a team of 5 reporters, and we do all sorts of great reporting day in, day out on this crazy world that we call crypto.
For sure. I mean, it definitely is wild. We're going to get into all of that. You mentioned, though, side point that you worked at NPR in Rochester. Is that where they do the Tiny Desk concerts? I
wish, man. That's in DC. That's in the mothership. I never made it up to the mothership level. I know, I missed out. Like there's some Tiny Desk concerts that are like near and dear to my heart, but I never got to witness one in person, unfortunately.
Does crypto have a similar thing? You know, in the CoinDesk offices, do you have, I don't know, Vitalik coming through and writing out some shit on the whiteboard?
That would be crazy. We should do that. We should do like a CoinDesk Tiny Desk, Coin Tiny Desk. That's smart. I don't know. It'd have to be something fun. Like, I don't know. We could do like a music series. Yeah, we're in the process of building out a new office and a new studio. So, you know, I'm gonna pitch that. You might get a residual check if that.
Okay, I don't know how musically inclined the crypto sphere is. Maybe stay away from the singing. I don't know. Maybe like small hackathons. It's kind of tough to plug it in here.
I mean, Vitalik rapping that one time at whatever DevCon that was. Have you seen that video? I mean, that's a classic.
Awesome.
We could do devs like freestyle, like devs just freestyling, and it just it'd be cool.
Listen, people are talking about how we get mass adoption. I guarantee watching a bunch of tech nerds try to rap battle, I think that's mass adoption right there.
Just bars on bars on bars. It'd be I'm into it. All right, this is a good idea. Tiny Desk CoinDesk edition. We'll do it.
All right. Well, now that we're speaking about CoinDesk, and you mentioned that you did come originally from traditional media, that now you're kind of working in the crypto news, let's say. What's the state of crypto journalism today? You know, we're always talking, you know, most of our discussions with projects trying to see where the technology is, but where are we on the media end?
Absolutely, great question. Well, it's the thing that I love about the crypto news sector is just how competitive it is, right? Like, you know, crypto never sleeps 24/7. People are dying for information that is accurate, like unfair, like unbiased and fair. And, you know, CoinDesk fills that niche in the space, right? Like, you know, we're out here, trying to be the paper of record for an emerging industry. You know, we strongly believe that this is the future of money, and it's worth documenting every step of the way. You know, that includes its fair share of pitfalls, be it scams and other type of nefarious activity. That also includes unpacking these ideas that are actually quite revolutionary. So we try to play that middle ground. We want to be the public sphere. You know, we don't have like an ideological bent in terms of which assets we favor. We want to be that big tent and cover the industry day in, day out. You know, we do consensus every year, which is our big, you know, physical manifestation of that mission, right? You get all the various crypto tribes together in Midtown Manhattan for the span of a few days, and you just talk about what's going on at that moment in time in this really exciting industry. So I think we play that convener role, and I think again, as you know, you see in this market the bull and the bear cycles, right? And I think as we enter potentially a new bull cycle, the interest from mainstream publications is going to tick up, and we hope to be that sort of informed and knowledgeable outlet that goes a little bit deeper than, you know, the New York Times or, you know, Bloomberg, who occasionally dabbles in the space. So remains competitive, remains really interesting. Every day of my job is a fun little race battle game in a great arena of people who just want information to make informed decisions on.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I've sat in a newsroom before, and there's an issue. You know, you only have so many people, so much time to write articles to choose. So you essentially, as an editor, as the newsroom, you have to decide what you're going to cover. And this is an issue that people already recognize with Google, with Facebook, with these tech companies. They recognize that there's an idea of curation of news. That's a little different because they're deciding which news you see, but also, like any news organization with CoinDesk, you have to decide what news you're going to cover. How do you guys decide that? Is it purely by what's hot right then, what you feel is important? How do you guys pick your news sources?
Yeah, that's another great question. It's an art, not a science. So what I would say is that, and it's especially difficult in our space, right? Like it's a high, the barrier to really understanding this stuff is fairly high. So the thing that we try to do at CoinDesk is, we pull the greatest minds in the newsroom. We try to identify the key narratives of that moment. And if there's a particular story or update that fits into that narrative, then it's more times than not, it's an easy yes in terms of coverage, right? So like, documenting the newest automated market maker to emerge into the DeFi space, or documenting the latest efforts to get central bank digital currency off the ground. Those are some of the big topics that we tell in little incremental updates. And what we try to do with every story is to have that kind of zoom out moment, that third or fourth paragraph that tells you, why you should give us the time to engage with this material. Like we owe it to you as a reader. Like we need to make a case for why you should read on. So typically we try to zoom out, provide what we call in the industry the nut graph, which kind of situates this little update in the broader arc of a narrative that we care about. So typically, like if it's a story that is pitched and like you can kind of formulate, you're a reporter, it's in your inbox, you're pitching it to your editor, and you can kind of formulate why you can make the case to a reader that they should care about this, then it's typically a much more easy process for me to assign that and get that out the door. Then something that's like a little fuzzy, that's kind of, the greater importance is not as clear to you on first glance. So I guess that's the thing. Again, we try to, how it is in crypto, like, crypto Twitter is popping off about one thing, it was DeFi yesterday, and well, no, it was DeFi 2 days ago, it's NFTs today, and tomorrow it's going to be something else entirely. So it's always hard to try to keep up, but we like to try to plant a flag early and like, own the narratives as they emerge.
Well, it's got to be really interesting covering this particular industry and field, because when you look at the traditional, let's say, financial world, or even just the traditional news, there's a clear differentiation between, let's say, hard, real political and financial news, and then lighter, softer celeb news and gossip. But it seems like most of the discourse about the real hard finance in cryptocurrencies, the real projects, the real infrastructure, happens over crypto Twitter, over beefs, over spats in public, which in the real world would be considered a gossip news, but at the same time it kind of falls under that hard news. So how do you guys handle that? The combining or covering that weird symbiosis of these two clashing ideas in the sphere.
Yeah, so I mean, the space is defined by big ideas and big personalities, and sometimes that creates big beef. Sometimes you can avoid that beef. Other times you want to unpack it, right? Like oftentimes these are philosophical debates that are worth documenting and unpacking and providing analysis around. We're not going to get into every fight between I'm not going to name names, but we're not going to get into every fight between this guy and that guy. But sometimes it is worth taking the pulse of crypto Twitter, taking the pulse of the conversation, and providing a little bit of informed analysis so that a reader can again drill down to the big ideas that are often at the source of these beefs. Because I think these are big crazy ideas, right? Like this is the future of money. This is like reinvention of how value is transferred and stored, and who has access to those conversations. So people are right to feel passionate about these topics, and if sometimes tempers flare up, they flare up. I mean, we don't want to be the crypto gossip rag. More times than not, we're hoping to deal in substance as opposed to flash. But it is a feature of the space, right? These are big ideas that are being bandied about, and people call each other names. You can watch it unfold on Twitter every day. So it's something that we see, but it's not something we dabble in always. But sometimes, you got to unpack it. You got to say what everyone is talking about and why. And sometimes it's getting down to those big ideas that are at the source of these disagreements in the space.
Well, I mean, like you mentioned, of course, there's major ideas here. Like there are people who are, saying that they are going to revolutionize the financial industry. They're going to revolutionize the way you interact with banks. They're going to revolutionize money. And the industry talks a really, really big talk. And they kind of get to because we let them, because they really are dealing with, you know, such new technology that really does have potential to be very powerful. We're still trying to figure it out, how to make it useful, how to make it scale, how to make it, you know, get adoption. But the backbone, the infrastructure is there to actually, you know, disrupt real industry. But it seems on the journalistic side, things are just same old, same old. You know, if I go to CoinDesk, and it's fine, it's good journalism. I read an article, I get information, but it seems to be going about the same old journalism that's covering the same old technologies. Do you think that this new innovative technology needs new innovative journalism as well?
It's a good question. I think we've seen experiments around it that really haven't clicked just because of some of the adoption issues that we're facing. So I know Civil was sort of like the grandest failed experiment in that arena, right? Like here was a newsroom that was powered by the Civil token. You know, it would give readers a way to engage and sort of have a stake in that newsroom. Again, just like the fact that this is still such a niche industry in terms of, you know, crypto adoption and, you know, people's ability to be conversant in blockchain technology, like it's going to be hard to move that needle when that market isn't quite there yet. So I get what you're saying. And I think like, you know, something that I think news should experiment in our space is sort of like, what's it called? It's like change logs and stuff like that, like just sort of like committing changes to the blockchain or something in a way that is fostering of transparency. You know, more times than not, it's like, you know, an extra space after a period, or like, you know, we spelled someone's name wrong, like horribly misspelled it or something like that. So sometimes more times than not, it's gonna be mundane updates like that. But stuff like that, I think can show that we are, you know, using some of these technologies that we cover day in, day out. And I think it's something that like at CoinDesk, we're mindful of, you know, like me and my colleagues and some of my superiors are very mindful of like, you know, how do we practice what we preach? Like, how do we avoid sort of creating some of like the data honeypots that, you know, traditional news outlets and other web publishers create by like asking for your name and your mom's maiden name and your email and your, you know, the birth certificate of your firstborn child and all that stuff. Like, we don't want to have to do that. So if there's a way that we can play in decentralized identity in a way that, you know, avoid some of the failings of centralized web models, that'd be great. But again, like, I think the Civil story and other experiments so far have showed that it's going to be hard to make that click, right? Like there's like, you know, micro tipping is another great example, right? Like, you know, basic attention token with Brave, right? You can tip publishers for stuff that you know, that you think is valuable. We did a story on that last year, and we ended up actually using one of our business side colleagues as a source, being like, yeah, so like, does this work? Like, how much have we gotten on this? And because we dabbled in it like 3-4 years ago, and it was only something like $5,000. I forget the initial number, but certainly that's not a model that can sustain high quality journalism for the space. So as much as I wish that there could be an easy answer to like tapping into some of the promising decentralized technologies that we cover day in, day out to fund what we do day in, day out, I think for now, yeah, we are pretty traditional in terms of like how we go about, you know, keeping the lights on. So good question. It's definitely something that we're mindful of, and I would be curious, like, I'd be curious actually from your perspective as like an informed observer, like what do you think would be a good space for a news organization like us to dabble in terms of decentralized technologies?
I'm glad you asked, Zach. Thanks so much.
No problem. Anytime. I'm usually on this side of the camera. I'm usually doing the asking. Sorry, you know.
No, cool. I would say this thing. I think you're looking at it totally wrong. You were focused on the business model aspect, which you're right. Until the business world, until the financials and economics catch up, you know, it's going to be tough to make a new journalistic business model. I think that you guys in old journalism and kind of all media could lean on it for the verifying source side. And what do I mean by that? Right now in media, there's a huge issue with fake news. And the issue is not that there is a lot of fake news. There is a lot of fake news. There's a lot of real news. The issue is for the average person who in reality is too lazy to actually just take the 5 minutes to do some research and make sure what he's reading is real news. Because by the way, we both know that's not really the hardest thing to do, but people don't do it. They want it quick, they want it easy. So I do think that here with blockchain and with this idea of a public immutable ledger that everyone could see, there's ability to define in what's real and what's not real, what's real news and what's not real news. I was speaking to the head of research at Chainlink the other day, and he was telling me about, how the power of oracles. Blockchain has a problem. Everything that's on the blockchain, everyone agrees is correct. The problem is, how do you take information that's outside the blockchain and make sure that it's correct you're bringing into the blockchain? That's what oracles do. And so we kind of got talking on this idea for journalism and media, where in that Chainlink Oracle system, the verifiers, the validators, they all say what they think is true or false, and they build a reputation, and they stake their reputation, they stake their coin, they stake whatever. And what you do is you essentially, you're built this decentralized system that incentivizes people to agree on what is the truth. And so you could apply that. I could, I'm not sure exactly the nuts and bolts how to apply that with you guys, but you tell me, if you were given a system, where it allowed not just the community, but it incentivized any player, any actor, to verify what is true, then you could have that check mark, next to what's the true article. Would that not then solve the problem of fake news?
I think it'd be cool, but I think that's ultimately a very human problem, right? Like, Craig Wright is Satoshi Nakamoto. Like, does that get a check or does that get an X? Like, if you asked some adherents of, BSV and others, that would get a check. If you asked others who've looked at other things and some of the courts, you would get an X. So I think there is subjective reality, and I think that would be cool if there was like a Chainlink news oracle that could, be a decentralized like arbiter of truth. But I think there's going to be very few instances in which that would be so tidy, if that makes sense.
Well, it's kind of like Wikipedia. How does Wikipedia do it today? Wikipedia, how do they agree on anything,
Yeah, I mean, they list sources and they have different mods, and different mods are able to say yes or no to whether or not this is adequately sourced, and there's something to be said for that, right? But at the end of the day, unfortunately, you do have to rely on your reader's ability to suss out and weigh. Okay, 3 people said the exact same thing about what happened on Tuesday. That's good enough for me. I believe that to be true. One person says it was totally different, but 3 people says this is what happened. And there is a degree of media literacy that I think the space is missing, right? Like, the cool thing about crypto is a lot of people are self-taught financial experts. There's a lot of self-teaching in the space, self-taught people who build projects in code, self-taught economists essentially, right? So I think there is a degree of self-taught media literacy that's not quite there yet. So oftentimes it's hard to suss out what's true and what's not, and how to help people identify what's likely to be true in instances when it's contested. So I think when we can educate around media literacy, I think it serves us well. There's been a few examples, full disclosure, we were the victim of a major hoax in which one of our reporters thought he was talking to someone from a prominent project that was involved in a prominent lawsuit, and that person was not the person that they said they were. And we retracted that story and wrote a long explanation of how we messed that one up and why. That was a painful experience for us as an organization, but hopefully it was also educational for people in the space to understand how we go about doing what we do. So hopefully the next experience with that isn't as painful, but other opportunities to educate about how media does its job within this space and more broadly, I think is super important, and we could probably be doing more of that, honestly.
Well, I mean, if you're speaking about people understanding how media works and how media does its job, we're still dealing with the advertiser model. Most of these journalistic outlets, unless you're the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and you could get by on a subscription-based model, you're going to be ad-based model. And ad-based model just means get as many eyeballs to your website as possible, to your article. So how do you guys fight that? How do you guys balance that idea of, we just want to get as many eyeballs with a clickbait as possible, but also balance that with, hey, we want to tell a story, and even an important story that might not be the most exciting story?
Yeah, I mean, so for good and bad, the majority of our revenue comes from events. So like ads have been a smaller part of our pie for a long time. For a long time, ads were, so back in the day, like ads were on the site. We had programmatic ads. They were terrible. Everyone hated them. You know, we turned off ads for a long period of time. We just turned ads on like last week again. So, but there's been a period of about a year where we didn't have any online ad revenue at all. The way that we make most of our money is by organizing events that people, you know, well, again, that companies pay to attend and demo at booths on the floor of the New York Hilton. So as that relates to our readers, what I like to think is that creates a higher degree of like engagement threshold, right? Like you have to really give a shit about us and what we're doing day in, day out to like plunk down some money and go to New York and attend an event to learn something, meet new people, and hopefully come out ahead in whatever aspect you desire. So, you know, I think that events-based models tend to be a little bit more honest in that regard. You know, if we were just an entirely ad-based thing and we were sort of incentivized to pump out trash that got clicks, I think it would be a different conversation. I'm glad I don't work for an organization that does that. I mean, that's not really the mindset. I think what we see is that, you know, reputation is still the top currency in media, whether that's in crypto or elsewhere. Like I remember a couple of years ago, there was a report that came out about pay to play in crypto. And I was really happy that the place that I was just about to leave my old job to go work for was not on that list. So, you know, that stuff still plagues the industry. You know, people basically bribing editors and organizations to run favorable stories about their projects so they can pump their token and then like dump it on someone suspecting like retail user down the road. We're not part of that picture, which is fantastic. Like, you know, I come from a very traditional journalism background. Like my boss comes from a very traditional journalism background from American Banker, another niche, you know, financial publication. So we sort of are old media in that regard, right? Like we kind of like that. It's kind of a point of pride. Like, you know, we cover without fear of favor, and you know, getting eyeballs on the site to get ad revenue for us would be like a losing strategy every time, and it wouldn't work. So for us, it's about like building as much currency around reputation and trust, and like you know, providing good service day in, day out, and you know, hopefully that leads to like an event attendee down the road, or at the very least, it leads to an engaged reader who, you know, trusts that we're getting it right 99 times out of 100. So I guess that's my thoughts on the matter.
And, you know, there's, you know, you say you come from traditional media and traditional journalism. And I think it's a very, I mean, obviously I don't want to toot my own, like, you know, my own horn, but I think journalism is a very underrated field, not just of getting out information, but the way that you write it, especially written journalism, the way you write it could really add tremendous value and engagement to an article. So in your opinion, who's the most underrated journalist covering crypto today? And I'd prefer you not go in-house and choose a CoinDesk person, but if you have to,
I'm contractually obligated to shout out my colleagues. I can't not give my teammates some love. I'll start in-house and then I'll go out of house. I mean, I love my team. I have like a Swiss Army knife team. I have like Brady Dale, who's just an amazing man at explaining complex topics. I have Lee Quinn, who is just amazing at finding great stories and telling them in compelling, well-sourced ways. I have Ian Allison, who is just like, you know, the enterprise whisperer who can like find the big scoops that no one wants to tell yet and get that on the page in a way that is sourced accurately. I have Nate DiCamillo, who just comes from like a traditional, you know, again, from an American Banker, comes from a traditional finance reporting background and is really strong at what he does. I lost my guy, Will Foxley, who was doing a lot of coverage around decentralized protocols and DeFi and all that good stuff. He was on Ethereum developer calls, you know, finding that juice week in, week out. So, you know, that's a team that I have come to really respect and admire. I've learned so much from them over these last 2 years. Outside of us, who am I going to even shout out to? Let's see. You know, I think she blurs the line between advocacy and solid reporting sometimes, but I would say that Cami Russo at the Defiant is doing really interesting work around the Ethereum ecosystem. She's definitely a part of that community, but holds it accountable in a way that I admire and respect. I think that her work is strong. I'm gonna give a quick shout out to FinTech Frank Chaparro over at The Block. I think he's really well sourced and good at what he does. I like hanging out with him when I see him. I like giving him shit on Twitter every once in a while. And then, I mean, yeah, those are the folks that come to mind. I think, trying to think who else. You know, someone I really like actually is the folks at the New York Times. I'm blanking on her name right now. Dang it. She wrote the story where it was like everyone's getting rich, but everyone's getting hilariously rich, and you're not.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on her name. Anyway, she's a fantastic. She's just a fantastic tech writer who like finds really great stories and dabbles in crypto and blockchain every once in a while. I'm gonna remember her name and I'm gonna just like shout it out in a little bit. But top dog though, yeah, CoinDesk is tops, man. We know what's going on. Like Brady, Lee, Ian, Nate, Will, the whole squad. I take them over everyone else.
And now that we spoke about journalism enough that everyone stopped watching. Now that we're just me and you here. Now just me and you here. I'd love to get your thoughts on DeFi. You know, there's just two guys shooting the shit. I'd love to get your thoughts on DeFi here. You know, right now, you know, obviously DeFi as a concept, decentralized finance, holds tremendous potential to, you know, bank the classic, you know, keywords, bank the unbanked, and open up finance to everyone. A lot of people like to call it open finance, but that's not mainly what the main use cases for DeFi we've seen over the past month, 2, 3. It's been speculative yield farming. What's your take on yield farming and as a whole?
Well, I think DeFi is pretty cool, and I think the secret sauce of DeFi is the ability to use your crypto assets without spending your crypto assets, and that's always been to me. It's like, you know, it's killer use case, right? And I think even before yield farming, it really was about borrowing money to make crazy bets on the markets, right? Like without a doubt, like these are, you know, well-capitalized players within the crypto industry who are taking out loans. You know, they're committing assets to a platform. They're getting another set of assets in return. And more times than not, they're putting those assets to play in the market with the expectation that their return on whatever that asset is big enough to pay off whatever they need to pay on their loans. So as much as I would love for DeFi to be a story about, you know, my brother getting a car loan, or like, you know, my folks refinancing their home mortgage, it's just not that yet. I mean, we may get there one day, and I think that'd be cool. But so far, as is the case with most things in crypto, it's just a vehicle for for speculating on price movement. So I think yield farming like is a little bit more democratic, right? Like I think like there is the ability for, you know, smaller yield farmers to like, you know, get out ahead in this space. I think it's still predominantly a whales game, but yield farming to me is maybe a more democratic form of like speculating on crypto assets than what DeFi had traditionally provided. So in that respect, I think it's interesting. You know, we're certainly thinking about our usage of the term governance token right now. I mean, more times than not, I think growth token would probably be the more accurate way to describe these things. Free money, you know, people respond to free money. So when we see these things pop off, you know, now almost on a weekly basis, it's really people responding to incentives. And it's been interesting to track over this summer of DeFi. You know, it feels like Compound just happened last week. It was like, you know, in June 15th, where I remember it fondly. But ever since Compound came on the scene, there's just been this waterfall of innovation that you know, gets people in the door and doing things on these crazy platforms.
I mean, well, for sure. I mean, if you look at it, you mentioned this governance token and kind of how you want to call it growth token. I kind of want to get your thoughts on that there, because especially once SushiSwap, you know, kind of forked off of Uniswap and added a governance token and got all that value, you know, migrated over very quickly. The copycats came, and now it seems, whereas up until that point, with yield farming, I would have said, you know, people tried to compare it to the ICO boom, but I would always say, no, these are separate things, because with the ICO boom, you're kind of, you know, promising the grand value of this token where it doesn't yet have value. And with yield farming, it's not doing that yet until it is. You know, now with the governance token, it essentially, like you said, it's incentives to get people to provide liquidity there. but it's still more often than not, there is no value to that governance token yet. And so it's speculation on the speculation, which is incentivizing on the speculation. And so is there a danger now that now with this, that besides the good that SushiSwap has brought, because, drove Uniswap to innovate, but is there now a danger that this could once again kind of spiral out of control into just pure spamminess with everyone forking governance tokens, giving out governance tokens, and presenting it as something it's not?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the concept of governance sounds so high-minded. It's like like this council of elders, like sitting around the table, governing the future of this grand experiment. And there is something to be said for that, right? Like Compound and the Comp token, I think, was well-intentioned in that regard, right? Like let's write ourselves out of the equation. Compound Finance, Compound Labs, whatever the entity name was, forget it. We're talking to you guys the keys. You call the shots. Subsequently, I think that vision has been lost, right? Like these tokens do provide the ability to govern these protocols going forward, but by and large, that is not what they're being used for at this point. Maybe one day, maybe 5 years from now, it's a healthy community of people making decisions in a Discord and voting their tokens accordingly, and I think that would be great. But as it stands now, I think there's certainly a big carrot for people to dump crypto assets into these platforms. So and again, we've seen some of the scamminess already. I think there's been a few reported exit scams. Certainly the whole drama around SushiSwap and Chef Nomi was an interesting one to cover. But again, these are interesting ideas. At its core, these are interesting ideas. How do you govern a protocol without having to trust a central body of decision makers? And I think we're gonna see some ugly failures along the way, but if we can kind of keep sight of that big picture in mind, it's certainly going to be a story that's going to continue to be worth covering, despite whatever scamminess we may encounter in getting there. So I try to keep that in mind when we're covering some of these new projects, right? Like here, this is a growth token at this stage, but down the road, this may be a fantastic example of how human organizations can coalesce and organize themselves more efficiently. Right now, we're definitely not there. Right now, that's definitely not what's happening. I just want to make that clear. But the vision is there, and we may see one or two of these things actually work.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that you're starting to call them growth tokens, and I saw even in some of the articles on CoinDesk, you start referring to them as growth tokens. That's an editorial decision. I mean, that's you guys are deciding to take the narrative that these projects are putting out and kind of shift it into your own narrative that it is a growth token and not a governance token. Now, I kind of agree with what you're saying, but what is your journalistic duty there? Do you have to, every time you write growth token, write in parentheses governance token, or vice versa? What is your responsibility as a journalist here to put in your own opinion on what these are?
Well, a journalist's primary constituency is always their readers. So we're under no obligation to, say what you say a thing is. You call a dumb thing some dumb thing. We're not obligated to call it that dumb thing. Like if you call a dog a cat and it's clearly a dog, like that doesn't serve my readers to further confuse and obfuscate that truth that it's a dog. So I think certainly in these early stages, as these terms get kind of pulled out of thin air, like governance token just kind of became the thing. Like ICO was the thing, and then ICO was the bad word, and you couldn't say ICO. You had to say like token offer, token sale, or you had to dance around this this boogeyman. So I think we're in the business of providing for our readers not like we don't want to shit on the idea of governance token. Like we don't want to be like, oh, that's dumb, that's some stupid thing. But we do want to be like an honest broker who can be like, hey, it's called a governance token, but for all intents and purposes, at this stage, it's a growth token. It's an incentive. It's an airdrop. So I think you're right. Like I think in the early part of like figuring out what this language is, we need to drop the clues along the way. A governance token, which functionally serves as a growth token for this project. A similar analogy for me actually was, do you remember when like Airbnb like convinced everyone to call it the sharing economy? It was like Uber came out and like Lyft came out and it's like the sharing economy. We're all sharing. It's great. And then, you know, later the language evolved where it became the gig economy or the 1099 economy that represented some of the trade-offs that were inherent to this weird, messed up system of allocating labor. So, you know, journalists bought hook, line, and sinker sharing economy for like maybe 2 years more than they should have, right? And now you see this whole underclass of people who are scraping to get by on various gigs. Now they're right to call it the gig economy. So I think, to me, like that's the process that we're just now beginning to see with this concept of governance tokens and other concepts in this space. You know, we're trying to suss out what is spin from these projects, sharing economy, versus what is reality, gig economy. So I see it as a similar process. Hopefully we'll be ahead of the curve on it. We could be proven wrong. Like there could be another term that comes along that ultimately sticks. But it's worth thinking about how we deploy language in covering these concepts, so as to not favor one side of or the other when we're explaining these things.
That makes perfect sense. It's a sharing economy. I'm sharing a goods and service with you, and you're sharing currency back for me. We're sharing. Sharing is caring. Baby.
We're sharing. I'm sharing my car with you. You're paying me like $3 to drive like 50 miles, but we're sharing it. We're sharing at this moment. Like
we're just
it just
friends.
obscures that economic relationship. Yeah, we're just friends. We're just picking you up, man. I just saw you on the phone. I'm like, what's up? Let's go hang. Let's go for a ride. What do you want to listen to?
Yeah, no, I applaud. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. I applaud, you know, when journalists do call out the bullshit. You know, that is spit forth by the people who it makes sense for. You know, so now let's just talk about, you know, we have a couple minutes left. Let's just talk about, you know, the latest headlines over the past couple of days. You know, one of the big ones that I think probably finally gets a pickup in the crypto sphere and in traditional media is that leaking of FinCEN documents. So thousands of FinCEN documents leaked that exposed to the ridiculous extent that traditional financial system is used for money laundering in the trillions of dollars. That is 999 billion plus another. For those who don't understand the magnitude of money laundering that's going on, when we get events like these, where it's relevant to both the crypto sphere and the traditional media, does this present? Do you approach those stories any differently than if it's just a crypto story?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have to figure out where we can enter the conversation smartly and in a way that's true to our audience. And I think this story is a fantastic example. There's a couple ways you can go about it. The one you mentioned, just like, you know, exposing sort of the sheer might of this operation in the traditional finance system. But I think another really interesting, you know, story here that may ring true with a crypto audience, and you know, I'm testing this on you. You're my beta test here. You know, this idea of just the vast reams of personal data that were also compromised here, right? Like, you know, for me to get a loan or for me to do anything in this world, I have to provide all sorts of data about who I am and what I'm doing. The cool thing about DeFi and other things in the crypto sphere is that I just need a wallet address. You know, you could I could borrow $1 million on Compound, and like if my wallet address is there and if I have the assets that algorithm thinks like makes it worth their risk, then we can do that. So I think, you know, along with the money laundering stuff, like there's certainly like a decentralized identity angle that, you know, that might be something that we would be capable of entering into the broader discourse. And I think that's always what we try to think about. Like what's the CoinDesk angle on this? You know, we increasingly see ourselves as being in conversation with these bigger stories in the world of finance, but we can't just be a rehash of what Bloomberg did yesterday, right? So we have to find an angle that is additive, like that adds value to the conversation. And I think the thing around decentralized identity may be something that you'll see from us in the next couple of days.
And you mentioned this idea of, you know, not just rehashing but adding value. And at the beginning of the story, you said how you guys just redid your studio. I'm assuming that's for video. Are you guys planning on leaning more heavily into higher video production when it does come to covering these news stories?
Yeah, absolutely. So we hired a woman from who previously spun up Wall Street Journal Live, Joanne Poe. She's great. We call her Joe Poe. We brought on Joe Poe, and she's going to run our CoinDesk TV offering. She helped us do our first fully remote consensus this past May. We did a 24-hour broadcast around the clock, around the globe. and she was the one who was, behind the scenes making all that happen. So she's going to try to, we're all going to try to replicate some of that TV experience in this studio that we're building. So multimedia is certainly going to be a bigger part of the picture going forward. A lot of exciting things there to watch out from CoinDesk. So yeah, multimedia is the thing. You want to come through? You want to do it? You want to move to New York?
We are multimediaing right now. We are multimediating.
It's crazy. This wood panel. This is the real deal right here, man. Yeah. They're not going to get this in the studio. They're not going to get that brick stuff in the studio. Yeah. So this is a nice way.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I came from Block TV, which kind of attempted to do this beforehand, and it works really well. It looks great. I do think that there is an issue when it comes to attempting to do 24/7 video, that there just isn't that much news going on. You end up recycling a lot of stuff.
We're not doing 24/7 365. Like, please no.
Word of advice: do not attempt to do that. Let me give you a lesson learned. It's just not enough at this point. The industry is too young. So how do you guys envision yourselves doing it? Is it going to be like Vox style kind of video essays tackling a story, or more just, hi, this is Zach on the scene? I don't even know what scene there could be in crypto, but on the scene in front of a sushi restaurant? I don't know.
I'm on the scene in front of, I could do like stand-ups, like traditional, like nightly news stand-ups. Like, I'm in front of the scene on the sushi restaurant, and I have my laptop, and here is Sushi Swap. Like, that'd be tight. I don't think it's going to be like that. Again, watch out. Like, this is all a little bit in the works and above my pay grade. So watch out what we're going to offer. But I think it's going to be a good mix of the conversations with newsmakers. Like that's a staple of what you guys did for sure. A mix of that, like produce packages, a way to feature some of our reporting in a multimedia form where we can do this. We can shoot the breeze about things that are going on in the space that are kind of hard to convey in the written word. So it's going to be a mix. It's in the capable hands of Joe Poe, and I'm very excited to see what comes of it.
And last question before I let you go. Has it ever happened, or is there instances where stories, reach your desk, and for whatever reason, they are just not allowed to see the light of day? Whether that be from heads up for internal reasons, whether that be from external pressure from whatever big entity or company that would look bad, or whether that be governmental.
I am happy to report that there's never been an instance of that. We work at an organization where we are free to pursue the stories that we pursue. We have the ability to consult with lawyers. So the only instance in which we would not publish something would be if the lawyers would this is going to get you sued hardcore. You need more sourcing here. This is not something that would stand up under the scrutiny of a court. There have been instances where that has been the case, where we can't nail down the last source that would make it again have that weight behind it to pass legal review. So that's the only instance, I think, from an outside entity in which we have not pursued a story, but certainly from above within the newsroom, certainly above from our parent company, Digital Currency Group, there's never been any intervention or pressure to not cover something, which is great. So editorial independence, again, it goes to the currency, can you be a trusted news outlet? Do people trust you to play it straight? And I mean, crypto Twitter is crypto Twitter, right? You get it from all sides. Oh, you're a Bitcoin shill. Oh, you're an Ether shill. Oh, Barry's calling the shots. No, it's not really like that. If we're pissing people off in equal measure, which we are, believe me, I think we're doing our job right in terms of keeping the space accountable and helping it get to a place that can be potentially transformative.
Well, Zach, I do appreciate you taking the time here to explain that to our audience, as well as the tremendous work you guys are doing, because that is important. Just as important of a growing industry is the underlying technology, the powerful players, but also the coverage. The coverage that's what essentially explains and filters and kind of passes along the truth to the people who are watching. So I appreciate you taking the time and the work you're doing. And for all of our viewers at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Stablecoin. A stablecoin is a new class of cryptocurrency that attempts to offer price stability. They are backed by a reserve asset such as the US dollar, gold, or other collateral. Stablecoins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds to users of decentralized finance. The instant processing and security or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies and the volatility-free stable valuations of fiat currencies.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arthur, and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today, I have with me TJ and Dorji from Perlin, a project that has been around for a couple of years since its Binance IEO, and since then has been up to quite a lot. So really excited to hear what you guys have been up to, and most importantly, what is now on the horizon. Welcome, TJ and Dorji.
Thanks, Arta. Hi, everybody. We're really excited to be here, and we'll be announcing some of our new developments, Perlin-X 2.0. So again, very, very keen to support the community and to support Multi and Mousebelt. Just a quick introduction. I'm Dorji. I'm the project manager, CEO of Perlin, and also introducing our product manager, TJ. TJ, over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm a product manager in charge of Perlin-X. Yeah, so it's just working on all the DeFi products that we have. Yeah. So,
awesome. Yeah, great to have you guys here. So why don't we just jump right in? What is Perlin-X? You guys recently announced a vision for it and have been kind of slowly delivering the various bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, so thanks, Arta. So first of all, I think, building on what you said about the history of Perlin, believe it or not, going all the way back to 2017. So we started Perlin and going back in time, it was looking at decentralized computing. And an original white paper was looking at all of the underutilized computing, server farms, etc. And then the dream obviously being mobile handsets getting more and more powerful. When we actually ended up doing the calculations on bandwidth requirements and the yield that can be generated, it was clear it wasn't feasible. Then the next thing we looked at was base layer. So at that time, this was 2018, this was around the time when there was still openings for new chains. And again, we started exploring that. By now, you can pretty much see that the ecosystems have been evolved. Then we started, the whole time we were also exploring trade. And the reason for that was because I'm a special advisor to the International Chamber of Commerce Secretary General, John Denton. The International Chamber of Commerce, if you don't know, is 100 years old. It's a not-for-profit and it regulates international trade. So anyone who has ever sent an international package or an international shipment has sent it using an Incoterm or a pre-agreed term or contract that the ICC invented. So that was 1937. And so basically they see the future of trade, especially with the trade war and some of the fragmentation in the system, as needing to have blockchain, needing to have decentralized infrastructure. And so that's what we've been building. And so when you look at all of the history of where we see cryptocurrency, DeFi, all of the infrastructure from blockchains, it's really where's the product market fit, where's the use case, and so that's what we've been tracking. So coming back to DeFi, we actually were researching 3 different fields. One was the trade finance aspect, particularly commodity finance using the International Chamber of Commerce's network. The second was carbon, and that's because I have a 13-year history in carbon. I was one of Time Magazine's Heroes of the Environment for a lot of the carbon work we did around early rainforest conservation for carbon. And some of my early clients were Rio Tinto, Merrill Lynch, people like that. So then the third area we were researching was DeFi. And so just, to bring it back, obviously the DeFi component has taken off the most because of COVID and because of the pandemic. Actually, trade finance has become hugely important, but we're hoping to see DeFi, commodity finance and trade finance intersect. And then carbon markets, carbon demand has really dropped tremendously simply because the amount of emissions, the main driver for carbon markets were aviation, and aviation has been crushed. So just kind of that's the history, the backdrop. Now coming into Perlin-X and especially 2.0, I'll let TJ talk more about the product in a second, but the vision really is, and this is really important for all of your viewers. Yes, there are some tremendous returns. There is also tremendous risk. So, if you look at what's happened with Yam, Sushi, I mean, it's very hard in the real world to compete with those types of APYs or returns, yields. But at the same time, look at the code flaw that occurred and then the subsequent issues with Yam. Look at like an anonymous chef, Nomi, disappearing, reappearing. I mean, we're very clear. We're based in Singapore. We work with many, many institutional partners. We raise money early. We're listed on Binance. We're not going anywhere. We've got 7 years runway, which we've publicly stated. So we know that this is a slow burn. And I think it's really important, because this is, what the WTF DeFi, it's very important for people to know that there are gonna be short-term hype cycles. That's just natural with tech. But you really gonna have to see, I think, another few years before you're going to get serious adoption in mainstream real world applications. And for those projects, they can't afford to just burn themselves out, with unrealistic expectations. Even today, our APY, if you're to use the Pearls and balancer pools, we probably are paying out. I think we did a snapshot last week. We shifted from daily to weekly just because of gas fees, but it was 115% plus balancer rewards. So even to my normal brain, annual sort of yield of 160%. I mean, mind blown. But in DeFi, people are like, yawn, like they're show me a few more zeros. So I think it's very important for people to realize, like, there is a real application for DeFi coming, but short term you're seeing this type of a hype cycle. TJ, so I don't keep going on, why don't you give a very high overview, a product feature explanation of what we did for Balancer version 1.0, and then what we're releasing for 2.0.
Yeah, so PolyNex version 1 basically is we aim to create a user interface that is easy for non-DeFi natives to use. So it's just trying to combine the experience of balancer pool, and also in the V2 we will allow users to create synthetics using Pearl. So our idea is that we will combine complicated protocols, and then we will try an easy to use interface that is easy to use, and hopefully that makes the whole learning curve of DeFi easier.
And actually later on, for the people who are sticking around, we'll give a demo of our brand new, beautiful, and that's to quote the UMA protocol team, UX. So we'll actually give everyone a walkthrough of what we're doing and what we've done. So later on, TJ will step in. But sorry, that was a first longer answer to your question, Arta.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I mean, it definitely a lot to kind of to uncover there, and just say. I mean, it's always. I think it's so great to hear when projects in crypto or in blockchain or in DeFi are actually prioritizing usability and ease of use, because I think, like with most of these products and protocols, this is somehow a word that doesn't seem to exist in the dictionary very often. But I guess my one thing I'd be interested to learn a bit more is that, so you mentioned that you got Perlin essentially has this like 3 pillars, and that there was the trade finance side, I guess, and now, like you mentioned, the DeFi side, and then the carbon side. I'd be interested to hear just like a quick kind of overview of what is the sort of the situation with regards to like blockchain usage in trade finance. Obviously, it's such a massive part of everyone's day-to-day world, and Rome wasn't built in a day, right? You can't just upgrade the world onto Web 3.0 and overnight, right? So I'm sure you have a lot of kind of experiences and insights to share. What does that sort of look like behind the scenes?
So this is a whole new book another hour, Arta, but I'll tell you in a couple of simple analogies. So
Please.
For those of you who are based in Singapore, Hin Leong was the biggest oil trader, and they lost $5 billion in the recent price dump. The reason for that, and when the banks went in to claim collateral, guess what? Oh, those barrels of oil used as collateral had been triplicate, quadruplicate pledged. So it's the simplest application of blockchain. They've used warehouse invoices over and over again. Like, how stupid is that? And so when you look at the centralized banking system, you've got extensive, painful back office processes to try to establish trust. And then even still, just because they have a big office and a big brand, and Hin Leong was only one of 4 bankruptcies that have happened this year that have totaled billions of losses. And this is just the simplest application. So just to come back to your question and how that trickles through is, if you look at any of the DeFi protocols, and there always is that gap between the real world and then the blockchain world. But if you look at all of the existing, kind of like big DeFi players, essentially they still cater to where you can have immediate collateral liquidation. Now, the question is, in the real world, if I have a bill of lading, and that's a title document for a shipment, just to kind of explain, this is going back hundreds of years of shipping law. So even if you say that it's, let's just say, Arta, it's your shipment of soybean in the port, but then you get drunk and then drop your bill of lading, as a title document, I can pick that up and take your shipment. Like it's like no different to a Bitcoin wallet, etc. So the reason I explain that is if you can create a NFT or some form of blockchain title document that represents that soybean, that's when it's a game changer, because essentially I can provide collateral, I can provide loans, I can do transactions which can have immediate liquidation, or let's just say it's a self-driving truck or a self-driving boat. Hey, guess what? Suddenly you can claim. And so this is the huge potential of trade finance. But just to give you the sad truth, maybe 25 years ago, they were trying to put bill of ladings into a digitized form. It's called the EBL. There were a few companies that were trying to do that. They were maybe sub 1% adoption. So really, there are sailors and shipping companies with shipping agents, with customs. I mean, these guys don't really want to change. But if you just look at DocuSign, the legitimacy of a digital signature has moved. If you look at Zoom through the pandemic, webinars have overtaken conferences. So it's really just a question of time before this happens. But to answer your question, it's still a while to go. But as soon as you have that type of real world to blockchain Oracle connection, NFT non-fungible bill of lading title documentation on blockchain, and actually last point is the Singapore government, the Saudi government, a number of, even the International Chamber of Commerce, they're looking at creating these registers to at least address a blockchain register, to at least address the, the double spend, the stupid types of these types of paper issues.
Right. Thank you for that. And I guess, and how does DeFi sort of I guess fit into this? Will this kind of gradually then result, there's pain points in the existing system, like you mentioned that not benevolent companies are able to abuse it and cause that wreak havoc in in billions of dollars. So obviously there's problems, there's pain points. Is this where kind of DeFi somehow will start to gradually fit in then, or?
Yeah, so and again, very important for your viewers to know. I think anyone who comes out and says that they've solved it, they've figured it out, I think that they're potentially misguiding people, because I think that there's still a long way to go. But our experimentation started off going back in time. So to the issue that I just mentioned, we created the ICC trade flow pilot. Essentially, it was blockchain traceability for transaction documents in a big trade. We made the New York Times. So that pilot was in cooperation with the Singapore government, DBS, which is the biggest bank in Singapore, and Trafigura, which is one of the biggest traders, if not the biggest trader there. Their revenues last year were 190 billion USD. So those were the three parties. We shipped $20 million of iron ore from South Africa to China using our platform. And so coming back, when we look at DeFi, how would you finance that? If let's just say $20 million had been staked in a cryptocurrency format, and then let's just say instead of having all of the back office, so basically 1,000 documents would accompany that shipment, and then sometimes where let's just say from here to Indonesia, the documents take longer than the shipment. So the documents are still progressing through various back offices and customs, and then the coffee beans are going off in the port. And so if you just think about, if you had the DeFi collateral, if you had and what we're doing, for example, synthetic commodities, how do these new tools allow for the alleviation of the problems around the paper required for physical trade. The last thing I'll say is the pandemic has created, and this is to quote the Asian Development Bank, that they just put out a report about a month ago. Their report was $1.5 trillion. The Singapore government was, the ICC put out a similar study, which was more like 3 trillion. But this is the shortfall because now banks are firing everyone in trade finance because their returns are very low. It's LIBOR plus minus a few percent. So for all of that work, they're just not interested to do and take all that risk. They don't want to do it. So just to answer your question, it's not there yet, but there is going to be a DeFi solution. We even looked at a stable coin issued by the ICC called the trade coin, because you can kind of see that once you have deep enough liquidity, deep enough pools, capital formation, smart contracts, the right oracles, ownership documents, custody documents as NFTs, all self-driving, vehicles, IoT, it's really doable. And that's where Perlin is operating. We just short term, when TJ gives us a demo of Perlin X version 1 and version 2, you'll see that we're just starting with very simple products. We're really just trying to focus on, Pearl as a collateral. So we've pushed through with the UMIP process, which is the UMA proposal process, that Pearl is a collateral asset. We'll be issuing the PX USD, which is the Perlin X USD. But it's really just building, capital formation, Perlin as a collateral asset, the fact that you can have a yield dollar. How can that start parlaying into this ecosystem?
Right. And yeah, I'd be definitely very interested to kind of dig deeper into what is Perlin X and what are the plans with it. Shall we take a look? Do you guys want to sort of?
Yeah, you drive, TJ, and while he's loading that up, if you've given him control to screen share, so for anyone who's interested, why you would be interested to buy Pearls is because when we do launch 2.0, we do have a joint agreement to create a very innovative liquidity mining program with UMA. We also, right now, we have ranged between $1 to $2 million TVL, meaning total value locked, because we haven't wanted to push it. This is actually the first press we're doing, so we're honored to be here, because we've just wanted to make sure that the program, the process, the platform, and the program works. So we've now done it for a month. We've been paying out, like I said, APYs of around 100 to 200%, including balancer rewards. So everything is ticking over. Look how beautiful that UI, man. Every time I look at it, I just want to dive in. Look at it, beautiful. So TJ,
definitely great job.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
We're very proud of it.
So a big component of the Perlin X is that we first started with pools for user to trade on. So users can choose to buy or sell the assets with Pearl. So I'm just approving the assets to be used by the smart contract. So now that the approval is already given, we can proceed with swapping Pearl into USDT. Yeah, so our aim is trying to lower the barrier and to smoothen the learning curve for users. Yeah, because some of the DeFi product, they are just more, they might look comfortable for the DeFi natives, but it's just might be a bit too complicated for normal non-crypto users. And so here is the part where users can swap their assets between Pearls and the accompanying asset. And then in the version 2, what we'll be releasing is the ability to mint synthetic with Pearl through UMA protocol. So we can see that. So here it says that it is a synthetic.
So what does that mean to someone that's kind of, let's say, never minted a synthetic asset before, and let's say who doesn't even know what minting means?
Yeah, so in that case, it would be you are using per token as a collateral, and then you can have exposure to an asset without actually having it. So it's more of like, let's say if I have minted PX Gold, like maybe a synthetic gold token, and then if I choose to sell the gold token, it is as if I'm selling the gold while I don't really have gold. So it is kind of like a trade. But in the end, we will be like calculating the profit and loss in per token, which is the underlying asset. But in this case, we are looking to launch PX US dollar. So it is like a very simplified synthetic token to allow users to like try to experience the flow. Yeah.
So I'll give three just additional points. So on the technical side, what's really I think outstanding about what the team has achieved is we're taking DeFi primitives, Balancer and UMA, making it beautiful, integrating it, making it usable. So just first of all, rather than a huge full stack project, this is taking, and we're going to do this integration work with many other DeFi primitives. So step one is it's an evolution from the DeFi ecosystem, just because we're stringing together and making it more usable and accessible. And I don't, for example, like when I look at our users, so in our IEO, we had 6,000 different Pearl holders. That education process, because as you know, DeFi is new, its exposure is very limited. So step one, I think, is opening up DeFi to the rest of the crypto community as well as to the wider community. Point two is what we're trying to unlock with the collateral and the PX USD is, right now, I personally am a bear on USD. The way that the US government is printing money like crazy, like how can it not be debasing the currency? And so, but there'll be other people who still think that it's a safe harbor, it's still the world standard. So what I'm doing is essentially creating a tradable two-sided marketplace for the people who believe for or against the USD without having to be dragged through centralized, fee structures and processes and paperwork and et cetera. So it's really opening up. Anyone with a MetaMask can now start effectively taking positions, on USD. And then the third perspective is if you're a Pearl holder, essentially we're creating more liquidity, more usage for the Pearl, but at the same time, we're creating more incentives for you to lock your Pearl, reducing supply, reducing circulating supply. And so that also, we've seen price volatility on the Pearl, better or worse, for good or for bad, for better or for worse, going from 2 cents to 10 cents to 6 cents to 2. So people are just getting their heads wrapped around it. And so if you want to learn about this stuff, just know that we're a really committed team. Jump in, start playing around with the tools. And we are very, very, absolutely, our top priority is safety of your funds. So that's why we're taking things very slow. We're keeping things low key. I'm not Chef Nomi. We're not going to disappear with funds. I'm not the YAM guy. We're not going to have code. So our code has been audited, the rewards contract, blah, 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 blah. So just, we're taking a slower approach to DeFi, but we still think that, 200% APY is not bad given the reduction of risk, and there's real use cases. Sorry, TJ, back to you steering. I was just clarifying different perspectives.
Yeah. So one of the features is that after the users have created synthetic assets, what they can do is also that they can add the collateral. So what that means is that because you need to maintain a value, your collateral value needs to be higher than your synthetic value. So if the collateral value does go down and maybe below a certain threshold, you would be liquidated. So that is to keep the system healthy, and whoever that buys the synthetic asset from you can really get their value. So if the per price goes down or goes up, a user would choose to maintain their position by adding per, so that their collateral is their synthetic asset is well collateralized. So we are just adding the collateral now.
And this is all running on Ethereum, right?
Yeah, this is all running on Ethereum. You can see
and
the
using UMA as the oracle and the asset minting platform as well, correct?
Yes, that is correct. So you can see that I just managed to add 10,000 collateral from 20,000 to 30,000 per, and then my collateralization ratio is about 7.6 now. In reality, our advantage of using UMA is that we can mint synthetic with the collateralization ratio as low as like maybe 150 or 200%. Yeah, but it's just high because I've been adding collateral unnecessarily. And so that after minting and adding collateral, our users would then be able to trade the assets that they have minted. So just now I've just minted the PXUSD. So what we can do is that we can sell. So if we are like kind of like selling a PXUSD into per, it kind of feels like that you're actually borrowing per with more per. Yeah. And then besides from doing that action, we also allow users to just redeem their assets. So they would redeem the 100 PX US dollar for the 30,000 per in this example.
So we're putting out, so we've got all of the user guides, everything done. But when so the way that just a bit of background. So basically the research around DeFi really picked up probably around July, August. And then this was when we started looking at which were the emerging protocols. And this is where our interpretation of the UMA protocol, was not easy. Actually, the maths and some of the work behind the smart contracts and understanding how to create the UX, we've already got a bunch of ideas for version 3. But yeah, just when we showed it to the UMA team, their full technical team and their co-founders last Friday. Was it last Friday, TJ? My days, I think it was last Friday or Thursday. And they were just blown away. They kept saying, this is beautiful. Their forte is not to create user experiences or user interfaces like this. That's what we've tried to do. And it was really, really gratifying. Like our team, they did still have to work over the weekend to QA it. But we were really excited to present this. The UMA guys then played with it and QA'd it, gave us a bunch of feedback. And that's why we're really excited to actually officially launch version 2 at this this WTF DeFi conference in your honor, Arta.
Thank you. Pleasure to be the first one to see it. It does indeed. I mean, honestly, yeah, it looks great, and I can't wait to play around with it myself as well. Maybe you guys can also give explain a little bit what is the I guess so you're starting off with the PXUSD as the asset, and you've mentioned that the goal is to kind of to really widen the available kind of asset universe. Which direction do you see that kind of going in?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, like our vision. So as you can see, once you've got Pearl and you're creating the collateral base, you essentially can then theoretically, if we get the price feed accepted, and if there is a community around this particular commodity, we see initially there's going to be a lot of interest just because the crypto community likes to trade crypto. So that's why, the USD is one, but, whether it's, let's just say that there's controversy or two opposing sides around Wi-Fi. What would it look like if there was a PX Wi-Fi where some people are wanting to go synthetic long, synthetic short? But our long-term arc really is towards the real commodity world. Like the friction that you see in the real world around both centralized governance, banking rules and regulations, Basel IV compliance, that's really where we are making a greater efficiency leap. And so really, eventually as well, what we see, and this is, after 13 years, I got to say, I think that there's a very good chance Trump will lose on the 4th of November. If he does, Biden, they've already committed to huge carbon market strategies. That's where, for example, and carbon, even in spite of Trump, traded about $220 billion of volume last year. So, it's kind of like, how do you create a PX carbon? How do you create these new innovative synthetics? And that's really where, the difference between us and some of these, we look up to synthetics, but we see that potentially by having a community-driven protocol, a community can say, hey, let's create a trading market around this synthetic asset class, and it can move, quicker and in a more long tail fashion. So long term, we still see PX commodities, as being a very active new innovation as a piece of infrastructure. But short term, we'll probably be looking at, some of the what crypto community members would like to see.
Got it. And I think like another thing which I noticed is, yeah, as I mentioned that, as you mentioned that you're using UMA as the oracle, and the swapping itself and the pools are being are done by a balancer, right? And I think this is like a great example of how kind of how collaborative DeFi is, and I do kind of know that you guys actually are working with a number of other projects as well. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the good thing about I really think that everyone goes through a journey when they're in crypto. So believe it or not, my first crypto experience was I bought Bitcoin at $500, $600 in 2014. And then I co-founded a Bitcoin tipping bot. And, like you basically at first are not sure, like, cause you're programmed to kind of rely on structures. And so, coming back to your question, the way that we kind of see the evolution of this market, if I'm going to fork something and then simply offer more rewards, and then, in some ways, like, and there's been a lot of commentary about it, I don't need to repeat it. How do you kind of be accretive or additive to the community? Like coming in, forking Uniswap, offering rewards, and then taking a whole bunch of liquidity, and then, don't get me wrong, I mean, it's part of the ecosystem, growth cycle. But yeah, to answer your question, we are very collaborative. Right now, we don't want to disclose too much more about where we're going to go for version 3, but we are working closely with some of the really respected thinkers in DeFi. UMA, what was funny was when we started to work with them was early July, June. And, just seeing them become the most valuable DeFi unicorn, they peaked at like 1.3 billion, something insane. And, the whole time we were doing weekly calls with them, just going, so guys, does it feel any different now that you've got like $1 billion? And they were just like laughing, because I think the people who are well grounded in this space, they know that like these types of blips, it's like a video game. They're real, but not real. But it's really going to be when you've got, so, we work closely with, for example, the Ren team, and, just seeing so going back a year, Lung was talking about, how they're going to start wrapping BTC, Ren VM, the dark nodes. Now the dark nodes are paying out real money because they have, last count, like 150, $190 million of BTC. They're second only, to one other player. And you can see, why wouldn't the other 99% of Bitcoin get wrapped and start farming and doing other stuff? So there is a real market here, and there are real players, but you just have to kind of wade through the frothiness. So like we can, later on, give us a couple of weeks. We're just shipping version 2.0, so we don't want to distract people. But right now, we're really proud of working with Balancer, really proud of working with UMA, and we want to be accretive. So also, if any projects out there want to show us some of the new stuff that they're doing, we inherently don't believe it makes sense to reinvent the wheel. So we really don't want to, if there's someone else working on it that's competent, like, let's not duplicate. And secondly, we want to give credit where credit is due. So it doesn't make sense to us to fork something, offer more rewards to the community, get a pump, and then jump. We've got 7 years We've got 3 years of history, like, so we want people to be able to trust us as a collaborative partner, not fear that we're going to, rip and strip or do something untoward.
Got it. I'm sorry for the noise. It seems someone's bought a new chainsaw and they're testing it right in front of my house.
That's the sound of the DeFi.
This has been a great
DeFi market cap.
Yeah. This has been a great overview so far, and I guess I know you guys are super busy, and so I'm trying to wrap this up here. But what do you guys need help with the most from your community with the new project, with the new version coming out?
Yeah, look, I'll let TJ give any specifics, but for me, as at the top level, look, first of all, we're incredibly grateful to the community for giving us the I call it the rope to hang ourselves. We've got 7 years of rope to hang ourselves. We went through a lot of change, meaning we had to, for example, do a token swap. So right now, out of a billion plus minus tokens, only 40% have been swapped. So we're continuing to go through that process. Obviously, Binance has been super supportive. Then we've released 1.0 and we've started to get pools. We estimate about 5% of our token holders max have really started engaging with our pools. And then we're going to release again, version 2.0 with the UMA synthetics opportunity. And so again, we think that there'll be even a smaller proportion because, DeFi is not for everyone. So there'll either be churn where people sell out of their tokens and come into new tokens, because they go, I don't know whether I understand DeFi or want to participate, or we're going to bring people up the learning curve. And so ideally in a fantasy world, if we had 100% conversion, that would mean 6,000 new people, minting, staking, swapping, basically using our platform. And so really it's just to say, right now, we haven't changed our tokenomics. We're still a fixed supply. We have got 20% treasury, which we'd always, had in mind to offer as incentives for active participants. We are weekly giving away right now 1 million tokens. We've just finished our first month. So we've given away 4 million pearls. When you layer on the balancer, it's been a pretty healthy APY. We know that we've been impacted by the gas prices. We've also been impacted by the expectation management issues around yam and sushi and all of the other types of food related tokens. So we're plugging away. To answer your question, from the community, just give us a look, play around with some pearls. We're introducing the ability for you to use more pearls, less collateral, meaning other types of tokens. We're going to continue to provide rewards. We welcome feedback. And just if everyone in DeFi took a bit of a chill pill, that'd be great. I think that it's the best, it's the best industry in terms of you just need to go to a bank to open up a bank account, stand in queue, get interviewed, show all of your shit. Crypto and DeFi is phenomenal in terms of innovation and speed, but everyone just has to take a damn chill pill. Expectations on token pricing has nothing to do with us. We're working as hard as we can to build real products and product market fit. But people who get angry because they bought in at X and then they're now it's down to Y. I mean, it's kind of like getting angry at nature. I mean, these market conditions are, how do you explain them? Is it correlated to the market, the stock market? Is it not correlated? Is it correlated to the Fed printing money? So my one request would be get involved, give us feedback, know that we're legit, know that we're moving hard. We've just shipped 3 versions in, 3 major, versions in 2 months. We don't think that this is sustainable. We just wanted to show the world that we're in DeFi. But yeah, 1 would be get involved, buy some Pearl, play around. 2 would be take a chill pill. We're trying our hardest, and we do believe that the total, so for example, Ren, if you look at Ren, if you have a dark node, you're actually being paid out a yield because of the various value creation you make by wrapping BTC. We are searching for that similar type of, toll booth where you take a clip. So that's why I think the beauty of DeFi is there are actual transactional value creation models where you can have a yield ratio, or you can have some type of calculatable valuation. But we're working on it. So that's my request. TJ, did you want to ask for anything? He's the long-suffering product manager, so that's why he looks so tired and so worn down. But TJ, here's your chance.
Yeah, I think maybe the first contribution from community is that we would like to know what is the synthetic that you want to see that you can mint with Pearl. And then maybe on the second part would be maybe if there's any exciting project that you think we can work with them and add value together, yeah, please recommend us the project. Yeah. So that'd be all.
Excellent. I mean, I think these are very fair requests, and I think in terms of the DeFi chill pill, the markets kind of force fed that to many people over the last week or so. Anyways, I just have one quick question, one word question to you both. If you had to describe DeFi in one word, what would it be for you?
I'll say potential. TJ.
Yeah, I'm still thinking. Yeah, it doesn't sound good, but I would think it's complicated. But that is exactly our aim, is to simplify it. Yeah.
Ah, nice.
That's a great answer.
All right. So maybe your word, TJ, your word is simplifiable.
Simplifiable. Yeah. That sounds good.
Great. Thank you so much again, TJ and Dorji from Berlin, and really looking forward to trying out the version 2 and excited for what's to come.
Thank you, boss. No, really appreciate it, Arta, and the work you guys are doing to bring education is critical. We need as many unbiased sources as possible. So thank you.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of a dollar can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Stablecoin. A stablecoin is a new class of cryptocurrency that attempts to offer price stability. They are backed by a reserve asset such as the US dollar, gold, or other collateral. Stablecoins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds to users of decentralized finance. The instant processing and security or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies and the volatility-free stable valuations of fiat currencies.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arthur, and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today I have with me Brian from Kava and Nicholas from Terra Protocol. So, and obviously the topic is stablecoins and the parabolic rise that we've seen this year. So why don't I just hand it off to you guys? Why don't we start with some brief introductions about who you are and what your company does?
Sure, I'll take it.
You go first. You go.
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Brian Kerr. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kava Labs. Kava is a blockchain that we built on the Cosmos SDK. What Kava does is it provides cross-chain lending in the form of stablecoins to users who have digital assets that they can use as collateral. Recently, another project called Harvest, and Harvest is a money market also for cross-chain digital assets. My internet connection is saying it's not so good. Did I cut out there?
No, okay. All good. Nicholas,
right.
To you.
Yes, I'm Nicholas. I work as a researcher at Terraform Labs for the last year. Terraform Labs is a Korean-based decentralized stablecoin. We started by launching in the payment space, so that was the first area we tried to reach, and we did that through our main DApp, which is called Chai. It's a really simple gateway for consumers to use stablecoins. It launched in Korea about a year ago, and we have reached a bit more than 2 million users. And now we are considering expanding more generally in the DeFi space with the introduction of Anchor protocol, which will be live in about a month.
Interesting. And I mean, honestly, what both of you guys are doing separately deserves so much kind of digging into on their own. But I guess on the in the broader picture, one of the trends definitely that we've seen happening kind of in the behind the scenes has been this massive growth of stablecoins. And while obviously stablecoins, they play such an important role in the, in just the usability of our ecosystem. What do you guys think has actually contributed to this massive rise that we've seen throughout this year?
I think undoubtedly it's been the advent of Compound and the success of DeFi protocols earlier this year. And you can kind of very easily see that in, like, if you look at Tether's chart or USDC's chart, the increases in the billions in terms of fiat-backed stablecoins that have been minted. in this process. And that doesn't correlate necessarily with activity across the whole space and kind of people who own Bitcoin and everything else. It's been a pretty big divergence from Bitcoin being kind of the index for the whole space to now DeFi taking the lion's share of kind of stablecoin trading and activity there. So if you just look at kind of Bitcoin's price chart and look at the stablecoin total supply charts, they used to correlate as of March of this year. They don't anymore. And the big parabolic move in stablecoins has been because now there's these great yield earning opportunities in DeFi protocols like Compound. And then kind of on the back of that have come very, very large increases in things like DAI, which as Compound grew in popularity, grew in attention, and the whole world started looking at DeFi as the new place for yields. DAI also grew from its 100 million that it was 6 to 12 months ago to how big it is now today. So I think we're seeing kind of the whole growth of the space really be driven by yields, and those yields are being given to everyone by DeFi.
I fully agree with the general observation about why this has happened and what the driver has been. Terra specifically has not really participated in the DeFi craziness up to now. So most of our success came through user adoption, which in our context, it happened. If you want to use a credit card online, for instance, you have to pay a 2.5% to 3% fee. So we decided that if you do that via the blockchain with a stablecoin, you can actually save a lot of money. So the product we offer to merchants charges something like 0.5% to 0.75% versus a credit card that would charge like 2.5% to 3%. So giving these sweet incentives to merchants made them co-fund some of our promotions. And that's what really drove our adoption. But yeah, if we're going to make a general observation about the stablecoin space, I fully agree that the rise of DeFi and the chase of arbitrage is what has driven that massive adoption.
Yeah, and I don't think that either of us have our projects have necessarily caught that wave. Well, my with Kava, we're focused on allowing people to get loans, which is used for leverage trading. Maybe it's helpful to say Kava is used for the use case of speculation and trading, where you guys are definitely more on the payment side, and you've seen a lot of traction there. And I think the natural evolution is we're going to see a lot of kind of the stablecoin activity, a lot of improvements in the stablecoin infrastructure, and then from that, we're actually going to see an uptick in payments, which you guys are already on the sort of forefront of, because it's just sort of the natural progression. With more people having stable coins, more people are going to eventually use them as payments, and more people are going to accept them as a form of payment. And I should call out one of our partners, which is Swipe, but they've launched a debit card that anyone can hold digital assets in, and then now they have Visa cards that they can spend off of freely. That technology or that infrastructure has existed for years for Bitcoin and other things with Shift card and a bunch of other payment cards. But it's only now really interesting because stable coins offer native yields when you hold them. You can now get 4%, 5%, sometimes 10%. And that's really cool if you can have a debit card where you can spend it in 60 million merchants worldwide, just like you would cash in your checking account. And I think that's the really big shift, at least from my view, in the payment spaces. Now we finally have the infrastructure where stablecoins can be used as payments. And whereas in like 2018, payments were interesting as a kind of technology for blockchain, or an application for blockchain technology, but there wasn't any volume or traction for that to be really interesting and drive kind of real world adoption. But I think that shift is now happening, where payments can really take off.
What you correctly mentioned, which I think is an interesting factor to the adoption we're seeing, is the fact that interest rates are historically so low. So when you can have a stable coin that offers a slightly higher yield by holding it, I think that can really give a powerful incentive towards adoption. And at least that's that's our main consideration where we are considering expanding more in the DeFi space. If we could find a way to organically offer some yield to the people who hold their stablecoin, we believe it's going to be an extremely powerful incentive towards mass adoption.
Yeah, and the challenge that we have, so on Kava, people can deposit Bitcoin or BNB as collateral and then mint our stablecoin USDX, and USDX offers a native 4.5% rate for anyone who holds it. You don't need to lock it up in a smart contract or anything, just it starts getting paid out to your account. Well, where does that come from? It comes from the person who borrowed it to buy more BNB or get a leveraged position, and they pay that interest rate to the protocol, but that ultimately just gets paid out to whoever's holding the USDX at the end of the day. So it does create this extra demand for a stablecoin. The downside of these types of systems is, unlike the real world where banks can just create more dollars, we have to find borrowers to pay that interest rate before we can make USDX. So in many ways, supply of these stablecoins is one of the primary factors for how big can we grow and how fast.
And I think like one of the things that I'm really noticing here as well is that like you guys have mentioned, you're both tackling kind of different ends of a stablecoin's usage. But I think for the past multiple years, as long as anyone's been working on stablecoins, the problem has been that where do you start, right? That the expectation for money is that it's universally acceptable for any purpose, right? And previously just it's either something that you can use for trading, but you can't use it for payments and so on. So do you guys feel that, or it seems to me that like finally the kind of like the circle is starting to close, and we're starting to, the infrastructure is starting to get there, that it's actually usable. But my question would be that, so you guys both essentially work on decentralized stablecoins, right? But a lot of the growth that we've seen this year has been, like Tether, you mentioned, has been in centralized stablecoins. Why do you think why do you think that is?
Do you want to go first?
I don't have an extremely sophisticated answer to that. I would expect that the main driver has been arbitrage, especially with the 1,000 liquidity pools that open up every day. It has created a lot of opportunities to make some good yield via arbitrage. So that's what I see as the main use case that has driven most of the adoption up to today. That doesn't mean that I say that's what's going to be going forward, but yeah, if I'm going to make a historical assessment, that would be my best guess.
I think one of the most interesting data points that we can look at that actually leaves me scratching my head a little bit is that they've done polls, and it's been shown that most of the people in the crypto space are the same people that were in a few years ago. And the overall space in terms of traders and people who hold digital assets hasn't really grown all that much. So the pie is roughly the same. But what's really interesting is the stablecoin side of things has grown dramatically. So where is that capital coming from? If it's coming from the same people, did they just get a bunch more money now? I'm not sure. I don't know what that means. Those are two very, those are two data points at odds, at least in my mind, and how I look at things. I would say, it seems like all the crypto funds that have survived might have a lot of capital, and they're just deploying their cash now. But maybe one explanation is that while they're fine, the larger financial institutions and crypto funds are fine taking some amount of Bitcoin risk, some amount of early project risk, they tend to always have a cash position to deploy. And what the advent of DeFi has actually enabled them to do is to use their cash without taking a view long Bitcoin, short Bitcoin, or anything like that. They keep it denominated in what their fund is denominated in, USD, but now they can start generating yields off of it. So that maybe, that as a just talking out loud and brainstorming, that seems to be a plausible explanation of what we've seen. And that actually matches up with what I've seen in just terms of my peer set from people I know. A lot of the early stage funds have just said, I'm not going to do early stage anymore. The risk is too high if a project's going to be successful or not. right now, it's so much easier just to deploy all my cash and earn a yield on compound with the digital assets I already hold. I don't need to, be more long exposed or short exposed. But what I am accepting is just a little bit more technical risk that compound's going to be okay.
Right. And but I think like actually one interesting point is that if you look at the trends or when Tether, for example, started essentially stacking billions onto its AUM, it was before yield farming came around. And I know there's a lot of conspiracies around Tether, but one of them has also been that it's become an incredibly efficient method of a simple payments network, or like a remittance network, and specifically across in and out of China, because it's sort of, it kind of doesn't obey to traditional internet borders as some countries do have internet borders. What are you guys' thoughts on that? On kind of like, stable coins being starting to get used, not necessarily as like a rail to enter or exit crypto, but actually as like as that someone can be a stablecoin user but never really care about Bitcoin.
I'm very, very skeptical of that particular user. That Tether is being used to, pay for goods and services from China trading with Russia or something like that. It's possible, but there has to be some interaction of those customers also accepting digital assets. Otherwise, it's kind of odd to me that they would be on exchanges where they can have that on-ramp and off-ramp. I just don't see that natural user adoption flow. But maybe that's true. I don't live in Russia, so I don't know. But that's where at least Tether's claiming a lot of the payments uses are happening in kind of these countries that don't or are not served well by the current US banking system.
In the case of Tether also, like it was a great tool for many of the exchanges to bypass a lot of regulations and get access to liquidity, which they need to be able to market make, to be able to make sure all the operations run smoothly. So Tether was the much needed liquidity provision that many exchanges across the world have been needing, and because of regulations could not really get access to. But about the hypothesis of having a crypto user who will only use a stablecoin and never get exposed to Bitcoin, Ethereum, all the other real coins, I'm actually quite optimistic about that. So I would say that a big part of our user base is this type of user. So the way we operate it is you just connect your iPhone, your phone to an app, and then we are your custodials. And you, at no point you actually realize you're dealing with crypto. It all happens on the back end. And at least from an adoption perspective, we saw that was extremely powerful, like setting an incentive scheme, an infrastructure where someone like our grandmother could be using crypto and not realizing. At least personally, that's where I see a big part of the space going forward. Because as you correctly mentioned, still most people in the crypto space is the old crowd. They are not like new users. And if we really want to increase the total pie, I think it's crucial to make barriers to adoption less severe. So that's my hope, at least, that's where the industry will be heading in the next few years, if regulation permits us, at least.
I think there's a really interesting observation to be made, which is even in your use case, you guys are the custodian. We're seeing traders all over the world actually custody their funds more and more on exchanges like Coinbase and Binance, and they're trusting Huobi holds the most Bitcoin, I think, of any exchange. And then in DeFi, we're seeing a lot of these DeFi protocols are actually opting to be a bit more centralized for speed and go to market and other things. Kava is not an exception to that, but it's because the overall market is no longer this dogmatic, philosophical, everything has to be 100% trustless, otherwise I don't touch it. My keys, my crypto, that kind of mentality. It's actually, where do I get the best user experience and the best yield? And people are actually very fine giving their crypto, allowing you guys to custody it and everything else. I think that's the surprise to the whole industry, is that it's not about the trustless nature and it's not about holding your keys. That matters to only the small technical crowd, but that's a very small portion of the world. what matters to everyone else is like, what is the experience like? What is the utility I get? What is the yield I can generate? And that's what they really care about. And I think that's just been a huge learning across the entire space.
Yeah, in full agreement.
Definitely, and I think like, you know, the stablecoin interest rates is something that I think like, you know, it very well can be the thing that that attracts the next million people into crypto, because I mean, as Nicholas also mentioned, you know, the essentially a zero interest rate climate makes any yield above zero very attractive, and crypto's kind of you know, nature and this constant lack of some, you know, stablecoin liquidity somewhere just creates this kind of growing supply also of I guess yield. What are your guys' thoughts? And I guess like, you know, with regards to this sort of a new trend that we've started to see now more and more is this CDFi, or like centralized exchanges integrating DeFi protocols, DeFi projects, and in different, you know, in different ways. What are your thoughts? Is that like a Trojan horse that's, you know, out to, you know, ruin DeFi, or is this like a pie gets bigger sort of situation?
I personally, I don't see centralization as something inherently bad. It just, in some cases, it helps setting better incentives, or just outreach. In the example you just mentioned, like having a lot of exchanges participating in DeFi projects just increases the outreach of such projects, because I think that there is like a self-selection across crypto users. There are the crypto users who will go into yield farming. They will go and do all of the things themselves, and there are the more lazy type of, or like the less interested type of crypto users who just prefer to delegate their crypto and let someone else do it. So I see a really natural space for some degree of centralization within the crypto community.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think centralization is inherently bad. Of course, you know, some of the dogmatic people would disagree, from especially the hardcore crypto Bitcoiners from, you know, 2013. But what we're seeing is with these centralized exchanges like Binance, when they integrate Kava, they removed a lot of the difficult user experience. They simplified it, and they presented it in a way that their users wanted and they could understand, where they didn't have to manage their private keys. They didn't need to figure out how to get a ledger, you know, create a BNB wallet or anything else. They just have to click a button and they're participating and using Kava on the back end. It's really beautiful. And I think how I think of at least DeFi protocols today is they really are just like financial products and services. Just like a bank has a bunch of core banking services, like sending a payment, like a checking account, a savings account, a mortgage, you know, whatever. You should think of DeFi protocols the same way. It should be, do you want to lend on Compound? Do you want to borrow on Compound? Do you want to mint USDX with your digital assets? Do you want to stake your Kava tokens? They're just financial products that these platforms are offering. And that's why I at least believe that the whole industry is moving much more mainstream right now on the backs of everything. And I fully expect challenger banks, maybe not the large banks just yet, but challenger banks to start offering, you know, stablecoin savings accounts that offer better yields to their customers, where they can, you know, send dollars to that bank. But if it's a paycheck or whatever, they can just deposit it, and they just automatically convert it for their users to stablecoins. I think that's going to be a natural evolution of this space. And then on the back of that, which is a very, you know, pure product, then they're going to add all this weird, you know, you can deposit your digital assets, be a liquidity provider, and then earn a governance token. And that's an effective yield. It's not, you know, pure one-for-one yield in the asset that you're lending with, but you're earning this effective yield off of the governance token, which you then sell. I think that's going to just continue to be more and more a thing that people want to offer, whether they're a challenger bank or a fintech app like Robinhood or, you know, whatever else. Like, I can easily see this in a 1 to 2 years being much more widespread and not just limited to crypto exchange integrations.
Nicholas, anything to add?
We are in agreement there.
Awesome. But Brian, where do you think do you think I guess, the two sides of essentially offering yield is, you need the supply of dollars and the demand in this case, in terms of loans. The situation that, the future that you described, let's say like Robinhood, taking, or a Robinhood, offering a yield product to its customers. Are we there yet today? Is it possible for someone the size of, Robinhood's customer base to, we're talking, because I guess we're talking about, inflows in the, in the hundreds of millions on a weekly basis, right? What is today's market size of this, of the kind of, let's say like a stable coin yield market?
Yeah, the size of what Robinhood would need is huge. But if, I actually sat in line, they make you sign up on Robinhood to say, hey, do you want a cash account that offers 0.3% yield? It's like, wow, that's better than a checking account. Sure, I'll sit in line. And like, great, you're in line of 2 million people. And it slowly ticks down every day as they unlock, more of these cash accounts for their users. But just like the yields in DeFi, where we connect interest paid by borrowers to these stable coins, similarly, Robinhood needs to source their yield from somewhere. They have products on the back end that they're generating. They just can't mint dollars out of thin air. So they just rate limit how many users can access it. And I think similar for DeFi, it'll just be applied in the same way. It's like if you're a tier 1 Robinhood user, you might get to the front of the line a bit sooner or something, but they're not going to open up to everyone, because if everyone converted the dollars that they have in these investing apps, the whole crypto space would be tapped out right away. And it's not like if they buy a stable coin, it actually grows the market cap of crypto. It doesn't. If they buy Bitcoin, it does, because the price moves up. But stable coins, that's not the case. So I think we'll see these kind of metered approaches as adoption happens and these integrations happen a bit more. And hopefully, since we're talking about Robinhood, if Robinhood did expand their crypto offering to integrations where users could borrow for margin to trade crypto assets, that would actually grow the stablecoin pie as well, and they could both grow in tandem. Will that happen? Probably not. It's probably going to be one or the other first, and they're going to take baby steps because they're regulated and a pretty large institution in the space, really controlling a lot. So I would say there's a lot of opportunity, but who's going to be the first mover that's really going to drive the needle for the overall space? It's really hard to say. It could be anyone.
A concern I have about borrowing and lending in the crypto space, and I would be interested to also hear how you guys think about that, is that credit demand and credit supply, as in traditional finance, but especially in crypto, are highly linked to the underlying collateral prices. So for instance, in the case of Compound, we can say that Ethereum like price changes can have a massive impact on yields that can be produced. So when we were considering how we can create a borrowing and lending product, that's something we want to target. We want to have a stable rate, which is something that it's not that much the case, at least for most protocols right now. So our way around it would be to try to subsidize the rate in a counter-cyclical fashion using staking returns. So if you could somehow stake the underlying collateral, you'll also have an interest yielding product on top of your loan, and you could use that interest to either subsidize the borrower or the lender to kind of smooth the fluctuations. I'm just curious. I'm not too aware on Kava specifically, but is it something you have considered, or generally how to deal with the fluctuations in demand and in turn the rates?
Yeah, we've had huge swings where we had, we've only launched with one asset so far, which is BNB. On October 15th, we expanded to many assets. So the considerations will be a little different then. But at least from what we've seen with BNB, it's swung up to the north of $50 million. And then, that's 1% of all BNB deposit in Kava. And then down to 25. So there's very big swings in kind of the borrowers in quantity. Largely because they just chase yield as well. So, if a better yield opportunity comes somewhere else, then they're going to move their assets and realize it over there. And my favorite phrase that I've heard in the past few months is there's no loyalty in yield. And that's absolutely true, whether it's FX or commodities or crypto. People are going to move capital if they can get a better return elsewhere. But in Kava, at least for the harvest money markets, it's a market rate. And for the stability fee that's paid on the Kava lending platform, that's set by governance, and it's pretty straightforward. But again, it's supply limited. So as supply goes up and down, the rate stays the same, but the amount of USDX stablecoins that's available is going to grow and shrink along with it. So it's not something that we can have a huge amount of control over. We can increase the rates or decrease the rates to drive more borrowers, or reduce the borrowers depending on the scenario, just like a central bank increases interest rates up and down. But that's a very active management approach. And I think you only want to do that once you're really swinging in one direction or the other a bit too hard. I don't know if that answers your question completely, but we kind of approach kind of the lending side a bit different than the harvest money market, which is just purely a market rate.
Moving on to a different topic, that word that has been used here is regulations. What do you guys general thoughts there? Like, obviously, there's reasons behind regulations. There's cases where the regulation just really doesn't carry its purpose, where it stifles innovation, and then there's a lot of other options. What are your thoughts on how do regulations impact stable coins, decentralized stable coins, and so on?
I think that's the main existential threat of stable coins right now. Like, be 100% sure that they're in compliance with regulatory authorities. So in our case, getting the banking license for the main DApp in our network for Chai was quite a struggle in the beginning. But Korea at least is one of the few countries that has provided a pretty clear regulatory framework. It's not active yet, but it passed through the legislation, so it will be implemented in the next few months. So at least for us, that gives us a lot of confidence, because for a big part of our existence, we operate a little bit on a gray area, since some things were not clearly written in the law. And yeah, I think having clear regulation and a friendly regulatory environment is the biggest prerequisite for any stablecoin projects to succeed. And the fall of Basis, I think, illustrates that in a really nice way.
There's actually since you mentioned Basis, so for people who don't know, Basis was a algorithmic, or I don't know, would it be demurrage shares is maybe the better term for it, but it is an algorithmic stable coin which used a bond market to stay stable. But the founders who made that, after raising a lot of money, gave all the money back because they said the regulation was just too heavy or too high to overcome. But what's really interesting is two anonymous characters by the name of, I think it was like DeFi Rick and DeFi Morty, have appeared and made a fork of Basis recently. And they pushed that forward, and they've been doing some, they've just done it completely off the normal, make a company, create the product. They're just like, we're just going to be anonymous characters, submit the open source code, and let it go from there on the back of all this DeFi madness. It'll be really interesting to see if this like DeFi fork of Basis is going to take off or not. But that we haven't seen anything similar since. But Basis was one of the really, really interesting projects. But as Nicholas mentioned, it just got crushed by kind of the lawyers and the regulators. There's just not a lot of routes for a real company in the US to do much there.
And from personal experience, I can tell that our main roadblock with regards to the US markets has been regulation, because our current operating model in Korea, it's not clear to what extent it would be 100% legal and in compliance in a US market.
Yeah, yeah. There's so much just in terms of cost that comes along with just doing anything in the U.S. With FinCEN and all the other regulations that come along from being a money transmitter, from being a bank, from being, there's just so much there. It's almost prohibitive, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel, because now there are banking licenses being issued, with Kraken being one of the first exchanges to get a banking charter for digital assets. They just got it, so nothing has really happened yet, but that is positive news, at least for the space, that there's, as you said, just having a pathway of what are the steps that you need to take is a huge part of that hurdle, and it was just unclear up until a little while ago.
And I guess, so you mentioned I guess legitimization happening kind of gradually, and I would agree that technically regulation that is the potentially existential threat, but at the same time it functions as a potential stamp of approval for a lot of people, that the majority of the world they do not put their money into something that says, this is beta. Do not use, you might risk your funds, right? While we live in this industry where everyone decides to basically YOLO and put all their money into this thing because it promises a very high yield, right? And we do live in a kind of abnormal world. But what are you guys' thoughts on Libra, which is, I know, super buzzword and so on. Haven't heard about it for a while, but I was thinking very relevant for this discussion.
Oh, first I would like to just go back to the last topic though, really quick, which was just the existential threat that Nicholas mentioned. I think it doesn't get talked about enough in the crypto space, that Tether, which is the primary liquidity device of the entire space, is all held at one bank in the Bahamas, and if that gets shut down, the whole crypto space could just explode. BTC could go down to, I don't know, 1. It might, I don't think it'll go down to absolute 0, but it's gonna go way, way, way down, and that's gonna set back the entire space. Yes, there's USDC and other regulated options that are that could take its place, but it's not gonna happen overnight, and the whole space is gonna get such a market cap hit that people just aren't going to have the funds and liquidity, and everyone's going to get squeezed out of their positions. It would be such a hit to the entire space, and people don't realize just that could be even the decision of just the CEO over at Deltec Bank saying, nope, I don't want Bank Tether anymore. That could just be boom, Tether's done. It's really just hanging on a thread at all times, and Tether's also gone under a ton of lawsuits and other things that they've fought off, and it's amazing how much FUD has happened around Tether, and it still exists. And that's why I'm actually kind of bullish on Tether. Liquidity begets liquidity, and Tether's maintained its position. But we should just all remember that there's still a pretty big possibility that crypto goes to kind of 0, and it's all hanging on Tether right now.
On a slightly more positive note on that subject, we have noticed that Tether dominance has been declining a lot over time.
That's true. So it's true.
A really healthy development is that we see more and more stable coins being created, and different stable coins have different niche use cases. Of course, Tether still has the arbitrage use case, which still is the dominant use case of stable coins. But I think it's a healthy development that there has been some competition across different networks with regards to stable coins, and hopefully that's the future going forward.
Yeah, you need to have these alternatives to take the place if and when that does happen. And I actually largely think of decentralized stablecoins, like what we're doing. We're kind of sitting there waiting. We're not ever going to be the #1 stablecoin, but if that does happen, or if regulation does change to a more negative tune, that's when decentralized stablecoins can really take off as well, because that's when people just have to use them.
And I guess just to add to this is that, technically, I think Tether and USDC are both regulated in under the same bucket, right? They're both was it FINRA registered, and that's it.
Well, Tether's a little different. I mean, there's a lot of different places where Tether's fighting battles in different jurisdictions. And I think it's hard to say, because what Tether does really well is it kind of maintains this gray space, almost like a Binance-esque, like people are throwing rocks and bullets at it and it just sort of deflecting them off and not being injured somehow. But it had this undercapitalized part where some of the crypto that they had got given to a third party, and then the funds were, quote unquote, lost. So it wasn't even one-for-one backed. Then they did the Leo raise, which apparently recapitalized it, but no one really knows. There's all sorts of things that, whether it's regulated by X, Y, or Z, I think ultimately, just like money, comes down to, do people have faith in Tether? It could be regulation that cuts away, what people believe Tether to be. But I could see actually Deltec Bank saying, no more Tether, and then people still want to trade it and think of it as real dollars. It's really interesting in that way. It's all that kind of belief in the money. Does it have value?
I mean, if you think about it, all money is a bubble. It's a subject of how we value them. If we think something has a value, it has a value. So same thing with Tether.
But I think the thing about like what helps with Deltec Bank is the ownership structure of it is kind of pretty pro Tether as well. If I remember the founding story of it correct, that it's kind of similar group of people involved with it.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. Actually, the owner of Deltec Bank is actually the inventor of Inspector Gadget. And he made a lot of his money as Inspector Gadget, and then rolled some of that money into doing, developing some properties in the Bahamas. And by kind of doing that good and building up the community, he was able to get, work with the government and get a bank charter. And that's how Deltec Bank got formed. And then when Tether got kicked out of all the other banks, they went to the Bahamas because it's one of the few places that there was a bank willing to work with them. It was the largest bank in the Caribbean, but they, what's really nice about the Bahamas, and it's actually why Kava banks there amongst other banks, is because the regulatory risk is a bit nicer. It's very hard to have your funds shut down there because it's not like an English common law place. If the UK or the US says, hey, stop doing something, it has to go through kind of the country's government process before it ever reaches kind of the bank, and the bank has to lock funds of someone. So it's actually pretty nice and insulated from other regulations or other jurisdictions. I don't know what they're called, but not warrants, but basically like seizing funds and that kind of thing. It's a bit more resistant to that.
I thought there was a Brock Pierce involvement in Deltec Bank as well. But anyways,
there's a bit of that, and also along with the owners of Bitfinex, they're all kind of in the same group with Deltec.
I'm sure they have an interest to get along well. Zooming out of that, I'd like to just briefly talk about the technical side as well of stablecoins. What a commonality between both of your protocols is that you're both built on the Cosmos SDK. Due to its nature, today still both of your projects are essentially standalone blockchains. There is this thing IBC. It's been coming on the horizon. What are your thoughts on that? And maybe one of you could sort of explain what IBC is to a dummy like me as well.
Let you have that one.
In a really simple way, it's pretty much us figuring out that if we pull together our resources and be more and more interoperable, we can achieve greater things. So in one sentence, that's how I would summarize it. So different projects within the Cosmos ecosystem have different niches. So we thought that it would be good if we develop a closer collaboration and see how we can complement each other by taking into advantage all of our different strength points. So for instance, we do a lot of payments. Kava has done a lot of borrowing and lending. we can definitely use each other's knowledge on different spaces and collaborate to reach a greater audience. In one sentence, that's how I would summarize the goal of the IBC.
And
yeah, there's always I'll just add, there's always a trade-off every blockchain has to make in scalability, throughput, its specialization. If you're doing privacy, there's a lot more compute involved. What IBC allows for is for blockchains to specialize into one thing or a few things that they're good at, but then interoperate with other blockchains for other services, whether it be Oracle data or something else. And yeah, what's also really nice about the Cosmos ecosystem is because they're all designed roughly the same as proof of stake networks. All of it, programmed in Go. It's very, I can develop something, or Kava can develop something. We open source it. Terra, if they like that, they can be like, cool, I'll use that, and they just pour it over. So similar to how Ethereum, you can fork code and do that. It's not just that Cosmos has one team developing on the SDK. Like Kava, actually, we pushed some code, some of our like vesting accounts and other things directly to the Cosmos SDK. So there's many teams. There's us, there's Terra, there's Akash, there's Binance, there's now OKChain and KuCoin all developing. There's over 100 projects developing on the Cosmos SDK. And I just think of it as like rapid experimentation and evolution all at the same time. People can just grow from that. So it's like you have 100 businesses collaborating on their resources and growing very fast because of it.
And you also make it easier to attract a new developer talent in each chain, because right now it's pretty known that Ethereum has taken most of the engineers, but that's slowly changing, I believe.
Right, and I guess we're almost out of time here, and I'll start to wrap this up. One thing which I'd be interested to hear is what are the kind of what is the thing in your opinion that should be talked more about when it comes to stablecoins? And Brian, I'm not sure whether you already answered that question just now about Tether, but
I'll add one. What should be talked more about is this ridiculous notion that people have to hold Ethereum to pay for gas, regardless of gas fees. It's just a huge roadblock to the stablecoin use case is just needing to hold another token and needing to have people manage whatever that price or risk or volatility is. It's just silly. And I think when you have a proof of stake blockchain like ours or like Terra, the validators, which get paid in the native tokens, can arbitrarily set those fees to roughly zero. And that just could be a thing of the past. Apps that develop and integrate these stablecoins don't need to manage multiple assets. If they want to just be the Venmo, but using stablecoins with crypto, they can do that. And people don't need to worry about holding Ethereum or anything else. And I think that is not talked about enough. So when I see like new stablecoin on Algorand or new stablecoin on X, Y, and Z blockchain, they're still suffering from the exact same thing, which is users have to hold two tokens. It's silly. It should be a thing of the past. And I think the industry really needs to move away from that.
And
do you see a way for Ethereum to ever get past that?
If Ethereum 2.0 Ethereum 2.0, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's layer 2 stuff that moves it off. If there's never there's not going to be ever a need for settlement in some weird layer 2. I don't believe that's actually a reality, but it's possible that in a staking model somewhere in the future, I don't even think in Ethereum 2.0 it quite solves it. But of course, every network can evolve and iterate and upgrade. And if they see kind of the industry move away from Ethereum to other things because of that reason, you can bet that they would try their best to address it. The problem with Ethereum is that it just evolves so slow because it's such a big network now that it would take them years to make those adjustments.
Maybe 3.0 then.
Ethereum infinity.
Nicholas, what about you?
Just a quick point I wanted to make about most of the stable coins. So there is a notion that for a stable coin to be successful, has to be either backed with fiat or be over collateralized by other crypto. And I think that makes most like stable coins highly capital inefficient. So I'm a true believer that if you set up the right incentives and you have a proper monetary and fiscal policy, it's not much different than defending a peg of a country to have like a stable coin pegged to a fiat without having 100% the fiat behind it. So I think that's a framework of operation that more and more stable coins should adopt going forward, because being capital efficient has significant gains with regards to both user adoption and setting up the right incentives at place. So I guess I would like to dispel that notion that for a stablecoin to be successful, it has to be either 100% backed by fiat or be over collateralized by other crypto. I don't think that's the case, and my hope is that the crypto space will, with some degree of like prudence, move towards that direction.
Yeah, I guess that, would you say that needs credit then in that case?
Credit is definitely one of the really important drivers. At least that's what traditional economics would teach you.
Yeah.
Both great points, and I guess I'll end it there. Thank you guys so much, Nicholas from Terra and Brian from Kava. Once again, this has been a great discussion, and look forward to having more of these.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arthur. It's been fun. Thank you, Nicholas.
Likewise. Have a great day.
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hakazer, and today I'm glad to be joined by Kevin Wang, co-founder of Nervos Network. Kevin, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Yona. Good to be here.
Well, first, you want to give our audience a little bit of background, kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Yeah, so I was my background into engineering, and then I was trained as a software developer, and then I started with building software more around data back in the days, and then in I think I'm trying to think with the first year I heard Bitcoin. I think it's around 20, maybe 13, 14-ish. So discovered Bitcoin and, read the white paper, and then got really impressed. And before reading that white paper, I got really interested in both economics, and obviously I have a engineering background. So, that's sort of that, the concept Bitcoin touch both in, economic principles as well as, software engineering to solve a problem that wasn't able to be solved before. So that was a big, it left a big impression on me. Then, I think fast forward a few years, because back then I was more sort of in the, I had a different company that I started. So for Nervos Network, it was really not until the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, then that started to do Nervos Network with some of my friends. So that's how we started.
Isn't that the goal, the dream, to kind of start working with something you love with your friends? I mean, that's awesome. So maybe they'll tell me a little bit about the Nervos Network. What is Nervos, and kind of what were your guys' goals when you started out?
Yeah, so we started, and this is already, Ethereum, the ICO craze and everything. So the landscape of the industry has changed quite a bit, right, from the Bitcoin days, and then we started to see the real potential of a sort of Turing complete computation platform, but then we also started to see issues, right? And so one of our co-founders, Jen, used to be a core developer at Ethereum, working for like sharding and sort of POS research. And so he started to see, on the front row, some of the issues, right, that you started to have. Scalability was definitely one of them, one of the big ones. So we kind of came back to the drawing board and started to think about, what are some of the fundamental sort of architectural and, the way that we can redesign the system to alleviate these issues. So there's definitely, we felt, as a, so there were, two sort of guiding principles, right? So one is, we wanted to challenge a little bit Ethereum's sort of, account model, fundamental account model, where, and the EVM execution mechanism, where you can only execute transactions serially, one after another. Which, if you look at modern computing, right, it's a lot of it is really just parallel computing and parallel processing. So, as a blockchain, public blockchain systems, which is already, distributed, and then if you sort of add the constraint of you only be able to execute transactions serially, that becomes a bottleneck. And the other one is really, Ethereum and other, blockchain inspired by Ethereum, is mostly, just have a single layer in terms of just one platform in terms of trying to handle all the issues. So what Nervos, the fundamental architecture choice, different for Nervos is, first it uses this sort of multi-layer, layer 1 and layer 2 approach at the get-go, and then really think about, layer 2 and then layer 1 and layer 2, how they work together, and then, encourage developers to design applications sort of embracing this multi-layered approach instead of try to squeeze everything onto one layer. And also, our layer 1 uses the UTXO model, which is very different, very similar to Bitcoin, which allowed for parallel processing. Yeah, so you can increase, you can allow much better throughputs.
Well, like you mentioned, so far, at least with, with Bitcoin, Ethereum, especially with Ethereum, where they built it, when they built it, they built it with one layer in mind, to try to handle everything. And they couldn't have foreseen, I don't think they foresaw the use cases that have currently built on it, the major network congestion, especially with DeFi. And that has really congested the network, sky-high gas fees. But like you said, Nervos CKB was purposely built with two layers in mind, in one state and one computation. This is definitely, I would say a better process to go about it, to build with two at the beginning instead of tacking on a second layer to Ethereum like a lot of people are trying to do. Will that work? Do you think that any of these layer 2 solutions for Ethereum, kind of these, hey, we built Ethereum with one layer in mind, but let's try to slap on a layer 2. Will that ever scale or work as good as Nervos, where you build those two layers at the get-go?
I think it will work. It's just in terms of developer experience, right? And then developer, if you are not, for example, there's a lot of technologies also, or research is also in the, happening in the Ethereum world. And then, so there are two issues that could potentially, it's already the blocking some of the, generalized layer 2 research on Ethereum. One is that, Ethereum has this EVM, virtual machine on the bottom, which means the computation cost for performing certain verifications can be very high. And, we're already seeing that because most of the current, promising layer 2 solutions on Ethereum is a zero knowledge based approach. And then, for certain sort of novel zero knowledge solutions, the computation cost of verification can be very high, right? And that comes down from, Ethereum's EVM fundamentally is a higher level VM, and so you're not executing on the metal, so to speak, right? And then the other thing is just, the availability of these primitives, because again, you could have precompiles, but that's sort of the solution to get around this high gas model, and you say, well, maybe we can have precompiles, and then that will alleviate some of the, I don't have to rewrite my verification logic in Solidity, for example, which will be very expensive, right? So that's one way to alleviate it. But again, the sort of the hard fork rate of Ethereum is never, maybe there's a hard fork every 2 years, but that will never be fast enough to catch with the sort of the blazing end of the sort of technology research. So there's several reasons, right? And then the other thing is, at least what we see that's working on Ethereum right now today, that if you want to go to sort of Ethereum layer 2 scalability, then the way you program a layer 1, layer 2 are very different, right? So, using examples, for example, Loopring, which is already working very well on Ethereum, but the way, the program model on layer 1, layer 2 are very, very different. So you have to, on layer 2, you have to mix together the sort of the infrastructure and the application logic together, right? So you are simultaneously writing a DEX and also writing sort of layer 2 scaling infrastructure, right? So that works for them. But if you want to have like a generalized environment where you can have people, program on layer 1 and then just, this is at least what we're trying to solve, right? So automatically you can also provision layer 2 infrastructure to be able to run it. using the same sort of universal programming model, and that's the way that we're trying to push it. And then yeah, so I think that will be much better, much more viable, and then much better developer user experience. And also, so going back to the EVM as layer one, right? So our layer one allows sort of, so to speak, much closer to the metal. And then, we use a virtual machine that is, that's essentially a RISC-V computer, right? So it is a computer simulator, right? So it's much closer to the actual operating system, that allows you to not only have high performant and more efficient sort of library to be executed on that, but it also allows you to directly use existing libraries, like for Snark libraries, instead of having to roll it your own, like, or wait for precompiled on Ethereum. So yeah, so maybe a little bit like too detailed to answer your question, but yeah, these are the angles that we try to go for it.
And you could tell that your project is being led by developers, because like you said, you're doing things that aren't for marketing purposes or at the end of the day, you guys understand the real problems because you guys are working on the blockchains. Like you said, one of your co-founders was a core ETH developer, and he saw the issues firsthand with trying to implement sharding and POS. So that is great to see, developers working for developers. Now, you guys also are implementing a unique consensus algorithm, NC Max. You want to go a little bit into how that works and why you chose that consensus algorithm?
Yeah, so NC Max is, you can think about as a sort of take the Bitcoin consensus, Nakamoto consensus, and obviously proof of work, and then try to make it the most efficient, right? And try to optimize it as much as possible. And in fact, if you look at, if you take a step back and look at all the consensus algorithms, if you give the invariant of, let's say, we're gonna, not to go for, not to saccharide decentralization, right? So let's say we're not gonna go with schemes like delegated proof of stake. Then you're essentially, the bottleneck is almost always going to be the bandwidth, because if you want to have hundreds of nodes or even thousands of nodes, right, and to be more decentralized, then by definition the data or the message has to be received by these hundreds and thousands of nodes. So in a way, the speed you can propagate data or transactions is going to be the constraining factor for your consensus algorithms, right? So with the NC Max, I think one of the most sort of critical or most important innovation here is that we try to optimize on bandwidth as much as possible. So essentially, right, so we, on the technical level, we look at, so I would say the encore rate, right, so in Ethereum is called encore rate or orphan rate, same concept, is an indicator of how fast that, a certain block has been able to propagate through the network. If it is a very low encore rate, that means there's more than enough time for a block to be propagated and everybody had received. If there's very high encore rate, that means the block hasn't been able to sufficiently propagate it, and then that probably indicates a low or not enough bandwidth. So what we're doing is we essentially adjust block time based on the encore rate. So we target a specific encore rate, and then if the encore rate is low, then we know that we're not fully utilizing the bandwidth. Therefore, we're increasing. We're decreasing the block time, right? We increase the rate that we're producing blocks, so we can produce more blocks per minute, so to speak, right? So that's and then we calibrate based on that, And then, so that's one of the, and the other one that's really important is that we're making sort of selfish mining theoretical and profitable. And then, you know, that's another, you know, one of the highest, you know, main risks for, you know, for Bitcoin mining is to that self-mining could be profitable after difficulty adjustments. So we added the algorithms to make that unprofitable. So it's never, you know, miners don't have incentive to salvage mine. So those are the main changes.
Well, yeah, and it seems like, you know, with you guys prioritizing bandwidth and does this set the Nervos network up to be, you know, perfect for DeFi? Is the goal to allow, you know, dApps and DeFi to build upon it? Is it more as a you know, peer-to-peer transfer of value, you know, transactions? How do you guys envision, you know, the use of the Nervos network?
Yeah, I think DeFi is definitely going to be one of the most important you know, sectors. And then, you know, some of the stuff that we, you know, we talk about, that we build, I think are uniquely position us to be a good platform for DeFi. So one thing that I haven't mentioned is the economic model is also sort of built with the vision to have our layer one, sort of the more store value based blockchain. And then, which is important because DeFi is all about value, it's all about assets. So we look at you know, some other blockchains, and then you know, there is a sort of also a pattern, which is typically the native token or native coin is strictly used as, or positioned to be used as money, right, instead of having intrinsic value. And I think, you know, that may work for some of the platform like Ethereum, and then but then it will definitely be very challenging for, you know, most other platforms. And then fundamentally the issue you're hitting is what we call this heavy assets problem, right? So as a sort of DeFi platform or value platform, so as the value of assets increase on the platform, there is no direct sort of correlation to the native value, right? There's no direct like value capture mechanism so that the native token, native coin can also be more valuable. And if you don't hold this invariance, again, the level of network security is determined, or the attacking cost is determined by, you know, how much money attackers need to spend to be able to attack, like do a double spending, right? And then if you don't, you know, if you can't make it such that the more valuable the assets are on the platform, the more difficult it is to attack, then sooner or later the platform will be attacked. So that's something that we haven't seen in any other platforms. And then, you know, when we did our economic model, we made sure that the native token has direct value capture for the assets that's stored on our layer one platform. So it will be, you know, it will be not so much of a problem.
When we look at Ethereum, sorry about that. When we look at Ethereum, which the assets, you know, stored on the network are growing and growing, especially with the growth of DeFi, and they don't have their inherent token tied to the value of the assets. How come we don't see that same issue there about attacks on the Ethereum network?
I mean, we haven't. I mean, the DeFi, you know, really started to take off, I would say maybe this year, right? And again, you know, this is you know, in my view, it's a long process of adoption in terms of DeFi. I mean, we're only seeing the very beginning of it, right? So I'm not saying it will for sure 100% happen. You know, I'm just saying theoretically that's possible to happen. And then especially the gap between sort of the value that Ethereum secures versus Ethereum's own market cap, right? So essentially Ethereum is So think of it this way, right? Essentially, Ethereum is using its own market cap to defend the, all the tokens, right? You should say DeFi tokens running on Ethereum. It's using its own market cap to defend it, right? So the DeFi tokens themselves are not helping to defend it. It's purely just the ETH. It's being paid for the miners to secure the platform, and then so if and there's no direct value transfer, direct value. They don't. Essentially, if you think about like the real world, right? So all the DeFi projects don't pay tax to the ETH miners. And then, just like in real countries or real worlds, that can be a problem.
And how do you guys implement that into I'm assuming when you're discussing your native token, you're talking about CK Byte, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so how do you implement it? What is the mechanism that kind of connects the CK Byte's value to the assets on the network?
Yeah, so again, let's extend the analogy, right? So you think about if you were to be able to, design a system that you want to extract some sort of value from ecosystem projects or utility, right? Utilization of your platform, how would you go around doing it? So first, if you design from the top down, first you need to make sure that this needs to be collected not one time. It has to be collected somewhat ongoingly, right? And then it has to be because you're protecting the value being stored on Ethereum. It's not just when they are created or a specific transaction. So it has to be some sort of ongoing tax, if you will, ongoing cost that your ecosystem can contribute to the security. And if on a blockchain system, really the only again, if you think about system requirements, the platform performs either computation, storage, or bandwidth, and these are the resources, the miners can provide. So the only property that's consistent to the need of these costs is, state storage, because state storage needs to be, miners always have to have the entire state to be able to perform consensus. And then, the occupation pattern is always that, the longer you keep these states, then the more system resource you have to consume. So we're making the connection between basically state storage occupation versus, how like the payment pattern, right? So essentially, we designed the economic model that we sort of mandate people to use state rent to pay for the ongoing security, right? So, so that's that's we get into that topic. I mean, that's a topic that has been under research for quite a long time on Ethereum, and I don't think it's a perfect solution there. Again, because sort of the intrinsic value of the ETH, the native token, and then the way we solve it is because we use a unit of state rent, state storage, as the native token. So that allows us to do so much, so many more things. And then basically your monetary policy can be, your state occupation unit is then tradable, has a market price, and then you can use monetary policy to extract value from that as well.
Mm-hmm. And how does this tie in to you guys? The Nervos network does not use ERC20 tokens like Ethereum, but you have your own UDTs or user-defined tokens. How do those differ from the way that ERC20 tokens work on Ethereum? So we have our own UDTs, and then again, this is the difference between our UDTs and ERC20 is fundamentally comes from the data structure, the underlying sort of ledger structure and the data structure that we use. So we use something like cell model, which is similar to Bitcoin's UTXO model. And in this model, so you have something like, I think for like the OG people, back to the Bitcoin days,
this is essentially the sort of the premise of a colored coin, right? So you have a piece of UTXO that you can represent not just a Bitcoin balance, but you can represent any custom assets, any custom, you can define your own semantics to it, right? So this is similar to that, in that you have what we call a cell. Again, a cell, you can define how big it is, how many bytes, and this links to native token, right? But with this, let's say you have a cell of 1,000 bytes, and then with this, 1,000 bytes, you can define your own semantics, what it means, and then what's the constraint when you transfer this cell to other people, and with the cell using transactions, and that comes to the smart contract part of it, right? So that's the idea. So our user defined token standard is you basically specify the data structure for the cell, right? So for the first 8 bits, or I have to look at the spec specifically, but either 8 bits or 16 bits that represent this, and then the next, let's say 16 bits represents this information, so that when you're using transactions, and then there's also a sort of we call a standard called SUDT, called simple UDT, which has a script, and again, this is a little bit different from Ethereum, right? So if you issue a token on Nervos, you'll be able to just use the script directly if you're issuing something like an ERC20 token or fungible token, right? So with Ethereum, you will still have to write code or copy paste some code from somewhere. But with this, if you're just issuing a token, then you can just use our script, and it's available online, on chain as well. So that's the main difference.
I like it. I mean, it seems like you guys kind of looked at Bitcoin and looked at Ethereum and all the other solutions that people work on. You kind of took the best of both worlds there, which I think is a brilliant idea. Why pick sides? Take the best from both sides. So kudos for you guys there. It sounds really exciting. Now, you guys also recently added a band protocol to bring Oracle tech to Nervos. What are you guys planning on doing with that? What does that enable the Nervos network to accomplish?
Yeah. So again, I think we're believers in DeFi, and I think it's multi-decades or multi-year. I mean, however you say it. I mean, it's a big sort of historical trend that will happen, just like the way the internet started, and decentralized finance is, by the way, it's much more than what we're seeing right now, like liquidity mining, and speculation and coins and things like that. But so coming back to sort of Oracle, right? Fundamentally, if you want to build a viable DeFi ecosystem, Oracle is a very important piece of the puzzle. It's one of the building blocks. So essentially you need to have things like stablecoin, you have oracles, and then you need to have decentralized exchanges, the DEX, AMM is definitely gaining a lot of traction on the DEX space, and I think those are the main primitives. For us, we also want to build a bridge to Ethereum and to other public blockchains as well, so that assets can move more freely between different ecosystems. I think that's sort of the if you talk about like a minimal viable DeFi ecosystem, right? That's basically it.
And with so much, with the your network being able to handle so much bandwidth, as well as maintaining that top level security, do you think that, or are you anticipating any enterprise interest into the Nervos network?
I mean, we're already seeing interest, right? Just typically projects in the enterprise space moves a lot slower than what we see, like several entrepreneurs in their garage and just go for it, right? So there's definitely interest in enterprise, but whenever you have enterprise solution, there's there's also element of regulation attached to it, and then enterprise tend to be more keeping their toes into the space instead of just jumping in, and this is sort of the hybrid sort of permissioned and permissionless approach will be the most helpful. And for us, with the layered approach, we can also architect such a system much more easily. That on layer 2, and enterprise typically do want to have something of higher throughput because they tend to have like a larger user base. And then so we can have sort of the regulatory compliant layer on layer 2, and then again, if they need to expand out of that, if you want to do cross-border stuff and then go across jurisdictions, then public blockchain is typically the platform they use to do that.
And so going back in your last answer, you mentioned DeFi and how there's so much more to it than just the liquidity mining and what in the yield farming that we're seeing today. When I first heard of DeFi, this is, I was going to blockchain conferences, 2-3 years ago, and back then DeFi wasn't center stage like it is today. DeFi was given the back room. There'd be 3-4 guys, at that workshop. And when I heard of it, I thought, wow, decentralized finance, it's kind of like, I don't have to go to a bank. If I want a loan for my house, I don't have to go to a bank. I could kind of go to the community, go to a larger group of people and try to get financial services. And that's not really how people have been using DeFi today, in terms of the major use cases like yield farming and liquidity mining. How do you view that right now? How do you view yield farming and the way that DeFi is being used today? Is this just the necessary speculation and capital needed to drive the innovation towards something else? Or is this just, people, taking advantage of an inefficient market to make money before everyone figures it out?
Yeah, I think it's necessary. I mean, think about how Bitcoin came around, right? I mean, the reason that Bitcoin is where it is today is it went through, I don't know how many, how many iterations of speculative bubbles and crash and things like that to be able to expand. So in a way, I think it probably has to go through this way because this is how like capital formation happens. This is how you get, you expand the DeFi users and developers beyond, just a very small group of developers and, hippies, so to speak, right? And because the market cap of the space is very small, it's still relatively small. So whenever you have this expansion of possibilities, use cases and whatnot, then it's like a micro cap like stock, right? Whenever people start to, this is going to happen, then you capital rush in and just the price just gets, skyrocketed to the sky, and then something, it hits some hurdle and then people say, oh yeah, this is not good. And then it crashes again, just because the nature of such a small market in comparison to, capital that's looking for yield or capital, even just speculative capital looking for, to moon, right? So I think I'm not sure there can be another way because until, again, you have a much more robust ecosystem, you have like much big players and much market cap that can absorb these sort of, shocks along, the journey that, DeFi in general can develop. Again, like I said, this is the same journey that Bitcoin had, right? So in the beginning, like a very obscure, nobody knows about it, and then, or very few people didn't take it seriously. But then, started to, when there is a, positive price action, and then people start to recognize the potential, and then narratives and so on, attracted just, 10x more people and capital. And then inevitably, the price action also goes up and sort of reinforcing and attracting more people. And and obviously it crashes and at some point, and build its support and things like that. So it will be the same thing for for DeFi. I think compared to traditional startups like Silicon Valley startups, the core differences here is that this is probably the first time that entrepreneurs can build products, and even before it's fully developed or fully product market fit, or reach like a mass adoption phase, that the value is also simultaneously traded on the public market. And I would say if you were to introduce this element to like Silicon Valley startups, you have the same problem, right? You just Uber, it will be a very different journey that they the way they want to public, essentially being the dominant player of the industry. So I think we're still very beginning of DeFi, and then there's very great potential that can come, but it's also just uniquely enabled by blockchain technology because people can trade.
Well, yeah, I think you're exactly right. It is a very interesting way of looking at it. Kind of like, if right now you could go to any startups could get access to the public market, it would look crazy. I mean, there'd be crazy speculation all over the place. I think that the main difference here, and this is a big difference that we also saw with the ICO boom, is a lack of equity. In the traditional markets, if you're going to speculate, you're going to speculate on equity on that project. You're going to want, great, I might own 5% of the next Facebook, but especially with the ICOs where you're just getting utility tokens, which didn't give you any equity. And here now, maybe with DeFi, you could argue with the governance token, maybe that might equate to equity, but not really. Here, you're still speculating on price. You're not speculating on actually getting a piece of the pie. But once all this speculation does its part and brings enough capital and brings in the research, the amazing research you guys are using, what's your view of DeFi? What does a mature DeFi look like? What kind of products and services could not just me and you and other people who are early to the game, but what could the everyday person who wants really decentralized finance, what could he expect?
Yeah, I think you're asking for famous last words, right? Yeah, I mean, this is like you ask like in the early 1900s and say, hey, what do you think this automobile? I mean, people say, oh, what a better carriage. So
yeah,
I mean, I'm probably gonna say something like boring like that, but I don't think what I can think of. It's probably something I can't imagine, right?
Wow.
Or we talk about when people see emails, hey, what does the internet can come about? And nobody will tell you like Amazon or Facebook. But maybe better emails. So maybe a computer can read it to me, or so I don't have to write, or something like that, right? But yeah, I mean, I think if you ask most practitioners in the space, and they will tell you like more around traditional finance products, and I say, well, what is that we have in traditional finance? Obviously, payments. We have lending, insurance, trading, exchange, right? And then derivatives, right? And that's pretty much it. The things that I miss, I mean, those are the big buckets, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll say, well, I mean, we're gonna have similar. I mean, they will point to different, DeFi projects and say, look, these guys are doing derivatives, these guys are doing lending, these guys are doing insurance, these guys are doing, X. Which I think, that's probably where we're gonna start. We're gonna build a better carriage first before we make flying cars. But I mean, really, in the future, I mean, I hope it's not something I can imagine today, right? Because otherwise, it's going to be less exciting.
Very cool. You got me really excited, for this, because even I was thinking still with too much inside the box, when in reality, with this new technology, we should be thinking outside the box. Is that how Nervos is thinking? Is Nervos are you guys thinking about like, let's build infrastructure that people could build upon to build crazy tools that we can't even imagine? Or are you guys also actively involved in trying to build those unique tools?
I think both. Obviously, we need to build, the tools that work for the Nervos network, and then because we know the technology the best. So we're taking a pretty active role in building up tooling. We're building up some, primitives. On the same side, on the application layer, we definitely want to be able to rely on entrepreneurs to contribute and build products. We're also we are building sort of demos of things that we can see that can be useful. But then again, we're looking for people that can operate them, can productize them. So we may not be the best, and honestly speaking, have the bandwidth to be able to, run like 5 different projects or 5 different products at the same time building a platform. But yeah, but we can try to bootstrap that process to so people can just take and productize them.
Yeah. Well, listen, I love the work you guys are doing, and you've got to be excited for the future. Kevin, thank you so much for taking the time. I really can't wait to see what comes out next from you guys at the Nervos and the network, and appreciate you taking the time and looking forward to see what the future holds. So thank you, and for all our viewers at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Collateralized debt position. A collateralized debt position, otherwise known by crypto degenerates as a CDP, is a smart contract based on the Ethereum blockchain created by MakerDAO in 2014. It's a variation of financial market derivations that can simply be defined as representation of a debt position that is backed by an underlying pool of assets. Users can borrow stable coins against Ethereum tokens as they lock into the smart contract, and this allows one to avoid the volatility of market swings. The collateral is then released once the amount borrowed is paid back.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
We have some breaking news. As central banks and government agencies all over the globe assert monopoly over world currencies, taking the liberty to print unprecedented amounts of money, many have flocked to the experimental space of decentralized finance, or what the cryptocurrency degenerates call DeFi. But the question still stands: what the fi is in DeFi? Luckily, Reimagine 2020 is helping us think through this question, live as we speak. Tune in to Reimagine 2020 to learn more. Back to you.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy?
Just go with the cheapest.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arthur, and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today, I have with me Antonio Giuliano from DYDX, a decentralized order book exchange with margin trading and derivatives. Welcome, Antonio.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Great to have you here. Why don't we jump right in? How did you get into crypto, and what is DYDX?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with how I got into crypto, maybe just really briefly. So I got into crypto back in 2015, where I worked as a software engineer at Coinbase. I was fairly early on there, but I got to Coinbase pretty differently than the way most people got there. I didn't really know anything about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency before I got to Coinbase. But while I was there were just a lot of the top people in the space at Coinbase at that time. So I got a really firsthand seat to learning from a lot of them, getting really excited about the space. And that just gave me a lot of conviction long-term and made me really excited about the potential for the types of things you could build just going forward in the blockchain space. And I think the thing that really got me excited was right around the time I was at Coinbase was when Ethereum came out. And really got a front row seat, like I was saying, to seeing, the really exciting new things that you could build on this new paradigm of computing, where kind of for the first time you can write these programs that will execute totally autonomously and totally deterministically in a decentralized way. And it seemed to me at that time, I didn't know, what exactly I was going to build or what exactly would be really big based off of that. But it just kind of made sense to me that given this new paradigm of computing, there would be like really big, exciting things to build on it at some point. And a couple of years later, that really was the motivating factor behind starting DYDX. DYDX, as you mentioned, is one of the leading decentralized exchanges. And we're a little bit different than most decentralized exchanges in that we focus on, I would say, more advanced financial products. So things like margin trading, things like perpetual contracts, just ways you can kind of get leverage, which I'll talk about kind of what that means later, and just go long or go short on a variety of different crypto assets.
Right. Great journey so far. Congratulations. Maybe you could just explain. So, decentralized exchanges this year, definitely they've been, they've kind of arguably they've finally gotten so much of the attention that people have been expecting for years. DYDX is a little bit different because you guys are an order book exchange, right? How has this year kind of been? What has this year been like for you in terms of traction and traffic generally?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a good point. We're an order book based decentralized exchange. I'd say there are, very high level, two different types of decentralized exchanges, as probably a lot of you know. On the one hand, there's automated market makers. So these are things like Uniswap, like SushiSwap, Curve, stuff like that. And then on the other hand, there's order book based exchanges. So this is like DYDX, 0x to a certain extent, things like that. And certainly the thing that's really taken off this year has been more on the like automated market maker class. And I think the reason that that's really taken off in a huge way is that automated market maker is kind of the thing that they're really good for, is just supporting like the really long tail of assets that people might want to trade. Like it's really easy to spin up a Uniswap market, really easy to start building liquidity on it. So kind of for like the 100 to like 1,000, by volume market cap of the tokens, like Uniswap is like great for those types of things. Kind of on the order book style, the big advantage there is that it's a lot easier to build liquidity on these markets. So that's kind of why we focused on those markets, especially for some of these more advanced products that require higher amounts of liquidity, things again like margin trading and derivatives. I'd say the past year for us has also been really good. Not quite like Uniswap good, but we've gone from like, I think we were doing about 500K in USD of daily volume back in January, and now we're up to about $10 million a day or so in average daily volume. So it's been like a 20x increase for us as well. Not quite the 1,000x increase, but I think we're getting there. I think we have a lot of exciting things in the pipeline that I'll talk about in just a little bit. I think maybe taking a little bit of a step back and thinking about how I think the DeFi space is likely to evolve over time. I think just the DeFi space is kind of like mirroring the evolution that we saw in the centralized exchange space, but it's just a little bit behind. In centralized exchanges, just kind of the evolution of products that we saw were like first like spot trading, just normal buy selling, got really big on exchanges like Coinbase, Kraken, things like that, Bitfinex to a certain extent. And then margin trading got really big after that on Bitfinex. And then just what's happened in kind of the centralized exchange world is within the past year, centralized derivatives have really exploded in volume. And I think that kind of evolution in the DeFi space is likely to happen as well, where we're kind of seeing just like the kind of birth in a big way of just like the, simple kind of spot trading products like Uniswap and a bunch of other great ones that are out there. But I think along the road, maybe in the next year or so, we'll see a really big explosion in kind of more advanced types of financial products like derivatives.
Right. And I guess like the like some of the reasons why Uniswap has taken off is, like you said, that it's just so easy to kind of to bootstrap the very first market for a token, right? But then at the same time, once the market has been there for quite a while, then or for some time already, and it gets into these like growing pains essentially, where like the liquidity is either like hits like a glass ceiling, and this is where kind of like experts say that like order books become the kind of the necessary thing to bring it to the next level. How have you guys kind of or how have you seen these sort of the developments with the kind of product market fit of these AMM sort of like models? Has it sort of made DYDX also think that what if we could also adopt like this starting point type of mechanism for a market, and then also offer like the to carry forward with the order book technology?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. It's definitely something that we're paying really close attention to. I'd say we don't have any plans to like build an automated market maker or anything like that at this point, but we do have plans to be able to launch like a bunch of new markets a lot faster than we have in the past, and I'll talk about kind of what the plan is there. But the plan is really to stick with kind of this order book based model, and again, it just makes a lot of sense, especially for more advanced products, where people are trading with leverage. Trading with leverage just means there's oftentimes a lot bigger trades, a lot more liquidity that's required to kind of make sure that these types of products are healthy, that kind of, if the price is going way up or way down, that there's enough liquidity to do liquidations, things like that, just things that are really core to just kind of the overall health of the system. And that's really the big reason why we've been focused on the order book based model. One pretty interesting statistic about DYDX is, I think, I haven't looked at it super recently, but our average trade size on DYDX is about $15,000. Which is way, way higher than most exchanges have. And kind of the reason that it's so high on DYDX is just a combination of, first of all, like the gas prices. And then second of all, that DYDX is really focused, like I've been saying, on just kind of these more advanced financial products, which are oftentimes tailored to, more of the like whale type users, not always like super big whales, like it's available to everybody, but I'd say like, more sophisticated types of traders are the types of traders that gravitate towards these products, and they oftentimes are trading with larger amounts. So kind of this order book based model is really important for us to be able to do that. In addition to just having an order book based model, DYDX is known as what's called a hybrid exchange. And that basically means there are some decentralized components to DYDX, and then there are some centralized components to DYDX. The decentralized components are obviously the smart contracts, which just give us all of the kind of self-custody, all of the trustlessness of the system. But the components that we have in a centralized way are basically the order book and then the matching engine. And this just allows us to have way more performant trading, especially for market makers, which again translates to way higher liquidity for our end users. So that's something that we've built out. It's actually, the evolution of DYDX. We used to basically plug into other third-party decentralized exchanges to kind of do the trading. And then we found a lot of issues with those approaches in terms of lack of liquidity. If any of you guys have ever used a decentralized exchange, you may have run into things like your trades reverting or things like that as you're trying to place trades. DYDX doesn't have any of those problems because we have this hybrid model where we can get to like trade finality really quickly with central matching.
Right. I think the first decentralized exchange I used was Ether Delta in 2017, 2018, and I'd say the user experience has come a long way since then.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is the you mentioned that DYDX is mainly used by slightly more sophisticated traders. What is the main kind of the most popular either like trading pair or a trading product that you see most used?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have three main trading products right now. So the first is spot trading, just normal like buying and selling that you'll find on pretty much every exchange. We have that too. And then we have margin trading. And then most recently we've launched perpetual contracts, which are a type of derivative contract. The most popular trading product right now in pair is still the margin trading product, and specifically on the ETH to DAI and then ETH USDC pairs. Those are probably the biggest pairs that we have right now. But also the perpetual contracts have been growing a lot quite recently. We just launched that product a bit more recently.
Right. And what do you think, what in your experience are kind of like the biggest user like friction points, or what do you sort of, what do you wish you could kind of solve when it comes to, bringing in more centralized exchange traders to a decentralized platform?
Yeah, that's a great question. And maybe this is a good segue actually to some of the scalability stuff too, because we're actually solving a lot of this with the scalability stuff. But I'd say the biggest UX problems that we have right now are fairly similar to what probably, a lot of other decentralized exchanges would have as their biggest pain points. So things like needing to wait for a transaction to confirm before your trade goes through. So it's kind of like whenever you're trading on DYDX, very similar to like any other decentralized exchange. It's like you make a trade and then there's like spinners on your balances while the transaction is mining, and you have to wait like 30 seconds up to a minute for your trade to confirm and for your balances to update. So that's a pretty big drawback in terms of what users are used to from centralized exchanges, where it's like you make a trade and then immediately your balances update, immediately you can withdraw all of that. We're actually going to be fixing this one pretty much fully with our Starkware Layer 2 integration, which we can talk a lot more about later, and I'll come back to. I'd say the second biggest probably like UX challenge is just like wallet integrations. And I think this has come a long way within the past year or so. But still there's a lot of pain points with just the wallet space overall being like, relatively immature, and just like wallets being kind of buggy. A lot of times they'll have issues like connecting to our application or things like that. They have issues like surfacing like the appropriate information to users. Like basically the way DYDX works is that when you're trading on DYDX, you're just basically cryptographically signing orders with your wallet. But the things that you're signing in your wallets are basically, you'll see like the amount, which is the real amount, but it's like encoded as a hexadecimal string. So you'll see like, maker amounts like 0x like ABCD, and you're like, what the heck is this? So I think that's something we want to continue to tackle over the long term, is just being able to surface basically be more transparent in users' wallets and have the wallet integrations be a lot smoother. We're working with a number of different like wallet providers to be able to do that long term, which I'm excited about. I'd say like the third biggest like pain point to trading on DYDX as compared to a centralized exchange, specifically for our products, is kind of the lack of high leverage that people would like to use on like centralized exchanges. So the like perpetual contracts are basically where you see the like 100x leverages of the world that like a BitMEX or like a Binance might offer. On DYDX, our maximum leverage that we offer right now is only 10x. And the reason that we can only offer yeah, absolutely. Like definitely do your research before you're kind of trading with any leverage, disclaimer. But definitely, there is a use case, and it does actually drive a lot of volume for kind of the higher amounts of leverage, because leverage for an exchange basically means that people are just trading with some multiple of the capital that they have. So it means like a lot of volume going through the exchange. And consequently, that means a lot more liquidity and just an overall better product for people if you're able to offer this higher leverage. But the reason, as we're getting to, that we're not able to offer the higher leverage is just because of kind of the performance of price oracles. And what price oracles are, they're basically just smart contracts that live on Ethereum that will tell you what the price of given assets are. Like if your smart contract wants to know what is the price of Ethereum right now, you need to integrate with an oracle to be able to do that. And just current oracles on Ethereum aren't really that performant, just in terms of like there's really high latency whenever they're updating. So it's like, say the price of Ethereum drops 10%. The question you might want to ask if you're running a decentralized exchange on leverage is, how long is it going to take for that price drop to be reflected in the price oracles? And right now it's kind of on the order of like 5 to 10, sometimes up to 15 minutes. So if you're running one of these leveraged exchanges, you kind of have to think about, well, okay, what's kind of the maximum amount that we think the assets that we're supporting could drop within this like 5 or 10 or however long it is time period. And we're addressing this one too, actually, in a really big way with our Starkware integration, which I can talk about soon.
Yes, please. Let's go straight into that. So so I think you guys are actually one of the few companies that is actively not just looking at level 2 solutions, but that is actually working on building it out. Can you tell me a bit more about that? So you guys have chosen Starkware. What is Starkware, and why was it the best fit for DYDX?
Yeah, absolutely. And just kind of address your first point there. I think it's basically like everybody in the space is like thinking about scalability, and we were for a long time as well. But we're really actively building it right now. Actually, right before I got on this interview, I was just coding up a bunch of stuff for our backend, kind of for our Starkware integration. So it's not in the research phase or anything like that. We know exactly what we're going to build. There's no unsolved questions. And now it's just a question of spending the next few months building it out alongside Starkware. And then to answer your second question, like what is Starkware, and then why did we choose them kind of as the natural partner for us on scalability? So Starkware specializes in basically zero knowledge proofs, if you've heard of that, and specifically Stark-based proofs, which are kind of a more novel or like more advanced version of a zero knowledge proof. And they basically use these zero knowledge proofs to achieve scalability. And the really high level way it works from a technical perspective is you can basically take a bunch of data, which in our case would be a bunch of, say, trades we want to execute. Say there are like 1,000 trades that we want to execute on DYDX. The way that works right now on DYDX is for every one of those 1,000 trades, we have to send one transaction to the blockchain and pay gas fees on it and everything like that. And that's just, as you can imagine, extremely expensive. But with Starkware, what you can do is you can take these 1,000 trades, and then you can basically do magical math on it, which is kind of this zero knowledge, like Stark-based proof. And you can turn these 1,000 trades into this constant sized small data object. And by constant sized, what that means is that it doesn't matter how many trades you have. You could have 1,000, you could have 10,000, you could have potentially more. And it would the size of the proof that kind of proves that all of these trades happened is still always the same size, which is really cool, because then you can basically just put this constant size proof, which proves that these 10 or 100,000, even more trades all happened. And then you send this to the smart contract on Ethereum. And it's like, that now no longer do kind of our gas costs vary based on how many trades that we're executing. It's always kind of this constant size data object that we're just putting it in like every once in a while. So that's where the scalability comes from, and that's kind of the magic that Starkware provides. The way we're integrating with them is we're basically just taking our hybrid like matching system, our like central matching system that we have right now, which right now the central matching system, what it does is, like I was saying before, it just sends one Ethereum transaction for every single trade. And now instead what we're going to do instead of that is we'll send just an API request to Starkware system that will basically ask them to include all of these transactions, these trades that we want to send into their zero knowledge proof. So that will just get us like massive amounts of gas savings. We estimate like at least 100x in terms of gas savings right now. So, you know, basically it's like us, like centralized company like DYDX, who are running this like matching engine right now, are actually paying all of these gas fees. It's not so much like users send their own trade transactions on DYDX. It's like we send trade transactions on users' behalf. But as you could imagine, this has become a really massive expense for us, and it's kind of forced us to pass on, especially recently, like the gas costs directly onto our users. And it's pretty madness right now. A lot of times recently, you know, on the days where there's been like the Uniswap, like Unitoken kind of coming out and things like that, it's literally cost us like over $100 per trade in gas fees to execute these trades, which is like, who's going to trade on an exchange where you have to pay $100 in fees for every single trade that you make? Like I wouldn't, like probably not that many of our users would either. And that's kind of the main problem that we're trying to fix here, is that just like after we have this Starkware integration, like the gas fees should go way, way down. But we're also just kind of, that's not the only reason like why we're integrating with Starkware. We're getting a lot of other like really important benefits off of this build out as well. And I can kind of go through what those are in turn. So the first is like a little financially technical, but it's actually really important. The way DYDX works right now is with what's called isolated margining. Margining basically just means when you're trading on margin or you're trading on a perpetual contract, it's just like the amount of collateral that you put down to basically be able to trade in the system. And isolated just means that all of the products on DYDX, so like we have an Ethereum perpetual and a Bitcoin perpetual and a Link perpetual right now, all of them are margined separately. So that means if you want to, say, trade on both the Bitcoin perpetual and the ETH perpetual, you have to put down collateral separately. You have to put down, like, say, 100 USDC like into the Bitcoin perpetual, and then 100 USDC into like the Link perpetual. And these are just like totally separate accounts that you have. What we're going to build with the Starkware integration is what's called cross margining. What cross margining is it sounds complicated, but all it is just using the same pool of collateral to collateralize all of the products that you might want to trade on. So now it's like, instead of having to put down 100 USDC twice because you want to trade on these two products on DYDX, you only have to put it down once, and then that'll collateralize like all the positions that you might want to take on all these various perpetual contracts. So that's really nice for users because it just makes it a lot more capital efficient. So you overall just need less collateral and less capital to trade on DYDX, which is really nice. But it's especially impactful for market makers, actually. So basically the way market makers work is there's kind of trading on DYDX, always offering just quotes to like buy or sell the DYDX perpetual contracts at various prices. But the way, market makers have to use collateral too. So it's like if a market maker wants to say, start quoting on like the Bitcoin contract and the Link contract, again, just like the users, they'll have to put up collateral separately for each of those contracts. And this just becomes really, really capital intensive for a market maker. If you want to, say, have a bunch of trading markets on DYDX, because you'll have to collateralize like all of those independently. And it's just like linearly expensive to become a market maker on DYDX in that case. And this is like the fundamental reason why we at DYDX like haven't launched that many markets, even though we've seen a lot of, like we were talking about before, a lot of the trading activity that's really spiked recently has come from a lot of these new markets. So the main way we want to capture a lot of that is by adding new markets. And the way we're going to do it is just by this cross margining. So once we have cross margining, it's like the market makers, just like everybody else, can put up one pool of capital, and then they can just start quoting on like every single product that they might want to trade on. So we're anticipating after launching the Starkware build out that will kind of add at least like 20 to 40 new markets in kind of the year following that, up from like the 3 or 4 that we have now. So it's going to make a huge difference. Then kind of after that, the kind of like I mentioned before. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, good.
Okay, sorry, like I was kind of alluded to before, just there's going to be a lot of really important like user experience changes that are coming out of the Starkware build out. The first is just going to be, truly instant trading, where, the trading experience on DYDX is literally going to feel like trading on a centralized exchange. It'll still be totally trustless and all of that. But it's like you'll make a trade, your balances will update immediately. You'll be able to withdraw the funds immediately. And this is just from all the speed that we kind of get through the Starkware integration. And then kind of the last, but like also really important benefit that we get off of it is just much more performant price oracles. So like very high level, what we're doing is basically putting the price oracle updates on layer 2 or into the Starkware system. And we're still using actually the exact same kind of network of oracle reporters. So it still has the exact same level of decentralization for the oracles, but you just get way higher performance by kind of putting them on this layer 2 Starkware system. And that means we're going to be able to offer like much higher leverage as well. So overall, I think the DYDX product is going to be vastly improved after we do all of this Starkware build out. And we have a pretty advanced timeline for launching this as well, even though this is going to be one of the most complicated apps that's ever been built on layer 2, period. We're going to build this alongside Starkware in just a couple months. So we're aiming to launch in about 3 months from now.
Wow. So, I mean, that is amazing. So, so as you said, so the kind of the benefits of the level 2 in your case will be around 100x cost reductions in terms of gas and higher leverage and basically incredible speed improvements as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely. And a bunch of more assets as well. Yeah.
And more markets. And I mean, it seems like a win-win all around. And tell me, when did you decide to start building on Starkware?
Yeah, so we decided about, I guess, like a month and a half or 2 months ago now. We've been building alongside them for pretty much that entire time. I guess maybe just talking about our decision process, or like why did we pick Starkware over other potential scalability solutions. I'd say just the overall highest priority reason that we chose Starkware was just that they're much more production ready for kind of a production trading system than pretty much any other scalability solution that we considered. They're already up and running in production with a couple other decentralized exchanges. So they're running with this exchange called DeFi right now, which just offers buy-sell spot trading. So it's like they're building something a little bit custom for us on kind of the margin trading and then the perpetual contract side. But they have already a history of just running these systems up in production. Again, it's not like a research project. It's not like there are any open questions. It's like, it was just a matter of us partnering with them, and it's like, okay, we know what we need to build. We're going to spend 3 or 4 months building this, and then it's going to be done. And we know it's going to be done, and we know it's going to work. Whereas a lot of the other projects or maybe technologies that we evaluated were much more in the research phase, I would say. Overall, not all of them, but I would say that was kind of the overall TLDR. So the main things we considered were obviously Starkware. Then we considered what's known as general purpose optimistic rollup systems. If you've heard of optimistic rollup systems, basically the way those work is that they're optimistic. So that basically just means an operator can kind of put through any state change or any amounts of trades that they might want to, and there's no checks at all. But basically the way the system remains decentralized is that people can later go back and be like, hey, you lied. So actually this person didn't authorize this trade or whatever. So it's you can kind of catch people while they're lying, or if you've heard of fraud proofs, that's basically what this is. But these what I mean by general purpose is just that they can support any smart contract. It's not that they're custom built for one solution. So this would be things like Optimism, if you've heard of that, or there are a couple other leading ones as well. But the problem there is, first of all, they're just mostly not production ready. I would say overall, from what we can tell, they're aiming to be live sometime 2021. But we're already paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in gas fees per month right now. So we have a massive incentive to kind of move to layer 2, in addition to all of these other things that we want to do, just in terms of our, the improvement in product experience. So that was a massive cost for us. And then the other issue with optimistic rollup systems is more from a product perspective. One factor with optimistic or any rollup systems, even kind of like the Starkware based zero knowledge rollups that we're doing, is that the way you withdraw from these rollup systems differs, and kind of there's always going to be some delay between when the trade is finalized and when you can actually withdraw your funds after this trade if you're an exchange. And on these general purpose optimistic rollup systems, this amount of time before you can withdraw is normally on the order of a week or so. So it's like, okay, who's going to use an exchange where you like can't withdraw your funds for a week? Probably nobody. But the main thing you can do to get around this, if you're an enterprising product company, is that you can basically offer to have some central entity like front withdrawals, where it's basically like, okay, I'm a user of, say, DYDX on optimistic rollups in theory. What we could do as DYDX is we could basically say, okay, we know that your withdrawal from this optimistic rollup system isn't going to process for a week, but we'll just give you the money now. Like, we know how the system works. We know it's going to like process in a week, and we know we'll get paid back in like a week or so. So you can do that. But the issue with that is you have to have enough like capital on hand to front all of your withdrawals for your entire exchange for a week. And that's like, even for us right now, that's like millions and millions and millions of dollars. Imagine if, our goal is to like grow much bigger. So imagine if you're Binance or something like that. How the heck is Binance or anybody going to front like enough capital to do like all the withdrawals for like the exchange for like an entire week?
And then when a dispute does actually happen.
Yeah, and then disputes happen, and then you're like, oh my God, like this is very complicated at least.
Not exactly the core business.
Exactly. So that was the main problem there. And then the last thing that we considered, which I'll touch on really quickly, was like other blockchains. So this would be things like a Solana or like a Polkadot or like things like that. Say like, a lot of them also aren't necessarily production ready. Like some are kind of getting there. So that was kind of the main problem there. And then even for the ones that kind of are up and running in production right now, it's just like there's a lot of things that you have to build, like besides just the base blockchain that go into, say, like running an efficient decentralized exchange. There's like the price oracles and the wallets that you need to integrate with, and like all the other smart contract tooling to help you develop smart contracts, like a bunch of other stuff that just kind of is a little bit more behind the scenes, but that is actually really important in addition to just the base blockchain stuff. And all of that's already been built up on Ethereum for the past couple of years. And that's why it's just been really difficult to this point for any other blockchain, smart contract blockchain, to really compete with Ethereum. So kind of the way our Starkware rollups are going to work is that we kind of have this whole like other like Starkware like rollup system, but then it basically settles on Ethereum still. So we still get like all of the benefits of like being like on Ethereum. Like there are a bunch of assets on Ethereum, like all the ERC20 tokens that people like to trade, all the wallets that they like to use. All of these things will still work with DYDX because we're just like settling on the base Ethereum chain. And that wouldn't so much be the case if we say like move to another blockchain or something.
Right. And that was actually going to be one of my one of the things I was wondering is that, so one of the reasons why Ethereum has gotten such a head start in DeFi is the ecosystem that lives there and the composability between this ecosystem, this kind of the financial Lego block analogy. And what is that? How does like the using a level 2 solution like Starkware sort of impact your composability?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I'd say it is a bit of a trade-off with composability. Like it's a lot easier to make composability happen if you're on layer 1 like everybody else. It doesn't make it impossible. Some of the things you can still do, or you can basically like tokenize your products is kind of the main way that we're thinking about doing it right now. We're probably not going to come out of the gates with this like immediately, but I think this may be in the long-term cards for us. Say you could have like a perpetual contract that's like tokenized as like an ERC20 contract on like layer 1 or things like that. Or maybe you have governance on layer 1 and that can still interact with like all of the smart contracts that are still on the layer 2 system, stuff like that. So I'd say those are kind of the biggest ways that we're thinking about doing it. There is a bit of a trade-off, like I said, with kind of composability. I guess just the most important thing to us is always just making sure the product experience on DYDX is top class, and that's the thing we always prioritize above everything else. So we did trade off like a little bit in terms of composability here. We've basically already done that though. The thing that makes it a lot tougher with composability actually, it's not so much the like Starkware layer 2 system. It's more the like hybrid like central matching that we have. It just basically makes it such that like smart contracts can't easily integrate with like our liquidity that we have, or we can't like integrate like as easily with the liquidity that other smart contracts have. And that's kind of a trade-off that we've made to just get like a lot more performance trading system.
But does right, and I guess like in your case, like there's always a trade-off, and there's essentially like cost benefit analysis involved, right? And if you're talking about 100x improvement as the benefit, and the cost is losing some elements of composability, then I think the benefits definitely outweigh the costs. So you've mentioned that you guys are running the like the matching engine and the order books in a centralized manner. That does when they move to Starkware, does that mean that they will be decentralized, or it'll still be centralized? I was just a bit
they'll
confused
still
there.
be centralized in basically the same way they are now, at least to start.
Okay, got it. Another question which I had is, like I mentioned earlier as well, that like I've now spoken to quite a lot of projects and protocols that are, and no one denies that the Ethereum sort of situation is it's terrible, and it's customers are pissed, and it's kind of borderline defeating the business case, but at the same time, like just no one actually, the only two projects that have actually confirmed that they are actively building on and will soon be launching something is you and Synthetics, who's building on Optimism. I'm just confused. I'm not a developer. I'm just confused that if this is such a big problem, why do you think are so many people still in this like R&D phase? Is it like you mentioned that a lot of these like solutions are not really production ready? Is it that, or is it just that it seems to be a very complex problem as well to solve?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say it's both of those things basically. Like it's really hard actually. We're partnering with Starkware. They have like a ton of expertise, but it's kind of taking like most of Starkware's engineering team and then all of our engineering team to build this out. And at least I like to think we have one of the best engineering teams, especially in the DeFi space. But it's just a lot harder engineering wise to build that than it is to say build like, the next like automated market maker or something else like that. Not to take anything away from those projects, because I think like the most important thing is just being able to like find product market fit, and certainly like Uniswap and like all those other things have been able to do that. But it's just a very hard engineering problem to like port that to like a layer 2 system. And then, yeah, I'd say just the second thing is that all of these like research-based, like most of these things except for Starkware, pretty much all of them, maybe except for like a few other like layer 1 blockchains, there's still like some pretty big like unsolved research questions. And like research questions are different than like engineering problems. Like engineering problems, it's like, okay, like there's a problem, but we like basically have the tools to be able to solve it. Research is like, okay, there's this unsolved problem. Maybe it's solvable. Let's like spend some time thinking about it and like trying to solve it. Maybe it's not even solvable. Or if it is, maybe it'll take us a while to figure it out. And it's just kind of like, that's what we've seen for the past like couple years. This, spills over into like ETH 2.0 or like, Optimism or even Starkware, though they've done a really good job on it. There's just like really hard like research questions that have to be solved before you can even start like the engineering. And then even after you solve those like research questions, it's just like, a really difficult engineering build out to be able to build these systems. So I'd say those are kind of the two biggest things right now. It's just like, I think especially like a lot of these DeFi platforms, I guess maybe actually the last thing I would point to is that a lot of these like DeFi platforms from a company perspective or like an entity perspective are set up to be, just that, like decentralized. And I think it's just a little bit more challenging to, orchestrate like a decentralized, or call it just like a looser organization around like a specific like engineering goal than it is like if you're able to just build like a, more traditional company that's kind of has like, more traditional, engineering team and everything like that. And that's really what we have at DYDX. Like we're just like a normal company. And we have kind of some of these, like I was saying, centralized aspects of the platform. And we have some of these like open source, like decentralized aspects. But we do have kind of this like, high powered engineering team that we can throw at like solving a lot of these problems. And it's sometimes like a little bit more difficult to say if you have like a community run project to just organize like the entire community around this really challenging goal of like being able to move to layer 2.
Right, right. That's a really good overview. As there, you know, I'm sure as you mentioned as well, you've looked at a number of level 2 solutions. Has there been any kind of like common pitfalls that you sort of like saw among these? Because like we do quite a bit of research around like level 2s as well. Obviously, as a centralized exchange, we don't need to use one, but we've been just researching them to kind of to produce content. And one of the kind of strange parts which we've noticed that is common across multiple of them is that like so many of them have a token for a sort of, you know, for something that just really does not need a token. And it's sort of there's been a number of them that we look at and this could be really great if it didn't have a token. Has there been any have you seen these kinds of I guess pitfalls among the level 2s?
Yeah, it's a good question. I would say like among the ones we considered, like the ones we most seriously considered were Optimism and then Starkware, obviously. Like neither of those have a token right now, at least. So I didn't see that as kind of a big problem for the ones we were at least mostly considering. Again, like if we were to switch to like another layer 1, we would have had to consider that. Like say we switch to like Solana or something, like how are our users going to get like, you know, whatever the Solana token is to be able to pay their fees or whatever. So that would have been a problem. I would say it's not necessarily the biggest problem though. Like I think if there were something that was able to offer like the best product experience for like a scalability product, we still would have used it even if it had a token. But it just like, you know, I think we've kind of, hopefully, you know, we've mostly learned our lesson from like 2017 that just like, you know, protocols that kind of come out with these useless tokens don't do so well in the long term. You know, that's one of the reasons why we've been really thoughtful about like, you know, how we approach having a token at DYDX. We still don't have one actually 3 years later. And that's just really because we're really laser focused on the product experience and just like nailing that before we can kind of come in and, you know, insert or, you know, add a token after that.
This is actually perfect layup to my next question. So DYDX is I think it's the most known and trustworthy decentralized like margin trading protocol, and you guys do not have a token. Uniswap most recently, you know, launched their token with a sort of with tremendous success. What are your thoughts on a token?
Yeah, good question. I set myself up for that one. Yeah, no, definitely we are obviously looking at all the things that are happening in the decentralized exchange space, like all of the, you know, orders of magnitude growth that's happening with these platforms that have done successful token launches, and we're taking notice. I think all of these things that, you know, a lot of these other platforms that have, you know, started with products and then added a token on later, like a, you know, a Compound and then the Comp token, or like a Uniswap and then like the Uniswap token, I think have just been like a really good example for the things that we can, you know, mimic likely at DYDX. So I think we're probably pretty likely to launch a token on like a shorter time horizon. We're still thinking through it. You know, again, like our top priority always is just to make sure that the product experience is the best it can possibly be on DYDX. So we definitely don't want to, you know, come out with the gates with like a useless or especially like a, you know, product degrading token or something like that. But I think with a lot of the liquidity mining stuff that's been going on, we've seen how these tokens can really be additive to the platform overall. And it's like, well, we're DYDX, or like an exchange, we want to grow. So it's like all of the liquidity mining stuff, if we channel that towards just incentivizing the right behaviors on DYDX, I think could be really valuable for us as well. It's like, again, very much like the Compound, like we're a decentralized exchange, you know, our admin keys are still just held by like a multi-sig. You know, we want to decentralize governance of the platform overall. We want the community to have more say and say like what assets could be listed on DYDX. A lot of other, you know, metrics or aspects of the protocol that can be controlled. So I think it's just like in a very similar way, like a token could be really useful for just, you know, channeling a lot of the successful behaviors that we've seen. Kind of a token be able to organize a community around to DYDX as well. So we're definitely taking notice. We're thinking really seriously about it actually. And it's definitely something that we may do on, a shorter time horizon, no commitments at all. It's, again, like we're still thinking through it. And our number one priority right now is to just still the Starkware build out, because that's like the most impactful thing for the product. But it does seem like if we were to do a token, in, say, call it like the medium term, like even the next like year or two, just with all the excitement that's going on around DeFi, nowish, like maybe a good time to do it. So we're thinking pretty seriously about it.
Got it. Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I know you're super busy, and so before we wrap this up here, I got a couple of quick questions I'd love to get your take on. So today, arguably like 99% or 100, almost 100% of DeFi exists on layer 1 Ethereum. If we look 1 year ahead, what would you kind of forecast this number to be relative to layer 2 stuff, Ethereum and other chains? How do you think that'll change? What would this percentage
that's a good question.
be?
A year from now? Well, definitely us. So that's a given at least. I'd say probably Optimism will be able to like launch in production by then, which I think will bring a lot of like, that's what you were saying, like synthetics and a bunch of other things I think may move to that if they're able to launch in the next year. Like I would imagine like a Uniswap would probably move to that, maybe even a Compound or something. So yeah, it's tough to tell. I don't know. I think it's like if somebody were to come out with like a really good general purpose like scalability solution, which general purpose again just means you can like deploy any smart contract that you have on Ethereum like onto this layer 2 solution. Probably a lot of stuff would move to it. I think one thing that's kind of the space has to be careful with, or at least that people have to be cognizant of, is just like fragmentation across a lot of these different like layer 2 solutions. I think we'll see just like a period of where like while just a lot of the new solutions are pretty nascent and none of them have really built up like big network effects or anything like that, we'll just see a lot of like splintering off to like a bunch of different things. Yeah, I don't know if I had to answer like what % of like major DeFi protocols will be on layer 2 a year from now. I'd say like 50%.
Wow. Okay. And got it. Okay. Next one is do you think ETH 2.0 staking will come out this year? Yes or no?
Oh man, no, definitely not in 2020. Also, I'm like so negative on like ETH 2.0 in general. I think the project is awesome, but it's just like the way they're approaching building it is just going to take a really, really long time. I really don't think that smart contracts are going to see any benefits from ETH 2.0 within the next 3 years, though I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what you said around like different ways of kind of building and running an organization. Like if it's so incredibly decentralized and community and kind of consensus driven, then you are kind of trading off a lot of speed.
Yeah, I completely
My
agree.
last question to you is, if you had to describe DeFi in one word, what would it be? What does it mean to you?
One word, huh?
Take your time.
Yeah, I'm probably open, maybe community. Yeah, something like that.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much for this talk, Antonio Giuliano from DYDX. This has been very exciting.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate it.
No coiner. Yeah, no coiner is a person who does not have Bitcoin. No coiners are people who, well, they missed their opportunity to buy Bitcoin at a low price because they thought it was a scam and thus missed out on the profit.
Hello, my friends. I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. DeFi. DeFi is an abbreviation of the phrase decentralized finance. It generally refers to the digital assets and financial smart contracts, protocols, and decentralized applications, or DApps, built on a blockchain that allows for permissionless access to lending and borrowing tools, among other things, from the traditional world of finance. One noteworthy difference is that DeFi allows one to earn significantly higher interest on their savings than that offered by traditional banking services.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Jack O'Halloran, CEO and co-founder at Scale Labs. Jack, thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, first off, Jack, tell the audience a little bit kind of about who you are and how you got into blockchain.
Yeah, so my name is Jack O'Halloran. I'm the co-founder, CEO of Scale Labs. We're the company or the creators that helped start the Scale Network, which is an open source, decentralized network that helps scale Ethereum. So I got into the space. It was actually kind of a long, circuitous route. I started in enterprise software. So I was with a mobile security company called Good Technology out of college. So then 2005, using a lot of cutting edge cryptography. So I got introduced to security and crypto back then. It's interesting. Actually, my co-founder, Stan of Scale Labs, did our cryptography certification because the US government, the US Senate, FBI, White House, all these government entities around the world use goods. So started there. We had I think a $500 million exit to Motorola. So it was a fun rocket ship to be on. And then I decided, hey, I want to go start my own company. And I got to know the founder of Good really well, who became a mentor, and the CEO, and they helped me kind of get up and running. And I started a company called Incentiline. That was a digital currency platform. This was in 2008. So you could take these dollars inside of a currency, these cryptocurrencies, and pay for resources. And the price of the resource would fluctuate based off supply and demand. So NASA, for example, we were building these NASA bucks. And so you could buy wind tunnel time or supercomputer time, or get foreign nationals on the base, all these things that, there's limited supply. And so blockchain, this wasn't a blockchain because it didn't need to be, because it was running inside of an entity. But currencies in limited supply are really good at aligning resources. And that was where, kind of my introduction, where I got interested in the space and category. Even, as we know, Bitcoin didn't exist back then. but hey, like a lot of startups, we ended up finding a different path. I ended up building a company called Octana, and almost every biotech and pharma in the world uses this machine learning AI platform to optimize communications and sales and marketing and delivery of healthcare information. So I've been doing tech startups for a long time. I built that company, me and a couple people, to a really big global company, and did that for a long time. But in 2013, I got introduced to Bitcoin. Actually, 2011 got introduced to Bitcoin. But I have to say, didn't truly understand it. And then 2013 kind of went down the rabbit hole. And then when Ethereum launched, got really excited about that. And then when I was starting my next company, I was working out of a place called SaaStr. That's a an incubator for SaaS companies, software as a service companies. And I was just spending all day reading about crypto. So, and trading crypto. And so I was like, you know what? And I realized that there's a new types of businesses to be created that are community owned and community governed, and have tremendous growth potential in so many different areas. And so I couldn't go back. I was just, so that's how I got into blockchain, and happy to tell you more about how, how Scale came about, but that was my personal journey.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's interesting. You did cybersecurity, machine learning, and now blockchain. I mean, you're checking off all the boxes on these companies over here. But yeah, so Scale Labs is in charge of the Scale network, of really developing and working on the Scale network. So tell us a little bit about kind of what the Scale network is and what makes it superior to other layer 2 protocol.
Yeah. So, and actually, maybe I'll first start by saying, I worked in mobile in 2005, and mobile no one used smartphones, right? It was very rare to have someone use a smartphone. Maybe you'd see somebody like used a BlackBerry or like a Palm Trio, but we didn't have the iPhone. We didn't have this, like the Android operating system, and the device speeds were horrible. And I saw a similar thing happen with machine learning and AI, and no one called it machine learning hardly. It was just advanced analytics, and everyone thought it was garbage, and we don't need computers to help us figure things out. And both those industries struggled for a while because the infrastructure wasn't there and the use cases weren't there. And I saw both of them firsthand. I was there early with both of them and was able to ride those peaks. And I see a lot of similar things with blockchain now, and that's why I got interested in it. And what we're lacking infrastructure and an optimal user experience. So I was working on starting a dApp, and Stan, my co-founder, was working on starting 6 different dApps. He said, I can do a decentralized Uber, and I'm working on a thing for a Twitter payments platform, and I have a decentralized exchange, and I want to build this. And Stan's brilliant. He's a technical visionary. And I said, Stan, why do you think you can build all 5 of these things? And we got in front of a whiteboard, and he mapped out the architecture. He says, well, here's what I would build. Here's what it would look like. I said, you know what? And our brains came together, and we're like, let's go build Scale. Let's go build. And, we weren't calling it a layer 2 scaling, where it was just like, let's go scale Ethereum. Okay. And so what it is, it's the design around this is first, let me tell you about side chains. Side chains have a lot of amazing properties with very good user experience, seamless interoperability between the other one blockchain and another blockchain. And if they're running the same base software, like Ethereum, for example, then there's full interoperability and composability as well. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, the issue is that side chains have a smaller number of computers or nodes that run the blockchain. And then, blockchains are really a human coordination effort. And if 2/3 of the people in a Byzantine fault tolerant blockchain want to steal the money and change the ledger, they can do it. And if you only have 16 people, it's a lot easier to get 16 people to collude than 16,000. And so what Scale does, Scale has a unique model where at the end of the day, a developer gets only 16 nodes. They get a small set of nodes running their blockchain, but those nodes are picked from this really big pool. And so first off, there's, right now there's already 4,000 people that have Scale tokens that are staking them. They'll start staking on October 1st, and over 100 million in value of tokens coming into the network to secure the network, to really give a pooled security in a proof of stake system. And then what happens is then there's validators that run all of these nodes, and there'll be hundreds of nodes in the network, and each of these nodes is broken up into more smaller pieces. And so if I say, hey, I have a decentralized exchange, I have a DeFi application, I have a payments platform, and I want to get a Scale chain, well then actually the Ethereum mainnet talks to Scale, and then without any people being involved, it randomly selects some nodes and it pulls them in. They say, this is your nodes. And that's what makes this an elastic side chain, or I even like to call them elastic shards, because they're more shards than side chains. And these shards then, the operators then are rotated in and out. So instead of getting 2/3 of 16 people to collude, you have to get 2/3 of thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars going into these node operators, and you have to get the node operators, the validators, to collude, and it's really difficult because we're pooling security. So now it's not mathematically guaranteed that you would that's secure. It's guaranteed with blockchain, meaning money and incentives and coordination and cryptography. Yeah. And so that's what Scale does, and that's why I think a lot of people are excited about it, because hey, it's a blockchain still, and I get the power of a side chain with some really kind of fancy Scale tech, but also I get interoperability back to the Ethereum mainnet, and I don't lose security when I pull things over into Scale.
Well, I mean, the name of the company is so apropos right now, because everyone is trying to figure out how to scale on Ethereum, because that's really where DeFi is right now. It's where it's hot, and Ethereum, the network cannot keep up the sky-high gas fees, and it makes it very tough to do simple transactions if you're not, to make them economically viable. But you mentioned that the way that you're able to make it so secure is that even though you're using a low number of nodes on the Scale sidechain, they're randomly selected, or are they randomly selected, or they're chosen randomly selected?
Yeah.
Exactly. From the entire pool of Ethereum nodes?
From the entire pool of Scale nodes. So Scale, you could think of it like you need a brain to run a network, right? Like I'll call it a brain. I'm not using deep technical terms. I'm trying to give some normal speak here to help people understand. So this brain or engine needs to orchestrate what happens. In typical companies, guess what? There's people that work with software that, like we'll send you this resource. In a blockchain, we can't have humans in the loop. The software has to run it. And so the cool thing about Scale is actually, over half of the brain, so to speak, is actually on the Ethereum mainnet in these smart contracts on Ethereum. And I think one of the most sophisticated large sets of smart contracts on the Ethereum mainnet. It took $20,000 of gas just to deploy it.
Wow. Although nowadays that's not saying too much. Nowadays I send my friend and if it's $20,000 again.
Which, by the way, I'm glad we did this before the spike. It might have been like 100,000 to deploy it. So it was expensive, but this brain, these smart contracts, they actually speak to every node, and every node has a node core that's like its own brain. And it's like a bee colony, right? It's all these nodes are talking back to, the queen bee, which is Ethereum. And then they're in an autonomous way orchestrating themselves to then, be assigned back to people. And so the pool of nodes is the Scale nodes, and we'll start with hundreds, but someday we hope to have tens of thousands of Scale nodes. And each node could be on 128 different Scale chains. Wow. Meaning, you can get 8,000 chains from about 1,000 nodes.
Wow. And so that's really what an elastic blockchain really means. This ability to kind of change and pick your nodes.
Yeah. So there's two elements that make it elastic. Why we, I guess, selected that term. One is there's elasticity in the structure of how nodes are assigned, which we talked about. The other is sizing. And so configuration is a popular term in the enterprise where, I buy something from Salesforce.com or Amazon or Google Cloud or some big provider, and they don't go customize the software and work and write custom code for me to use it. That used to happen with on-premise software. So if you do research on on-premise compared to software as a service, on-premise is all about custom code. Software as a service is about configuration. And it means, and what I want is off-the-shelf personalization for my needs, my cost, my use cases, the features and functionality that I need to manage my use cases. And so what the elastic piece with Scale is, I could say, hey, we're a 2-person project. We're going to buy a really small chain. I'm going to get 1/128th of 16 nodes. Or like, hey, we're a really big project. We need a ton of throughput. We need a lot of storage. We're going to go buy all, the full set of 16 nodes. And in the future, you might be able to say, I want 1/128th of 128 nodes, or I want everything of 128 nodes, and the cost is configurable to the size. So that's where the elasticity comes in too. And along with, you'll be able to turn on privacy features because SGX is used within the network, and other things that you can personalize. And where we're trying to build is, we're not trying to build just for, today's DeFi environment is awesome. It's fun. We're seeing the early stages of what's going to come. We're trying to build enterprise grade configurable software that is blockchain, that's decentralized, that's autonomous, it's open source, that we're going to need in like 5 years and 2 years and 3 years, when we have, real entities and projects competing with, mass centralized finance and mass Web3 and consumer internet. And we'll see people competing with Uber and Twitter and Facebook and Google, and really taking community plays to take out, to get network effects and disrupt. That's what we're building for.
Well, I mean, that's a wonderful vision to have, because you do have to be very forward thinking in this industry where innovation is happening so quickly. It's incredible if you really look at how young the industry is, and at the pace that innovation is happening. It's sometimes hard to keep up. Yam sushi, urine. I mean, it's especially in the DeFi space, it's really out of control. But right now, for today, are there any dApps currently running on Scale?
Yeah, so we have 57 dApps signed up for the Scale Innovator Program. Mm-hmm. And what they're doing is they're running and testing on the testnet. So there's a Scale developer testnet, a DevNet up and running. And then what happens is we need to collateralize these chains now, and with Scale tokens, because in DeFi, you pool liquidity together to provide a service. In Scale, you pool security together to provide a service. And you actually can yield farm both. So you can stake Scale and yield farm Scale. And what you get in return is developers get access to secure Ethereum elastic sidechains or Ethereum elastic shards. On DeFi, you pool liquidity, and people get access to, liquidity so that you can trade and have exchanges and create financial instruments. So we are going now from testnet. The mainnet's live, but now it's shifting over so that staking will start on October 1st. And then we have collateral, and dApps need the collateral, otherwise there's no security. So that's the next phase, and start seeing those dApps come on board. And there's hundreds, by the way, in the pipeline that are excited, that aren't yet in the program, that we're excited to onboard once things are stable and ready to grow.
Well, you mentioned this idea of the Scale token and even yield farming that Scale token. So essentially, that Scale token, how is it minted? And you mentioned that it provides security. How exactly does it provide security?
Okay, so the Scale token, I mentioned earlier that the Ethereum mainnet is like the queen bee of the hive, right? And part of that is Scale tokens are actually being minted out of the Ethereum mainnet. And then when people stake, they stake into the Ethereum mainnet. And what happens is when people pay for Scale chains, they pay and their payment gets staked into the Ethereum mainnet. And then every month, Scale tokens are sent out to all the Scale nodes to reward people for working. And so if you have a Scale token, you can say, hey, I want to stake, I want to join a security pool, and I want to stake on this security pool with Blockdaemon or Figment or Dokia, or Stake with Us, or there's many validators running nodes on the Scale network, and you can join these pools. And then what happens is then that node could be assigned all over the place to support the network with computing power. And then what happens is every month you get paid a return for staking your token. So it's so security is provided by way of collateral.
So that's a proof of stake security system coming from proof of stake. Now we've been hearing about proof of stake for so long that it'll be coming to Ethereum in the form of ETH 2.0 with sharding and staking. it seems like Scale is kind of already doing that, is bringing those ideas to Ethereum, before the Ethereum mainnet actually does those. Do you think we will see ETH 2.0 anytime soon? And if we do, does it kind of take away a lot of the draw of Scale?
Yeah, well, for the second part, definitely not. So we need it. Scale really, for us, for the vision to come together where we have millions and hundreds of millions of users using Ethereum a day and Scale, we need ETH2, okay? We want it. It's going to dramatically improve scalability. And really, we get 64 versions of Ethereum that are all faster instead of one, okay? And so Scale can connect to all of those, right? Now, the question is, well, why? Why do you still need Scale? And the answer is, it's not just a question of what's the throughput. Like, we can measure throughput of transactions per second and say, is there enough? And so people like to think of blockchains like Visa. Oh, it's just a payment layer. Right. The reality is, smart contracts are a compute layer. And so when you need to incorporate logic to transactions, then it's very different than Visa, than all these, these point of sale systems around the world paying the Visa server, right? What it is you have like the world of the Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud, where people are running databases and that behind applications that compute transactions and events. So if I ride in an Uber or Lyft and I, get the ride, then this compute is being captured of like, how long's my ride? And then it pings the money system, right? And the cool thing about blockchains is those things are integrated, the action and the payment. It's programmable money. And so imagine though, if in the centralized world, so Uber, Lyft, Google, Facebook, Twitter, all these different Venmo, all these different applications where there's money being transferred, if they all shared one backend database, they all paid Amazon and they shared the database. And then all of a sudden, like, it costs us a lot more to run and our Gmail's slow. I'm trying to send you an email, but it's cost me $1 now because Uber, there's like a big event, everyone's doing rideshare. Like, the world doesn't work like that. And the reason why is they have their own unique backend databases. And what Scale does is it gives each application their own backend, and then everything happens in the backend. And then when the money needs to leave, it goes back to to Ethereum. And what happens on Scale kind of gets rectified and then passed over. And then the money goes to the user as if it never left. So the developers like it because they get their own zone, the safe, secure version of Ethereum. And then when they go and interact with Ethereum, they interact for settlement at the end of the day, not all the computing. So what we want is we want to enable smart contracts to run everywhere. And that's where Scale and ETH2 really come together. And that's why you see still, otherwise, like, who's going to, I think it's very clear to everybody, we need second layer 2 execution happening around Ethereum after ETH2.
Right. And especially when you are dealing with that, you're trying to get, like you mentioned, this is a compute layer, and you're trying to get developers to write smart contracts and run dApps on that layer. Not only does it have to be compatible with Ethereum, but it also on the developer side, it has to be easy to integrate. On the developer end, if I have a dApp on Ethereum, how easy is it to then now go and put it on? And how much code do I have to? Is it going to be a headache to write it for Scale?
Yeah, so we put so much effort into in the design and and the community as we're coming together here. It's open source. There's a lot of collaborators on making a really good user experience. And so the 57 dApps in the Scale Innovator Program are testing, sending pull requests, giving us feedback, and we've been doing that from day one. And so now, just to deploy, it's 2 lines of code to deploy.
Wow.
Now, then if you want money to transfer back and forth, it's a little more intense, but it may be one developer, a half a day of work.
Yeah.
And which is a huge advantage over a lot of other systems that take a ton of custom configuration. And you look at a lot of other layer 2 solutions, what they actually are no one really talks about this much, but they're software that runs on one server. And people like some of these solutions because they're mathematically provable. Basically, there's no way the money can be stolen because somebody runs software and it just checks everything. And if someone tries to steal it, it basically says, give the money back. But then you have to make sure no one can spend money for a week, and you can't let money transfer hands too much because this verification engine has to watch this. And so what you're doing is you're actually not using a blockchain. And I think what we see now, we see a lot of startups that are trying to build these centralized offerings. But let's say one of them gets acquired by Amazon, and all of a sudden Amazon's running all of Ethereum's layer 2 scaling because it's a centralized piece of software. And they they have a revenue model, so they obviously have to grow and are looking. They have investors looking to get acquired. So it's kind of like we're taking an approach of, no, we need decentralization. We want to we want blockchains to work and function and be the operation. Now they're not guaranteed to be secure because it's a blockchain. Bitcoin, all the if 51% of the miners came together, they could steal all the Bitcoin. They don't though, because the Bitcoin wouldn't be worth anything. And so on scale, it's a similar mechanism.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you want to provide economic incentives to act good. That's the kind of, that's essentially the whole idea here in blockchain is, play to people's, economic sensibilities. As long as it's economically viable, everyone will act good. Now, we were talking about that scale token, and you guys just completed a $5 million token sale on Consensus's anti-speculation platform, Activate. Do you want to first go into a little bit about kind of how that platform works, what that means by anti-speculation platform, and why you guys chose to do it there?
Yeah, and by the way, it's an interesting choice of words. I think there's a lot of values you could speak to about this platform. The piece we like the most is it's really I think I almost call it a network health platform.
Okay.
So the Scale network needs a lot of people staking in to provide the security, okay? And it needs a lot of people running nodes. And if it's just 10 VCs and half of them hey, let's sell the money, well, all the security then is gone. You don't have much decentralization. So we want a lot of people holding tokens, but not holding them and trading them, holding them and staking them and using them. And so really we're focused on our number. When we wake up, the core team and the community, the one thing we think about is how do we make dApps successful? And so when we think about how do we do a sale, well, hey, we had $57 million of offers trying to buy. We could have just sold and launched on the exchange and have the token being traded. But we're thinking, how do we serve developers the best? And what we thought was, hey, let's use this platform that optimizes for network health, where when you buy the token through the Activate platform, you have to stake it in the network and use it, which actually makes, it serves the purpose of the software. A token is a little piece of software, right, that can perform a job. And we let the token work. Now, it also, a secondary benefit, it is anti-speculation or more compliant because you're actually selling a utility token and enforcing it, not selling a security that then people just buy and trade as a piece of ownership in something. That's what securities are, right? This is something that is a unit of ownership, but it's a unit of ownership over something that can function like a hammer. It's a token that, and then people prove that. And so that's why we did this. And the compliance story and any speculation is cool, but I get more excited about the fact that 4,000 people from 90 different countries now have Scale tokens, and we'll start staking them on October 1st.
Awesome, and that's what kind of when I say anti-speculation, I'm less focusing on the compliance level, and I mean they're buying this to use it. They're not buying this to speculate. That's
and by the way, I'm just calling this out because a lot of the headlines in the press said anti-speculation. That's more my response to the press.
Okay, well, and then this is the place to do it, and I think that is cool, because at the end of the day, that is what you want people to use them for, especially when your entire network security is dependent on staking, especially at the beginning. Once there's enough nodes, let everyone go wild, but for sure at the beginning. And so in that case, then, why cap it at 5 million? Why not the more the merrier, and kind of try to get as many tokens out there as long as they have to use them to stake. Why not make the network as big as possible?
Well, one thing too, we had a limitation on our license in Liechtenstein of we could only sell 5 million. Okay. That was one big reason. Okay. But that was one reason. The other reason was that that was also important was we're in a bull market. Mm-hmm. And you see a lot of projects that are like in the bull market selling as much as they can for the highest price possible. Yeah. And we're and hey, there'll be many other opportunities for people to get tokens and buy them. And there's a lot of interesting things coming and then use them and stake them. So this will happen later. There'll be continued iterations where we can ensure we can get tokens out there. All right. But also I think it's the wrong strategy to try to just purely optimize on maximizing price and maximizing absolute distribution. And, to have 4,000 people staking is already a lot. Yeah. And we could have dropped the token price to nothing and sold many more, but then that impacts the security, right? So you need the token, each token has to have a certain amount of economic value because it's collateralizing the chain in a proof of stake manner.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. And I'm just, it's so surprising to me because I spend a lot of my time talking to projects. And right now, the big thing is, like you mentioned, you're selling as much as you can on the bull market, just kind of dumping your tokens, especially now with this DeFi boom. It does seem like we're in kind of the ICO boom. You were giving out utility tokens that most of the time didn't really have a set utility. Now it seems like the big thing ever since SushiSwap kind of forked off from Uniswap is give out governance tokens where it's not so clear the governance is giving you something. And so it's refreshing to see, a company actually doing something that actually helps the network instead of just helps the bottom line. So kudos to you there. But I do want to hear your...
One other thing to add to that too is incentives drive behavior, okay? Right. And one nice thing about the incentives, so on the Scale core team and the early SAF purchasers, the early supporters who purchase tokens or future rights to tokens, is everybody has these long lockups that don't start till October 1st. So I've been doing this for 3 years. My first day of vesting is October 1st. And then I have a 4-year schedule with a 1-year lockup. And same thing with the whole core team. So when it comes down to it, it's like, okay, like I can optimize and get as much money as possible for the company now. And, but that what my view is, how can we make the most successful network possible over a 4-year and 10-year horizon? And then when you start thinking with that lens, you make really different decisions. And the thing is, a lot of projects don't have those, they don't have constraints on the founders and the core team. And then people have very short-sighted views. And we saw this in DeFi recently. There's been a lot of this dumping happening and misaligned incentives. And it's different because there's no pre-mine, so to speak, where there's tokens allocated. People are all just kind of staking and earning, but they're beating people. And so they're able to yield a lot of return quickly. And so in a way they do a pre-mine, but it's gamed. But it's unfortunately putting these founders at this disadvantage, because some of them are like, wow, I could look at all the money I can make if I just dump. And then they do it. And then we get in crazy fluctuation. And so I think DeFi needs to learn and grow and figure out a way that if you do have somebody who has a huge amount of tokens, how we, then go post fact to say, hey, we'll keep working with you. We'll keep staking this liquidity pool, but can your founders agree to put their tokens they have into a smart contract with a lock schedule, an investing schedule?
Right. Well, I mean, we saw that happen, just a couple of weeks ago with Chef Nomi of SushiSwap, where it got so much capital, people got so excited. Then, oh wait, he has sole access to the dev fund, sold it all off for 14 million. In the end, capitulated and actually gave it back, which it wasn't a good look at any point of the whole saga. It was not a good look at all. And luckily, he gave over control to SBF. But you know, what is your thoughts on that? You know, like, listen, you've made a bunch of startups. You've been around the block, both in the traditional world and in the blockchain world. And you know, here clearly you have this vision for a long-term project. You're looking out for the health of the project, but not everyone is. Some people, you know, they want to make money. They want to make a project, make money, and let the community deal with it. I don't want to develop anymore. So, not saying that. Let's put aside what you're doing, because, you know, I do respect a lot what you're doing, but is it so bad if someone does want to fork another project like with SushiSwap and say, hey, it's an open book, it's blockchain, everyone can read the smart contract. The smart contract says I have control, I want to take the money. I mean, is that so bad? You know, where do you fall on the point of, in order to be an investor, you have to be an educated investor who does his homework and reads the smart contract?
Yeah. So here's where I think growth should happen. So what happened before, like, hey, like, we'll, you know, I think, you know, I think it's an exit scam if somebody dumps, you know, 14 million on everybody. And, you know, yeah, you have total rights to do it. It's open source, it's blockchain. Like, we're all only constrained by the rules of the contracts, not social rules. Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's where communities need to progress. So we'll give everybody a pass before. And the thing is, they pay the price because, you know, like, it all kind of comes out in the wash. But where I think growth needs to happen is communities. These networks and the tokens are only as valuable as the communities and the people that believe, and that, you know, and the total, you know, that are part of the total value lock and part of the liquidity pooling. And so what the communities need to do, and they need to get together on Discord and say, hey, like, here's the open book. Here's 3 risk points. These 3 contracts have this amount of liquid capital. These are the founding team. For us to keep supporting this project, we want you to put these under, you know, a 2-year lock or a 2-year vesting schedule with monthly vesting or with monthly unlocking or something, right? And if you do that, we won't fork. If you don't do it, all of us are going to go over here, and, you know, that's their right to do that. And so this is so communities need to use the same tools that are the defense for the founders saying, hey, I can do that. I staked, I earned these. They should also be like, great, you could do that. You could sell them. They're not going to be worth anything because we're going to go over here. Yeah. And so what the approach we're taking at Scale, and some other, I think, high quality projects are taking, they're saying, let's get ahead of that and put some really long lock schedules on, because if we create something of value, people are going to say, hey, we have a founderless version of Scale that has no team component. Well, then you have nobody working there and continuing to support the code. And over here, if we were already vested on day one, well, great, that's a perfect fork, because we're lacking incentives anyways to keep working hard. And so you can play defense by doing it, or you're going to get offense played on you, I think, in the future. And we'll see kind of some smart community leaders say, hey, like, we're out unless you do this, this, and this.
Yeah, I think that it's really cool. You made a great point of this idea of coded rules versus social rules. And you know, you got to start coding some social rules into the code. And
then you have your answer.
Yeah, and I do think, once again, this is also fresh and new, and every single one of these dramas or scandals, let's say, they are lessons learned. And I do think that the DeFi community and everyone in the blockchain community is looking at these things, and they're improving. I mean, just like innovation is happening on the technical side, you know, I do think the communities, you know, they learn their lessons. I don't think anyone's, you know, hopping on the.
We just need some of the kind of like degen leaders to step up and say, hey, like, we're going to ask for this, more of this from, you know, these big bag holders. If somebody has got X amount, like, you know, the community is going to leave unless you play ball. And you know, the bad thing is there's so much that's happening. Now we're seeing, like, you know, you saw the drama yesterday and the last few days over, like, you know, these new, I think a lot of influencers are also taking advantage of their position. Like, hey, let's get this one to run. Let's get this one to run. And I don't think they're necessarily trying to dump on people, but I think they know the power that they have of, like, memery and you know, hopefully it'll be a small blip on the DeFi history, and because I just care about the space, frankly. I want to make sure that we make a sustained impact, and we won't if, you know, if we don't encode the social rules, greed will get the best of the communities.
And we see that with traditional finance, where even there's laws, there's like governmental regulation and laws, but the fact that it's not hard coded in because they're physically able to make the trade and the code doesn't stop them, people don't listen to those rules. And we saw with that FinCEN dump of documents earlier in the week, like there's trillions of dollars these banks are money laundering, even though there are rules and it's wrong and they could get in trouble. We're slowly learning, I think, as a people. I do think that as a society, smart contracts will help us because, like you're saying, that we're going to, once the rules are coded in, there's no getting around them. And I think that has a major potential.
Yeah, and you look at public companies though, so their officers and their executives have really tight regulations and windows on when they can trade. And most executives, like Jeff Bezos and these other people, if they're going to sell stock, they have to say it in advance, and then they do it over a period of time so that it doesn't impact the stock price. And they do that, otherwise they'll get sued. The shareholders will sue them because they're having an adverse, they have inside knowledge, so they can't use that to trade. And so we have rules. Now, what we need is we just need smart contracts to support that in every area. And I think that, to your point, I think they will. Like, then we don't just have to trust that person. We can see it. We can see the book, you know?
It's trustless. That's the beauty of this whole blockchain technology. It's trustless. And even Elon Musk got in trouble for tweeting even, you know, that he was going to sell at 420 when I'm pretty sure he was making a weed joke. But I am not the SEC, so I'm gonna keep hands off there. You know, we're slowly running out of time because you are a busy man. But I wanted to talk about, just bring up one thing that a lot of people that watch the blockchain, you know, industry, we get very excited about the end result, about the technology, about yield farming, about the ability to make money. But, you know, unless there are certain things that only developers really appreciate. And so I want to ask you, you know, Solidity, which is the Ethereum coding language, recently got added to GitHub's auto language detection library. And that's not something that's going to make the headlines, you know, on Cointelegraph, stuff like that. But what effect does that have for developers that are actually building? You know, like you said, you need to build infrastructure. Does this have any effect on, you know, the actual building of blockchains and smart contracts and such?
You know, I think one advantage of those types of tools is just you're able to enforce open source rules better and licensing rules to be, and I think it gives people visibility on like how Solidity is being used here and here and here. And but I think stepping back outside of just the pure functionality that we now have is Solidity is just getting, you know, I mean, that's a big step that GitHub is doing this, right? And a lot of people love to hate on Solidity, but I'll tell you, all of the Scale core team engineers and a lot of, they love Solidity. And they're like, we're here because of Solidity. We love Solidity. And I think people don't give it enough credit. And Stan, my co-founder, our CTO, he was on the team, the original team building up the Java virtual machine. And back in the late 90s, and he was, you know, he's doing laser physics PhD research, and then started doing a computer science degree. And then a bunch of these brilliant physics people started building the Java virtual machine, and he was one of them. And so he saw Java, you know, he saw Java grow, and he saw, you know, that evolution. And you know what happens is a coding language is like an organism. It doesn't stay the same. It improves, it grows, and Stan's view is that Solidity will do that, and a lot of our issues are going to be worked out, and there's going to be new functionality and new things that come together and are smoothed out. And the thing about it is it's secure. So if you're writing a smart contract, you could use something that no one's written in, or you use Solidity, and guess what? You can have millions and billions of dollars go through it and sleep well at night.
Yeah, and we're seeing the results of that. That you know, it's been so successful that even the network cannot keep up. And you know, luckily we have amazing projects like yours that are helping to try to scale it. So Jack, I appreciate you taking the time to sit with us and really explain to us kind of the amazing work that you guys are doing over at Scale Labs, as well as giving your insight on you know, some of the big topics that we're facing today in the DeFi space. So I appreciate you taking the time. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders